Socialist Somalia Rhetoric and Reality. Dedicated to the memory of my father who did not live long enough, and to my mother who stoically waited for so long. Ahmed. I Samatar. Contents. Preface 9. Introduction 1. The Battle Over Paradigms 1. The Somali Conjuncture 3. Part 1. The History. 1. The Processes of Induction 9. The Somali Milieu 9. Pre-colonial interactions 12. The European onslaught and the advent of colonialism 16. Conclusion 21. 2. Proto-nationalism and the Somali response 24. The politicization of religion 24. The intrepidity of Syed MC Zassan 26. Conclusion 36. 3. Nationalism, the rise of the petite bourgeoisie 43. The Protectorate 43. Italian Somalia 49. Conclusion 56. 4. Post-independence, frustration and anger 60. The Shermarki period 60. The Hussein and Segal administration 67. Conclusion 75. Part 2. The Revolution, Rhetoric and Reality. 5. Internal Reconstruction 83. Inception and Legitimation 83. Policies and Programs 87. 6. External Reconstruction 119. Reduction of Dependency 119. Foreign Relations 125. Collective Self-Reliance 127. 7. The War and After 132. The War 132. The Aftermath 137. 8. Somalia in the 1980s and Beyond 146. The Verdict of the 1970s 146. The Political Economy in 1980s 149. Dissidence and Insurgency 154. Positive Hegemony, The Struggle for the Future 157. Bibliography 164. Index 182. List of tables. 2.1 Composition of colonial troops in expeditions 1 and 231. 2.2 Composition of colonial troops in expeditions 3 and 432. 3.1 Somalia, export of live animals and pastoral products in the 20th century 45. 3.2 Educational condition of the Protectorate 47. 3.3 Distribution of ownership of choice cultivable land 50. 3.4 Colonial state expenditure in southern Somalia 51. 3.5 Government expenditures and revenues 55. 3.6 Composition of imports and exports 56. 4.1 Somalia, foreign aid grants 64. 4.2 Somalia, loans awarded 64. 4.3 Somalia, pattern of voting during Hussein's second attempt 68. 4.4 Somalia, pattern of voting during Hussein's third attempt 69. 4.5 Somalia, external trade 73. 4.6 Somalia, direction of trade 73. 4.7 Somalia, government expenditure in selected areas 74. 5.1 Somalia, sectoral development allocations 90. 5.2 Somalia, production of principal crops 94. 5.3 Somalia, exports of live animals 96. 5.4 Somalia, industrial output of selected products 99. 5.5 Somalia, central government ordinary expenditures 101. 5.6 Somalia, capital/labor ratios for selected units 105. 5.7 Somalia, earning differentials in SNAI 106. 5.8 Somalia, percentages of GDP allocated for military, health and education, and respective ratios 114. 6.1 Somalia, imports by country of origin 120. 6.2 Somalia, principal direction of exports 121. 6.3 Somalia, balance of payments 122. 6.4 Somalia, Debts outstanding 123. 6.5 Somalia, external public debt outstanding including undisbursed 124. 8.1 Somalia, estimates of GDP at factor cost, 1972/1978 148. 8.2 Somalia, domestic production and imports as percent of total grain availability 151. 8.3 Somalia, selected items as a percentage of ordinary state expenditure 151. 8.4 Somalia, balance of payments 152. Illustrations. Figures. 1.1 Genealogical chart of Somalia 11. 5.1 Somalia, formal authority structure 112. Maps. 1.1 Colonial boundaries in the Horn of Africa, 1925-17. 5.1 Somalia, regional divisions 84. Preface. This book, originally a doctoral dissertation, is not an intellectual exercise of the purely objective and antiseptic kind, the type of scholarship that stealthily conveys its paleo-symbolic loyalties. Instead, it is overtly partisan, and intended as a modest contribution to the making of an Africa drastically different from the prevailing crisis of habitability. But an engagement with these pitiless African times does not provide a license for frothy, fuddled, and mindless advocacy. Far from it. It demands close examination of past and present, with disciplined generosity to the years ahead. For, as Albert Camus remarked, true magnanimity towards the future depends on giving one's all to the present. There are two ways by which a progressive researcher can connect with the community of his or her concern. First, by exposing through theoretical intervention and evidential presentation the deleterious effects of the gaps between official pronouncements and actual reality. Second, by stiffening the capacity of the powerless to liberate themselves from all forms of oppression. The ultimate test of any serious progressive research is the degree of success attained in simultaneously handling the explanatory and axiological dimensions. This work is not that ambitious. While it will not exclude or neglect the what is to be done question, its main goal is to lay bare the ways by which power speaks about itself, and the empirical trail it leaves behind. I.e., the antinomies of rhetoric and reality. For the past decade and a half, the 5 or so million people in the Somali Democratic Republic have lived under a regime that has espoused socialism as its guiding principle. This book evaluates whether that strategy has loosened the vice of underdevelopment and contributed anything to liberating the Horn of Africa. In my efforts to document, digest, and understand the predicament that beclouds the peoples of that part of Africa, I received help from numbers of institutions and individuals. I would like here to register my appreciation of each. First, the Fulbright Foundation for generous support during the last 4 years of my graduate training. The same gratitude extends to the faculty and administration of the Graduate School of International Studies at the University of Denver. GSIS partly funded my field work. Second, my mentor and principal advisor, Professor George W. Shepard, Jr. More than anyone else, he has contributed to my growth and development as I hesitantly began to discover that, contrary to the ideas of positivism, social science inquiry is as much a moral engagement as anything else that deals with the human condition. Moreover, because he is a rare scholar of great compassion, he both understands Africa and feels for its peoples. In an increasingly predatory world system, Africa has a comrade in George. Third, Professor I.M. Lewis, the doyen of Somali studies. While my theoretical views and interpretations of some crucial events are different, my debt to him is obvious from the frequent references to his work. Lewis has put Somalia on the scholarly map, and any serious study of that part of Africa cannot ignore his contributions. Fourth, my beautiful soulmate, Marlene. Since her original home, a small island in the Pacific, is part of the U.S. global network, she is cognizant of third world lives of struggle. Consequently, from the outset she has had faith and confidence in this work and offered her myriad of skills in researching, editing, typing, and in making self-exile as comfortable as possible. I am blessed to have such a person with whom to share my life. Fifth, my brother, Professor Abdi Samatar, who allowed me to compare notes, and became my most valued intellectual sparring partner. His nimble mind, and ability to grasp quickly the essence of issues coupled with a profound concern for the poor peasants of Africa has helped me avoid serious theoretical lapses. Abdi's own work on the same problematic is eagerly awaited. Sixth, my college, St. Lawrence University, and particularly my association. Dean, Dr. Laura O'Shaughnessy, for their moral and material support which facilitated the production of this book. Finally, to my editors, Robert Moltino and John Daniel, and their colleagues at Z Books. Their communication across the Atlantic and constant encouragement has eased the anxieties of an author's maiden book. In the end, however, all shortcomings and mistakes are my own. A word with regard to the new Somali orthography: all Somali words are anglicized in this text except in quoted material and proper names. Ahmed El Samatar. Canton, New York, USA. Introduction. In our revolution, we believe that we have broken the chain of a consumer economy based on imports, and we are free to decide our destiny. And in order to realize the interests of the Somali people, their achievement of a better life, the full development of their potentialities, and the fulfillment of their aspirations, we solemnly declare Somalia to be a socialist state. General Siad Barre, 1970. What we have to accomplish is relentless criticism of all existing conditions, relentless in the sense that the criticism is not afraid of the findings and just as little afraid of the conflict with the powers that be. Frederick Jameson, in the preface to his major dialectical work, The Political Unconscious, underscores the importance of historicizing in getting closer to the origins, evolution, and, consequently, the meaning of social subjects of study. Throughout this book, Jameson's methodological instruction is observed. The tenor, therefore, will be one that leans heavily towards bringing past and present into a meaningful dialogue. Until the late 1960s, the study of Africa was dominated by political development and modernization theories. This paradigm traced its intellectual roots to Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage, amalgamated Weber's contrasted traditional and modern societies, and was enriched by Parsonian sociology. This scheme divided the world into modern and modernizing groups. The former, in Parsons' lexicon, is associated with such characteristics as meritocratic statuses, specialized and differentiated roles, and rational and universalistic values. The latter is identified as ascriptive, diffuse, and particularistic. Despite their claim to value free research, scholars of this persuasion employed concepts like political development, stages of growth, and nation building, which were all locked into functionalist tendencies and a status quo orientation, as well as being bereft of any theories. 2. Of radical change and dialectical thinking. In short, their view was that Africa's ills were largely due to the recalcitrance of tradition, and the inability of its peoples to appropriate modern values. As a result, the underlying assumption and logical corollary was that the overcoming of underdevelopment was a linear path already taken by Western and capitalist societies, and that Africa would have to follow that same road in its more explicit and sometimes ludicrous form. This thinking not only advocated the penetration of capitalism, but glorified colonization as an engine that undid the incubus of tradition. Asterisk. By the late 1960s, these analysts began to encounter difficulties, anomalies in Cunnian idiom, in their efforts to capture empirical realities of the African world, caused by the unabashed pro-Western propensities of modernization theory, the evidence of increasing inequality and class formation, and the recognition that the relationship between the new states and the metropoles of global power was imperialist. This disjunction between definition and reality ushered in a period of theoretical challenges to the conventional conceptualization of ideology, history, class, economy, and change, and to a movement away from the old orthodoxy. A counter-trust, born out of animus, emerged. As Fagan writes, with overtones of anger and even desperation at times. Literature sought to move to the center of attention aspects of reality currently unattended to in development thinking. It sought to rescue for both thought and action the dark, exploitative, asymmetrical, and difficult-to-change elements in the development equation. As such, the literature was in part counter-paradigmatic in its origins, an alternative way to represent the causes, consequences, and persistence of underdevelopment. Gradually in African studies an intellectual flood tide of opposition spread and developed into a new paradigm. The new paradigm stresses the interconnectedness of development and underdevelopment, of tradition and modern, and indeed of everything in general. It sees many conflicts and clashes of interest between nations and social classes within the underdeveloped countries. It stresses historical factors, specifically the active creation of development of underdevelopment. It speaks of imperialism and capitalism, of social formation, mode of production, and class. In the language of Marx, it sees development as a revolutionary break rather than a continuing evolution from the present, and it advocates socialism. This shift in the analytic offered, among other things, self-reliance as a way out of the doldrums of underdevelopment. Operationally, this implied disengagement from the international capitalist system, restructuring of internal power relations, and the pursuit of collective self-reliance. The first was intended to decrease significantly the vulnerabilities of African societies to outside manipulation, heteronymous development, and the resultant diminution. Introduction 3. Shin of autonomy. The second would bring closer the relationship and synchrony between the dominated majority and the institutional loci of power, and, finally, collective self-reliance would facilitate solidarity among groups and forces in other countries struggling to create conditions in which self-reliant development could become a reality. Somalia was one of the few African states whose leadership, at the start of the 70s, embraced this new worldview. The Somali conjuncture. On the afternoon of October 15, 1969, President Abdel Rashid Kali Sharmarki of Somalia was gunned down in a remote northern outpost. Less than a week later, on October 21, members of the Somali military and police forces declared the eclipse of the civilian regime and the rise of a new revolutionary order. Within days, the leaders of the coup told the nation, and the rest of the world, that Somalia's 9-year experience of Western-style capitalist democracy had produced such social, political, and economic scourges that it had to be ended. The new government argued that Somalia's decolonization process did not result in actual independence. Rather, the consequences were worsening living standards for the majority, the abuse of national institutions, dangerous external dependency, and a deteriorating state of social fission. In January 1971, after some initial hesitation, the Supreme Revolutionary Council issued its policy program. General Siad Barre, leader of the council, expressed the direction of the changes this way. For us, socialism is simply a system in which the state takes the primary responsibility for political, social, and economic development of the nation. Socialism denies the right of private interests to override the national interest. By 1972, Somalia seemed to have embarked on a quest for a progressive and socialist-oriented political economy. In fact, this change appeared so convincing that the leading academic authority on Somalia, perhaps in an unguarded moment, affirmed. Whatever his personal feelings about military governments, the visitor familiar with the country in the old days of corrupt and neocolonial parliamentary rule can scarcely avoid being impressed by some striking manifestations of revolutionary progress. Lewis was not alone in his positive observations. In the mid-70s, the literature on Somalia reflected a view as to the efficacy of the new order. It seemed that Somalia was moving steadily towards a promising future, one that included national control of economic development, democratization, and mass participation in decision-making processes, and the extension of some basic rights to women, and that other African states could learn lessons from it. In the light of this early approval, what could be said about it a decade and a half later? How justified were those endorsements of Somalia's direction? Has Somalia created a viable response to what Barron calls the morphology of backwardness, or was the whole engagement mere populist rhetoric, or some reality in between? In short, just what has become of the Somalia project? That is the essential question addressed in this work, and the following proposition forms the focus of this research. If the Somali attempt at self-reliance has been successful, then the major economic, political, military, and ideological molding institutions should have produced programs and policies characterized by autocentric, demilitarized, participatory, and anti-imperialist directions. Organizationally, this work is divided into two sections. Part 1, the history, comprises chapters 1 to 4. These set the main themes constituting the basement material to the making of present-day Somalia. Part 2, contemporary Somalia, is a juxtaposition of the rhetoric and reality in this era of revolutionary politics, concluding by taking stock of Somalia in the Part 1. To save 40 million inhabitants of the United Kingdom from bloody civil war, we must acquire new lands to settle the surplus population. To provide new markets. If you want to avoid civil war, you must become imperialists. Cecil Rhodes, 1895. Somalis, arise from sleep. Catastrophe has fallen on the land. The unbelievers have deceived you. Since you have failed to continue the jihad, do not be dazzled by their gifts. They carry a lethal poison. They'll wrest your weapons from you. You'll be like defenseless women. They'll take away your livestock, putting their brand on it. They'll live on them alone. They'll snatch your money and your land. Brothers, what sort of country can it be, where people fall into slavery to them on every side? Syed Maximud Kabdil Zassan, 1920. 1. The process of induction. In this chapter we seek to establish the main characteristics of the Soma Hmihu and the subsequent introduction from the outside of temporal and non-temporal activities, intrusions that were to play a vital role in shaping the Somali experience. The Somali milieu. Origins. It is difficult to determine with precision the origins of the Somali people and how long they have inhabited their present-day territories. However, Somali mythology links the genesis of the people of the area to an ancient communion between the African peoples of the hinterland and visitors from the Arabian Peninsula, with particular ties to the Prophet Maximud's family roots. Other sources suggest that the Somali identity and their settlements in the Horn of Africa hark back, at least, 2,000 years. Even Professor Cass Annaly acknowledges the paucity of documentation and artifacts to set the record straight or obviate the immense problems faced by a researcher who wishes to open up the social, economic, and political attributes of the communities who inhabited the ancient and mythical land of Punt. What we do know about the early Somalis and their contemporary descendants, however, is that they have a common language, lineages which go back to a few common forefathers, share an Islamic faith, and a highly decentralized way of life that is overwhelmingly pastoral. More concretely, the pastoralist economic structure of the early Somalis was communal, which meant that every household or family was an autonomous unit which contained an entire economy, forming as it an independent center of production. However, the social formation that grew out of this mode of production, one basically propelled by the production for use value, was not totally atomistic. Rather, these contingent groups or households were loosely linked, especially in times of need, by clan affiliations. As Marx writes, 1. Where the individual family chief settled in the forests, long distances apart, the commune exists, already from outward observation, only in the periodic gathering together of the commune members, although their society in itself is posited in their ancestry, language, common past and history, etc. The commune thus appears as a coming together, not as a being together, as a unification made up of independent subjects, and not as a unity / The characteristics listed above denote a certain homogeneity among the Somalis. Nonetheless, the picture is incomplete without mention of the fundamental cultural traits that have influenced Somali life, such as Dainism and religion, the latter an arrival of a much later date. The import of these aspects for this study lies in the ways and forms by which they nucleate with the issues of central concern, politics and development, and the mix which results from this at significant junctures of the Somali experience. Moreover, since the interdependence of the mode of production and culture is a basic to the assumptions of this study, it is necessary to underscore the nature of each of these salient elements. Kinship. Despite the fact of Somali homogeneity, particularly by contrast with most African states, close study reveals the divisions of the Somali people into clan families and subfamilies. These divisions still play an important part in shaping the politics of the area. At certain times, particularly when facing an external enemy, Dainism, as an apogee of unity, has been a source of solidarity. On other occasions it has produced dangerous sectarian tendencies. Figure 1. 1. Is a genealogical map of Somalia's main clan families and their major lineage segment. Some crucial points need to be noted. First, the Somali people are broadly divided into two categories based on their economic vocation, i.e., the partially sedentary southern communities, and the predominantly pastoral groups in the rest of the territory. Second, the Sab are composed of two clan families, whereas the Somal comprise four clan families. Third, the clan families break down into numerous lineage segments that reach to even the third or fourth generation of a particular family. The classification of the Somali people into these clan families and segments had social functions. Traditionally, in the very different and highly decentralized pastoral settings, the lineage segments were the mechanisms by which individuals came together to help each other. This was particularly germane in the open Somali territories where the struggle for very scarce resources, especially water and pasture, always carried with it the potential for internecine wars. The actual form this cooperation took was called the Dia, a collective blood-paying program. For example, in a situation where a member of a certain lineage segment committed murder, his group would be held collectively responsible for the standard payment of 100 camels for males and 50 for females. Significant evidence of gender inequality, to the relatives of the deceased. It is necessary to observe here, however, that, as populations grew, it was rare for this mechanism to involve the whole clan family, and did so only in situations of extreme seriousness. Other functions of these social bonds included care of the young, the old, the infirm, and the facilitation of weddings and burials. Despite these networks of kinship's responsibilities, however, the main characteristic of pastoral Somali communities has been the absence of central power and the consequent fragmentation of authority. Religion. Alfred North Whitehead defined religion as a system of general truths which have the effect of transforming character when they are sincerely held and vividly apprehended. For the Somalis, Islam is their system of general truths. The Islamic faith was brought to the Somali coast by proselytizing Arab sheikhs from across the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. Here too the exact dates are elusive, but Trimingham puts the Islamic winning of Barabara coastal places around AD 1154. Others, like August Nimitz, put that date around the middle of the 8th century. It seems, then, that the social traits induced by the mode of production, kinship relations, and the later instruction of Islam have a significant place in the overall scheme of this research. This is especially true if we consider the way the Somali people, through the years, utilized these attributes to respond to the challenges they faced from internal politics, external pressures, and the struggle for self-reliance. Kinship therefore is a social institution with a double-edged sword, serving both as a tool of divisiveness and fragmentation as well as buttressing a move in the opposite direction, i.e., a centripetal force. Moreover, where kinship is basically ascriptive, Islam imports a universalistic criterion for identification. Of course, the routes or directions which kinship and Islamic beliefs will take at any given time cannot be determined a priori. On the contrary, both variables are susceptible to mutual interaction, and, more importantly, to the intervention of other factors, such as class relations. Pre-colonial interactions. Since the 10th century, the Somali coast has been a conduit for trade relations between Somali pastoralists in the interior and regional centers in southeastern Africa, Egypt, and the coastal ports of Arabia, Persia, and China. Although this penetration by the Arabs of the Somali coastal areas dates back to the misty days of antiquity, a time when the country was called the Land of Punt, Lewis suggests that certainly, shortly after Hijra, Muslim Arabs and Persians were developing a string of coastal settlements in Somaliland. These early contacts, with the Arabs in particular, were both economic and religious. Commercially speaking, though moneized relations did not arrive in the hinterland at this early period, the journals of such travelers as the North. The process of induction 1. 3. African Ibn Battuta speak of the flourishing business that was the hallmark of such Somali coastal towns as Salak on the Red Sea and Mogadishu on the Indian Ocean. Salak became increasingly important because of its geographical position as one of the vital outlets for Abyssinian commercial ties with the outside world, mainly Arabia and the Orient, and its strategic location as the exchange center between pastoralist export products such as hides and skins, ghee, grain and precious gems, and such imports as iron, cloth, and weapons. Mogadishu and the other southern towns, on the other hand, became the equivalents of Salak as commercial outposts in southern Somalia. It is crucial to note here, however, that, despite the importation of coarse cotton by the hinterland, Richard Burton, who visited the Somali territory in the early 1850s, recorded great manufacturing of cotton cloths in Harar, a capability later overwhelmed by the onslaught of cheaper European and American products. Arab and other Middle Eastern infiltration of the area was also religiously motivated. The spreading of Islam gave the arrivals another tool for legitimating their newly acquired position in the Somali territory. Much like others have done with their faiths before and after them, the Arabs and their Islamic cohorts, through their literacy and business and trading proclivities, used the power of evangelism to settle and intermarry with their Somali hosts. They strategically positioned themselves with the establishment of a local upper class linked to the external seats of religious and regional mercantilist powers, such as the Yemenis and the Omanis. These early developments probably carried with them the kernels of two pivotal features of contemporary Somalia. First, the pedigree of the Fusert petite bourgeoisie that would be thrust forward to play a vital role on the Somali political and economic stage, and, second, the role the nomads were assigned by the evolving structures. Describing the latter, Trimingham writes, "The role of the nomads is important, yet they exercised little direct influence. Their role was largely unconscious, through their dispersion affecting settled regions, through cultural assimilation and the absorption of pagans into their tribal structure by assimilation and clientage. Loaning nomads provided a vital link with the wider Muslim world through the caravan trade they monopolized." Unlike some writings that gloss over African contradictions or attempt to portray a pre-colonial Africa that was bucolic and immune to exploitative relations and unequal exchange, most of the available commentaries on pre-colonial Somalia strongly suggest the evolving economic and, later, political antagonisms between the bulk of pastoralists in the hinterland and budding commercial interests in the Somali coastal areas. Economically, in the Horn, a state of a much more formed class differentiation prevailed amongst the sedentary Abyssinians than in the case of the pastoral communities of the neighboring Somali areas. In fact, Richard Burton, on that first visit to Salak in the 1850s, documents the passage. 14. Through that town of some 600 to 1,000 Abyssinian slaves en route to destinations like Hodeidah and Jeddah on the other side of the Red Sea. In the case of the Somali pastoralists, there is little evidence of their enslavement. What does emerge from travelers' notes, however, is a growing degree of unequal exchange between commodities produced by the pastoralists and the items they imported. For instance, Burton points to how coarse British sheets, which by the early 19th century had supplanted Harar's production, would double Aden value in Salak and quadruple in the countryside. In a more explicit passage, describing the now familiar set of relations, he explains. He is bound to receive a little tobacco, a few beads, a bit of coarse cotton, or on great occasions, a penny looking glass and a cheap German razor, in return for his slaves, ivories, hides, gems, milk, and grain. Degree. This system of induction, albeit unequal, which by the time of Burton's arrival was maturing into strong currents, facilitated the incorporation of the pastoral communities into the larger global system. More to the point, as Ahmed explains, long-distance trade brings into mutual relations societies that are ignorant of each other, that is to say, it brings together products whose cost of production in one society is not known in the other, and scarce goods for which substitutes cannot be found, so that the social groups that engage in this trade hold a monopoly position from which they profit. This long-distance trade plays a decisive role when the surplus that the local dominant classes can extract from the producers within the formation is limited, owing to the less advanced level of development of the productive forces, to difficult natural conditions or to successful resistance by the village community. In these cases, long-distance trade makes possible through the monopoly profit it permits, the transfer of part of the surplus from one society to another. The inception and subsequent development of incorporation were not wholly due to the ingenuity of these foreign Middle Eastern actors. Rather, the incoming traders were able to recruit Somali middlemen to smooth things over. THTST Abans were also used as escorts, interpreters, and paid agents in these transactions. More to the point, Burton tells us that, despite the appearance of business-like arrangements between the Abans and their patrons, the allegiance to each other was such that the Aban would fight against his countrymen, or even his clan, to protect his patron. This new element in Somali society, which encouraged the dilution of kin loyalty and ushered in an attachment to a foreign source of power, would seem to presage latter-day politics of clientelism, and, moreover, a modern analyst would probably argue that the Abans were the precursors of the links that the process of induction 1. 5. Chain peripheral states of Africa to the tributary system. Goyilyan, who traveled the Somali coast a few years before Burton, also documents how the pastoralists were being exploited in foreign trade exchanges by both Middle Eastern traders and Somdai Abans. Further, he notes that the consequences of these unequal transactions were usually the sinking of the nomads into indebtedness. Politically, the development of these external relationships began to impact gradually on the political organizations of the Somalis. Traditionally, the clans had created for themselves an authority structure which seemed suitable to the nomadic mode of living. The apex of this structure manifested itself in the position of the Ugas, the symbolic head of the clan. In reality, however, the Ugas, particularly in the northern areas of the Somali territories, never did acquire anything resembling the potency of fabled chief in many other parts of Africa. On the contrary, the Ugas was basically a convenient figurehead and possessed little institutionalized authority. The political consequence of this arrangement was a diffused hierarchical authority and power structure amongst the pastoralists in the interior, where the head of the household, usually the father, made the fundamental decisions that affected the family directly. As Lewis aptly suggests, this mode of power relations was characteristic of the nomadic existence, so that the plurality and dispersion of decision-making verged on anarchy. In the commercial coastal towns, this traditional authority structure was slowly undermined. As foreign traders began to settle and ports like Salak became important, a town governor was appointed or created. We can suggest at least three purposes and aims for this institution. First, to introduce a semblance of bureaucracy to nomadic culture, especially since town dwellers were breaking away from that way of life. Second, to buttress the system of unequal exchange with some coercive powers, and, more significantly for the long haul, to redesign, even if serendipitously at first, the centuries-old Somali tradition of Spartan democracy, so as to complement the functioning of the new arrangements. To sum up, the arrival of Middle Eastern and other traders on the Somali coast inducted the peoples of the area into a larger, far-flung, and more intense set of human activities. By the time 19th century travelers like Gillian and Burton were traversing the Somali territory, the commercial tentacles of the Arabs and other traders were drawing the pastoralists into vulnerable positions. Furthermore, some of their old political practices and decision-making methods were also being corroded. In both spheres of Somali life, therefore, we see the development of economic conceptions of power and politics. Finally, towards the latter stages of this period, mid-19th century, another crucial dimension of world history, which did not bode well for the Somalis of the Horn, was unfolding. This was the imperial expansion of Europe and the resultant colonization of the area. 1-6. The European onslaught and the advent of colonialism. The introduction of European influence into the Somali territory was characterized by plunder and pillage. For example, in 1516, Salak, which Burton later described as the great market of those ports, was overrun and burned to the ground by the Portuguese. Happy Face, later, in the 16th and 17th centuries, the Portuguese committed similar acts of destruction against other trading cities in southern Somalia. Despite these brutal invasions, however, the first very nominal steps towards official incorporation were taken by the vast and sprawling Ottoman Empire in the 17th century. In 1865, with the race for overseas territories quickening, the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire awarded the Somali commercial coastal towns to the Egyptians. 9 years later, Salak and Berbera, among others, fell under the suzerainty of the Khedive of Egypt, who, though officially under the Ottoman Empire, was for all practical purposes autonomous enough to have his own goals and ambitions around the Red Sea area. However, Egyptian aspirations to absolute control over Somali territory met with serious difficulties. Though they secured northern outposts like Salak and Berbera, a decade of strong British containment in the south, and Ethiopian resistance to further penetration after the loss of Harar, resulted in a temporary standoff, but this did not last long as the full attention of the Khedive was demanded by the Sudanese nationalist uprisings under the Mahdi. A few years after the Egyptian withdrawal, the Ethiopians moved into Harar. According to Lewis, the first formal treaty between a Somali clan and a European authority was signed in 1827. On the Somali side, the signatory was the head of one of the lineage segments of the Isaac clan family, while, for the British, it was a representative of the British East Africa Company. Happy Face, for the British this was an attempt to ensure the safe passage of their cargo ships along the Somali coast en route to British interests in East Africa and the Orient. This became even more important after a Somali attack on a British ship, the Mary Ann, in 1825. Second, the coast was perceived as a strategic location for future expansion into areas around the Indian Ocean and as a possible gateway to richer inland territories. Further, despite Arab and Middle Eastern dominance of economic and trade activity in the coastal areas, by the middle of the century American, German, and French traders, amongst the earliest emissaries of fledgling imperial capital, began to call on southern Somali coastal towns like Bara. Their overriding interests were to procure such raw materials as hides, skins, and vegetable oils for their burgeoning industries at home. The watershed in the British-Somali relationship was the British occupation of the port of Aden in 1839–40 in order to establish a way station to India. It was from Aden that Burton set out on his famous terced footsteps into East Africa. Soon, Aden and its newly arrived military personnel needed a source of meat supplies. Happy Face, with an abundance of sheep, goats, cattle, and camels, and so close to Aden, the Somali coast was a convenient logistical choice. With that 1/8 realization, 2 new agreements were signed with the budding Somali communities in the coastal towns. Moreover, when the Suez Canal opened for business, the real strategic significance of the Somali coastal towns was underscored by the posting of vice-consuls to Berbera, Salak, and Bulaksar under the direct guidance of the British administration in Aden. Degree as an indication of the extent of the trade between British Aden and the northern Somali coast, Brockett has calculated that practically 100% of Aden's imported cattle and sheep were from the Somali coast. By 1886, the British had signed enough formal treaties with clan representatives to transform that part of the Somali territories into the British Somaliland Protectorate. A number of crucial consequences of the growing British involvement in the life of the Somalis must be noted. First, as Lewis has shown, the British did not have ambitious programs for the development of the colony. Happy face, on the contrary, their policy was to assure the supply of meat with minimal responsibility for, and attention to, local development needs. It could be argued that, since the Somali territory had few known and comparatively lucrative resources and a small and fragmented population, there was no compelling reason for the British to spend resources on development. There is a grain of truth to this. However, more critical analysis suggests that the Somali economy, in this case the North, was being inserted into the capitalist world system in order to subordinate the local economy to the needs of the British imperial system. Even if this particular Somali connection was rather unimportant in itself, its significance must be seen in the context of being one small cog in the assembling of a global British imperialist network. Second, in this way the Soma HS in the northern frontier district with Kenya became part of the British administration in East Africa. Third, the new foreign demands strengthened the economic and social positions of both XHT Abans and other indigenous agents of foreign traders. Finally, these actions whetted the imperial appetites of other European powers and the old expansionistic Abyssinian rulers. Thus, we must account briefly for French, Italian, and Ethiopian activities in the Horn. Unlike the British, who at first did not show a burning interest in the Horn, the French were very keen. At least three main reasons can be discerned for this. First, they had trade ambitions in that they suspected the existence of fabulous riches inland, particularly in Abyssinia. Second, since the British in Aden were not always cooperative in sharing their new base, the French needed their own coaling station for the long journey to Madagascar and their possessions in Indochina. Finally, the French recognized that they were in the midst of a competitive power struggle with other ambitious Europeans. In the 1830s and 1840s, some exploratory scientific trips were made to areas as far as the Kingdom of Shoa, where a treaty was secured in 1843. Nearly 2 decades later, the French representative made contact with the Sultan of one of the traditional and rising merchant families of the Gulf of Tajura, to the east of the present city of Djibouti. Henry Lambert's ambitions were cut short, however, when he was killed on one of his visits to the Sultan. Despite this, the French were not discouraged. In 1862, they were able to bring the Sultan's the process of induction 19 cousin to Paris and sign a treaty with him, confirming the concession of Abak and the whole coast, for which the French paid 1,000 thalers. All of these activities were conducted without the explicit acceptance of the French government. In fact, most transactions were handled by Frenchmen not directly connected to the French state. Private initiative, with the tacit blessing of official authority, was mainly responsible for these early beachheads. By 1883, 4 French trading companies were established in the area: the Compagnie Franco-Ethiopienne, the Société Frangus de Abak, the Factor Aries Frangus, and the Compagnie Le Minier. 5 years later, French authority over what became French Somaliland was sealed by an Anglo-French treaty which demarcated the boundaries of the newly acquired possession. This intrusion of imperialism into the Horn had at least 2 immediate effects. 1. It bifurcated the Somali pastoralists in the area, example the Issa clan was split, with some falling into the French sphere and others into the British. Second, it resulted in the creation of an alliance between the Abyssinian ruling classes and the French colonial authorities. This relationship was later exploited, especially in the acquisition of weapons, by the Ethiopian monarchy and its supporting feudal lords to conquer and subjugate the Oromus in southeastern Ethiopia and, to the present day, to entertain a claim to Djibouti. The Italians were late into the race for territory in Africa. Partly this was due to internal preoccupation with unification. However, once this had been achieved, the desire for imperial grandeur surfaced. Scholars have suggested at least two reasons: 1. Overpopulation on the peninsula, which industry was incapable of absorbing as a workforce, and 2. The need for overseas markets, as American and British protectionist tendencies frustrated their industrialists' ambitions to break into global trade. Happy face. Italian designs manifested themselves first in the purchase of the Eritrean port of Assab in 1870. Their interest in southern Somalia did not emerge until 1889, a momentous year for Italian activities in the Horn. First, the Somali sultanates of Hobyo and Kidal on the northeastern coast were induced into Italian protection by annual payments to their ruling houses. Second, the newly proclaimed Abyssinian emperor, Menelik II, signed the infamous Treaty of Uxyali. Arranged by the Italians as a Trojan horse for colonizing Ethiopia, it led to the humiliating defeat of the Italians at the historic Battle of Adwa in 1896. The thrust of Italian ventures into Somalia was spearheaded by an Italian trader, Vincenzo Filonardi, who was based in Zanzibar, the nominal ruling sultanate of the southern Somali coast and a local power in that area of the Indian Ocean. Filonardi alerted the Italian authorities to the intense scramble for East Africa by other European states, who then gave him permission to start negotiating with Zanzibar. After some disagreements, an understanding was reached through the mediation of the good offices of the director of the British East Africa Company. In 1893, the Filonardi Company was granted concessions over the southern Somali coast in lieu of rent-like payments to Zanzibar. The towns of Bara, Merka, and Mogadishu fell under Italian 20 influence, while a co-occupation with the British of the port of Kismayu, later to be totally transferred to the Italians, was agreed upon. Soon after this, the company ran into serious problems, not the least of which was solvency. In 1896, after brief management by the Italian government, a new firm, the Commercial Company of Banather, was organized and given reign over the area. The management of the new company was more determined to acquire territory and make its venture more worthwhile than its predecessor. Besides appropriating some of the most fertile territories in Somalia, it coerced Somali cultivators in the area into virtual slave labor. Only after the company's avaricious policies became public, and because of the rising tide of Somali agitation, particularly in the north, did the Italian state take direct control of southern Somalia. This was in 1905. With the exception of Liberia, Ethiopia was the only African nation to maintain its independence from European imperialism, a preservation gained by resoundingly defeating the Italians in 1896. Despite this brave stand, however, most students of the Horn identify the continuing presence of strong currents of Ethiopian colonial ambitions. Happy face, put differently, while the Europeans were busy establishing their claims, another kind of expansion and conquest was underway inside Ethiopia. Menelik, still only the Lord of Shoa in the 1880s, was already reaching for Oromo and Somali territories to the southeast and east. Moreover, when he ascended to the throne in 1889, further expansion was accelerated. We can identify three underlying factors for Ethiopia's colonial appetite. First, according to a circular note distributed by Menelik to the European colonizers in 1891, Ethiopia claimed a domain that encompassed almost all of northeastern Africa, from Khartoum to the north and the Indian Ocean to the east, including all the Somali territories. While today this is the actual boundaries of my empire, I shall endeavor, if God gives me life and strength, to re-establish the ancient frontiers of Ethiopia up to Khartoum, and as far as Lake Nyanza with. Second, Menelik, foreseeing the onslaught of the Europeans, devised his own version of a territorial Maginot Line to deter their thrust. Third, since the Ethiopian ruling feudal lords under Menelik were already engaged in their own expansionist policies, an outlet to the sea for commercial purposes, especially arms supplies, seemed a strategic necessity. Ethiopia's newest incursion into Somali territory, then, dates back to the taking over of the city of Harar after the Egyptian withdrawal in 1876. From there on, the squeezing of Somali pastoralists from so many sides was in place. Britain, in particular, but France and Italy as well, acquiesced in the Ethiopian push. In fact, the French withdrew 100 kilometers into their French Somali coast, leaving Ethiopia free to move in, while the British, through the Treaty of 1897, abandoned 67,000 miles of Somali territory, the Ogaden, to Ethiopia. The process of induction 21. Conclusion. In his study of the incorporation of East Central Africa into the global system, Alpers suggests that the historical roots of underdevelopment in East Central Africa must be sought in the system of international trade which was established by the Arabs by the 13th century, seized and extended by the Portuguese in the 16th and 17th centuries, and finally by a complex admixture of Indian, Arab, and Western capitalism. *degree. This survey of the Somali past corroborates Alpers' judgments about the historical range and complexity of underdevelopment in East Africa. Ours adds African complicity to the inception of colonialism and domination, specifically, Ethiopian connivance and participation. Indeed, by the dawn of the 20th century, Somali society had gone through a number of interconnecting processes of induction into the evolving larger regional and global systems. First, pre-colonial pastoral Somali territories had been gradually encroached on by Middle Eastern and other Asian traders. Second, in the 18th and 19th centuries European colonialism had established itself in the Somali areas. Both these historical developments had a heavy impact upon Somali society. The Arabs built the first bridgeheads for external onslaught and this facilitated the creation of an incipient category of Somali collaborators, ex-Tiabans in particular, who were to become the predecessors of the petite bourgeoisie. The result was a gradual shifting from a subsistence economy to market pastoralism. Moreover, what local industries there were, such as Banadir and Harar cloth manufacturing, were destroyed by cheaper British and American textile products. Other major consequences of the colonial processes were, the imposition of the colonial state, the division of Somali territories into 5 colonial outposts, 2 for Britain, and 1 each for France, Italy, and Ethiopia, and, in certain cases, such as Italy, legitimation of the appropriation of land and the subsequent coercion of labor, or the exacting of tribute in the Ethiopian imperialized areas. From the Somali perspective, these profound changes brought in their wake negative economic, political, and social ramifications. In the words of a Somali poet of the time, the British, the Ethiopians, and the Italians are squabbling. The country is snatched and divided by whosoever is stronger. The country is sold piece by piece without our knowledge, and for me, this is the teeth of the last days. As in most situations of such dialectical dimensions, other Somali reactions were not long in forthcoming. 2. Proto-nationalism and the Somali response. In this chapter we examine the Soma-H reaction to imperialist penetration in the first 2 decades of the century. The politicization of religion. The arrival of colonialism in the Horn of Africa, particularly in the Somali territories, complicated an already hard and demanding way of life because the subjugation of the Somali people to the whims of outside powers was an experience antithetical to their segmented and highly decentralized way of life. Somali resentment of alien infiltration and rule dates back at least to the years between 1528 and 1535. It was then that the Muslims of the Horn were successful in rolling back the Abyssinian Empire under Emperor Lebna Dengel. Only with the aid and help of Portugal, in the name of Christian solidarity, was the empire able to recoup and defeat the forces of Imam Ahmed Gran, the left-handed. These 16th century wars between the Somalis and the Abyssinians left indelible marks upon the consciousness of successive generations of Amharas and Somalis. A matter of some import for the politics of the area and the prospects for self-reliant development. In short, although there are some traces of early Somali struggles and proto-nationalist tendencies against foreign domination, most of the period since the glory days of Ahmed Gran was spent in perennial clan squabbles and in contentions over the very limited resources of the Somali territories. It was not until the intrusion of colonialism, with its immediately alienating policies, that the fires of Somali rebellion were again ignited. Before analyzing the meaning and magnitude of the Somali response to the imperialist onslaught, it is necessary to comment on the larger dialectical reaction of most of the societies that felt the pressures of European expansion. Only within that context, can the struggles in the Somali terrain be fully understood. Towards the end of the 18th and for most of the 19th centuries, many people in countries that had become targets of European expansion wondered what was to become of them. In the Arab and African world, where this onslaught was gathering momentum, a shared sense of alarm developed. Pro-nationalism and the Somali response 25. And as one territory after another fell to outside forces and the outlines of new asymmetric relationships began to crystallize, local peoples, particularly those outside the collaborationist categories, argued and struggled over what was to be done. Increasingly, their indignation and disdain sought some native source of explanation and a cultural mooring that could buttress a counterattack. In the Muslim world, of which the Somalis were now full members, the cultural force most conducive to this sprouting of a counteroffensive was Islam. As one student of religion and change aptly put it, colonial rule had a great effect on the policies of religion. Colonials were usually of another faith, and in the face of economic exploitation, discrimination, and cultural disruption, the conquered people soon fell back upon the one factor that could unite them and form a basis for an awakening national consciousness, their native religion. The distinctive features that the Islamic faith offered its adherents, akin to rebellious Christians of a few centuries earlier, were two. First, there were already established organizations, the Sufi orders, and second, these orders had potential for being transformed into instruments for secular struggles. Generically speaking, the Sufi orders grew from the main order, the Qadiriya, created by the great Muslim saint Abdul Qadir Jilani in the 12th century. However, in the following centuries, varying interpretations and readings of the scriptures and the Prophet's sermons led to splinters and the foundation of neo-Sufi movements. At this early stage we ought to dispel the possible impression that all Muslim brotherhoods were fiercely anti-imperialist. Martin reveals that we can broadly categorize these movements into three groups on the basis of their reaction to the mounting envelopment by imperialism and colonialism: the rebels and resistors whose call was struggle, the moderates who occasionally created rebellions but mostly went about their pedagogical works in mysticism, and the conservatives who were untroubled and untouched by the upheavals around them, and who practiced Islam largely divorced from its social environment or openly collaborated with the new rulers. These points will be commented upon in the discussion of the Somali response to colonial penetration. Here we need only identify the basic characteristics of the brotherhoods. Degree 1. The brotherhoods believed in the living spirit of the great prophet, and his inspiration through the founder of the order. 2. The degree of control and power given to the leader of the order, the sheikh, was almost complete. 3. The brotherhoods were voluntaristic. 4. Unlike other schools of mysticism, the orders were distinguished by their introduction of a collective and organized spirit into mysticism. 5. What made the brotherhoods withstand the pressures of fragmentation were members' experiences in congregational activities. These religious bonds were created as individuals went through the dhikris, ceremonies. 26. That celebrated Islam through intensive and concentrated recitation of hymns, parts of the Quran, and other aspects of Islamic literature. 6. Further, this procedure emphasized the spiritual and emotional communion with Allah, the Prophet, and the immediate spiritual leader. Such activities, fused with intensive psychic devotion, were the connective tissues that linked a mystic leader to his followers, the followers themselves, and also separated them from the surrounding community. 7. The Brotherhood's method of organization introduced ways and means of vertically and, to a certain extent, horizontally integrating inchoate groups, and the possible novel redefinition of old individual loyalty to the group. 8. Confronted with the unrelenting penetration of colonialism, the Brotherhoods revived the utility of the concepts of hijra and jihad as tactics and strategies to be deployed in the heat of the struggle. The two concepts complement each other. Nigra, theoretically, meant the need for the faithful to migrate and regroup when under the pressure of superior forces. Jihad stood for the disciplined and almost millennial struggle to protect their communities and culture, and safeguard their values from being overrun by the armed infidels. 9. Since the Brotherhood scorned the intrusion of colonialism and the consequent accommodative and hybrid culture being generated in those areas where imperialistic diffusion was successful, they offered their own countervision. This had two components. One was disparaging of the prevailing situation. They cast colonialism as unholy, corrupt, and humiliating. The other, which was the result of pious thinking and zealous watchfulness, produced prolix descriptions of virtuous life under Islamic glory and goodness. With the penetration of imperialism and the continuing growth of the militant brotherhoods, the stage was set in many parts of the Islamic world for a collision. The form and character of these confrontations depended on many factors, not the least local peculiarities. However, the militant brotherhoods, despite their mystical tendencies, understood and, consequently, rebelled against the culturally dehumanizing propensities of the alien forces and their allies. With this broader theoretical picture in mind, let us shift to a more specific situation and pick up the Somali trail again. The intrepidity of Sayyid Maximud Kabdil Zassan. Somali Islamic awareness and consciousness of this new brotherhood spirit has been dated to as early as 1820. Nonetheless, by the 1880s, Sayyid Kabdil Qadir Jilani's Qadiriya order was the established Sufism in the Somali territories. But this order, particularly in its Somali variant, was not politically vibrant nor a breeding ground for local challenges to the impinging imperial enclosures. On the contrary, most scholars suggest the Qadiriya 27 leaders and settlements, especially in the coastal towns where the colonial administration set up its bases, were either apolitical or, in most cases, acquiesced to the new administration from Berbera to Mogadishu. The Qadiris accepted the presence of imperialism, separated their spiritual and secular activities, and went about the business of tolerating the colonial regime. It was in the midst of this state of affairs that Maximud Kabdil Zassan, a religious rebel and militant nationalist, burst onto the stage of Somali history. Maximud Kabdil Zassan was born in 1856 near Buahudal * waterholes in the eastern section of what later became the British part of the partitioned Somali territory. That division of the Somali country, as discussed in the preceding chapter, allowed Ethiopia to take over large tracts of land, notably the Ogaden. Several miles from where he was born, the new colonial boundaries artificially left Maximud's kinsmen, the Ogaden, under the imperial subordination of Ethiopia. Maximud came from a deeply religious family in which far-flung pilgrimages in pursuit of religious enlightenment were common. Young Maximud spent his childhood years in that part of the Somali territory that was peripherally conjoined to long-distance trade routes and far from the growing centers of commerce. However, the environment in which Maximud grew up was one haunted by primordial feuds and vendettas. Happy face, in his teenage years, Maximud was already competent in the Quran, a significant achievement for any Muslim, especially at so young an age. A decade later, and after exhausting both the cultural training and religious education offered by his surrounding community, he embarked on a peripatetic learning style which became the central object of his endeavors for the next decade. This took Maximud as far as the city of Harar, and wherever else word came from regarding the presence of a learned Muslim. The Sayyid spent nearly 10 years of his life traveling in all regions of Somali country. He would not hear of a sheikh in the country who specialized in any field of knowledge, except he would go to study with him. He sat under him as a student and seeker until he absorbed all he had to offer, then he would go to another. In this way, he acquired all that the Somali and Arab sheikhs could give him, and the number of these teachers reached 72 sheikhs. Having virtually tapped all the available educational resources, Ahmed made known his ambition to go to the seat of the Islamic faith, Mecca. In 1894 that journey was undertaken. The most immediate reason for the trip was to make the pilgrimage Hajj, an obligation for any Muslim who can afford it. Ahmed stayed in Mecca for at least 18 months, far longer than the few weeks it takes for an ordinary Muslim to satisfy the requirements of the Hajj. Mecca was then one of the major centers of the Islamic world, where countless numbers of the faithful congregated, studied, and discussed trans-Islamic ideas and issues. And it was in Mecca that Ahmed came under the 28th spell of a Sudanese Sayyid, Muhammad Saleh, founder and spiritual leader of the Salihiyya Brotherhood. This mystical sect was a branch of the upcoming Ahmadiyya order established in the Mecca area by Sayyid Ibn Idris al-Faisi, between the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The Ahmadiyya order, despite its sectarian characteristics, had one distinct feature: it was not a conventional or traditional spiritual order, but one strongly interested in religious reform. It was in the context of this religious reawakening that Ahmed was initiated into the Salihiyya and granted the spiritual authority to spread the sect's message around the Somali territories. He returned to the Somali country in 1895 crowned with two formidable achievements: the title of Haji, one who had made the pilgrimage, and that of Sayyid. The latter was more significant since it bestowed on Ahmed the respect and acknowledgement reserved only for the very specially learned and heaven-empowered few of the Muslim clergy. With great eagerness and intensity, the Sayyid established his first Salihiyya center in the coastal town of Berbera, then the British colonial headquarters, and becoming the most important port in the Northern Territories. He began to preach the Salihiyya philosophy, especially the negation of the practice tawassul, the mediation of saints for the faithful with Allah, which was one of the cornerstones of the Qadariyya order in the area. He also moved against specific social habits in the town, condemning the use of tobacco, alcohol, the chewing of karadzi, the tender leaves of a mild narcotic tree grown in the Horn of Africa, and even the drinking of coffee and tea. Stiff religious critiques and puritanical damnation of the few habits enjoyed by the Somali commercial communities did not endear the Sayyid to the people of Berbera. His admonishment of the sheikhs of the Qadariyya, who had been highly respected, struck a delicate chord and began to polarize the nature of Islamic practice in the township. Given the fact that there was no discernible contradiction between whatever recreational diversions, with the exception of alcoholic consumption, the Somalis of Berbera indulged in, and the practice of the Qadariyya, it is obvious why the Sayyid soon ran into opposition and disapproval. Unsurprisingly, his attempts at proselytization and conversion did not take off, and he became increasingly alienated from the community. While all this was happening among the Somalis, the British colonial administration, which had thus far mostly ignored the Somali territory, appointed a new administrator to the protectorate. Colonel J. Hayes Sadler came to Berbera in 1898 with some novel ideas about running the territory. He began by levying a new set of taxes, especially on export/import trade, to strengthen, in Marjorie Parham's metaphor, the iron grip of colonialism. For the new and coercive colonial posture to gain legitimacy, an indigenous social base had to be created. Hence, the cluster of native groups already linked to the colonial state, such as commercial groups, lowly bureaucratic adjuncts, and even theological leaders, became natural targets for the expanding structures. Samatar writes. He relieved the costly Indian garrison and replaced it. 29. With newly recruited and a small contingent of military police. So as to exercise some control over inland clans, he expanded the system of appointing akils who were held responsible for the conduct of their kin inland. The consul also cultivated excellent rapport with the local ulama, such as Sheikh Madar of Hargeisa and Agas, the chief Islamic magistrate degree. He also argues that the Sayyid's efforts in proselytization and evangelism in the area around the town of Berbera were most unsuccessful because The economy was booming and the religious arts flourishing under the Qadariya banner, and the majority of those who counted had too much interest in the status quo to be anxious for its disruption. This is cogent enough. However, Samatar's implicit reference to the embryonic class differences and interests in these coastal towns is not woven into the rest of his discussion, nor included amongst the forces involved in the making of modern Somali society. In fact, from this useful insight, the author returns to his idiosyncratic anthropological approach, and does not take the opportunity to elucidate, within an otherwise excellent study, the role and form of this particular social phenomenon. Given the lack of positive results in the Berbera area and the mutual antagonism, the Sayyid moved southeast into the hinterland of the territory, and recommenced his activities of religious revival. Scholars suggest that, following the Brotherhood line, this was the Sayyid's way of undertaking the hijra to regroup and redesign his strategy. Beyond the confines of the colonial township and in the open plains of the Ogaden, his religious recruitment took a new twist. Rather than isolating, from his perspective, the sacrilegious Somalis of the Berbera as the focus of his damnation, the Sayyid broadened his concern to include the British and Ethiopian colonial regimes. For, besides the inhospitableness of colonial Berbera, the last decade of the 19th century also saw devastating raids of despoilment by the Ethiopians on the Ogaden Somalis, in which over 100,000 head of cattle, 200,000 camels, and about 600,000 sheep and goats were exacted from the nomads. Happy Face, his preaching began to assume a more politically incisive nationalist form, articulated through the Islamic Salahiyya appeal. From around 1898, he started to enlist and organize Muslim fighters whom he called dervishes, collect firearms and prepare for an armed struggle with the British, their Somali auxiliaries, and the Ethiopians. Already acquiring a reputation as a very militant religious leader, he also made use of the Islamic approach to the secular world, the fusion and integration of the two spheres of life. As a result, while campaigning in the southeastern part of the territories among the settlements of his parents' lineage segments, his leadership widened to include issues that ordinarily would be construed outside the purview of theology. Among the secular matters covered were inter- and intraclan linkages, and their relations with the colonial authorities. In essence, the Sayyid began to see himself as a politico-religious leader of the Somali people. In fact, his sermons and speeches, mostly delivered in a superb poetic form, throw some light on the range of 30. Ambition and the terrain of struggle he envisioned for himself and his followers. Adorned with Quranic embellishments, the piece below illustrates the tenor of what was to come. Unbelieving men of religion have assaulted our country from their remote homelands. They wish to corrupt our religion, to force us to accept Christianity, supported by the armed forces of their governments, their weapons, their numbers. You have only your determination. Do not be frightened by their soldiers or armies, God is mightier than they. Be patient and steadfast in hardship. If I see persons who aid unbelievers by serving them as guides to water holes or along paths, they are their spies and agents, attack them. They are no Muslims, for the Prophet said, whoever bears arms against us is not of one of us. Our aim is to cleanse the land of unbelievers. The first successful engagement of the new dervish movement occurred in August 1899, when the Sayyid's 5,000 followers took over the town of Burko, less than 100 miles from Berbera. A few days later, to underline their contempt for the collaborationist Qadariya order, they raided the Sheikh settlement and massacred its inhabitants and razed it. In the aftermath of these daring forays into the British Protectorate, panic spread. The British, at this time involved in the Boer War in South Africa, did not respond to the challenge. Consequently, the FLFL/75 British created paid elders who ostensibly ruled the interior on behalf of the colonial administrator, felt endangered. Further, those lineage segments who refused to join the dervish struggle were subjected to such sanctions as confiscations of most of their herds. In sum, the political and economic fallout from the dervish activities in the area were, first, the trade routes between that part of the interior and the more secure coastal towns were seriously disrupted. Second, as security deteriorated, the clans who acquiesced in British rule felt unprotected, and third, the dervish challenge raised questions about Britain's credibility as a protector. Gaining in confidence, the Sayyid began to build alternative bureaucratic structures of governance. Samatar cites the establishment of four main bodies: the /ZW WW the Garhay / the Marrawain, and Rhetoric. The social and political meaning of these new structures will be discussed later. However, what is significant to note here is the movement's attempt to create the semblance of indigenous sources of authority. In early 1900, on the heels of their victories in the British area, the dervishes stormed the Ethiopian military station at Jigjiga to reclaim a huge stock of animals looted by the Ethiopians. Happy face, although they lost 170 men, they were victorious, restored part of the loot to its Somali owners, and, in the process, enhanced their image as a viable force in the defense against Ethiopian pillage. With two major successes behind them, the dervishes changed the political equation in that part of the Horn, forcing Somalis to make choices. Gradually, the colonial administration realized that what was happening in the hinterland 1. was not an isolated rebellion spearheaded by a disgruntled and failed mullah, and a decision was made to mount a joint British-Ethiopian strike against the dervishes. Happy face, the next few years saw a number of military measures taken by the administration. In the first two expeditions in 1901-02, most of the colonial forces were recruits from loyal Somalis. Colonel Swanyi, the commander of this effort, described the recruitment process as follows. On selecting men, only those vouched for by responsible chiefs and those belonging to trustworthy tribes were enlisted. Every man before marching out of Berbera was paid an allowance to purchase his own Somali shoes and also a piece of American cloth. Happy face. These expeditions were not successful and the dervishes won significant battles. The events affirmed the Sayyid's reputation as the messenger of Allah with supernatural powers. After some reassessment, the colonial authorities put together a more formidable force and made a number of important changes, appointing a new and more serious commander to the overall pacification project, upgrading military facilities, including a major hospital in Aden as a fallback facility, and reinforcing the Somali front with troops from other colonized societies. Table 2.1 shows the national composition of the regular colonial troops at the end of the first two expeditions. At the beginning of the third and fourth offensives, the number of non-Somalis in the colonial army was increased by more than threefold. Table 2.2 shows the number and breakdown of the various nationalities involved. The third encounter brought yet more victories to the dervishes. Excited by the turn of events, the Sayyid and his commanders then made a disastrous strategic decision. They switched from hit-and-run tactics to a more conventional military form, direct confrontation. On January 9, 1904, the colonial troops and the dervishes met face-to-face at the now famous plain of Jidbail. The method proved to be ill-chosen and the dervishes were badly beaten, losing 7,000 men killed and over 20,000 horses carried. Table 2.1. Composition of colonial troops. Expeditions 1 and 2. Corps. 1st Battalion King's African Rifles. 2nd Battalion King's African Rifles. 6th Battalion King's African Rifles. Local Levis total. Source, Angus Hamilton, Somaliland, p. 112. Nationality: Sikhs. 32. Table 2.2. Composition of colonial troops. Expeditions 3 and 4. Corps nationality. Strength: 1st Bombay Grenadiers Indians 274. 1st Battalion King's African Rifles Yaos 320. 1st Battalion King's African Rifles Sikhs 50. 2nd Battalion King's African Rifles Yaos 345. 3rd Battalion King's African Rifles Sudanese 105th Battalion King's African Rifles Sikhs 100. Total 1189. Source, Angus Hamilton, p. 112. The Sayyid sought refuge in western Italian Somaliland. Since the Italians were not directly involved in the war and because they did not want to have the struggle spill over into southern Somalia, they used their good offices to establish a truce between the Sayyid and the British/Ethiopian Axis. One outcome of this was the allocation of part of the Nugal Valley, in between the British and Italian Somalilands, to dervish rule. Sayyid Maximat accepted the offer, and for the next 4 years he rebuilt and replenished his forces. His methods varied from religious conversion to appeals to nationalism. Moreover, while official hostilities were rare, the dervishes put into effect a well-coordinated strategy of sabotage against the administration, and terrorized clans loyal to the British and Italians. During this period, the movement began to regain its strength and power. However, in 1909, a major internal disaffection within the higher echelons of the movement took place. As Samatar explains, the Sayyid was accused of taking away a woman loved by one of his top lieutenants, Kabdullah Shiri. Hurt by the actions of his leader, Shiri took advantage of the first opportunity to avenge his lost pride. That moment came when he was asked to lead a trade delegation to Arabia. Once in Aden, he condemned the Sayyid and broke away from his leadership. Further, with 2 other prominent sheikhs, Shiri traveled to Mecca where they persuaded the Salihiyya leader to excommunicate the Sayyid. This development had a very profound effect on the Sayyid's legitimacy and the fortunes of the movement. Soon after the news reached Somaliland, 600 prominent members met secretly to discuss what actions to take. Their discussions centered around 3 possible options: either to guillotine the Sayyid or to disgrace him and compel him to vacate his position, or to cripple the movement by disowning it. After long deliberations, they agreed on the last option. While the first clan lineage segments were leaving the movement, the 33 bad tidings reached the Sayyid and, very soon, a savage fight, akin to a civil war, broke out between the opposition and the Sayyid's supporters. In the end, the Sayyid's troops won, but the dervish ranks were badly damaged and the movement never quite recovered from the episode. The decision of the Salihiyya founder in Arabia to undercut a nationalist movement in another country by simple theological edict, throws light on the variations that dependency can take. What this particular action highlighted was the degree of Somali's spiritual attachment to the Arab saints in Mecca. For, despite the fact that the dervish movement had articulated its mission through the principles of Islam, and, in that context was able to bend the faith to their needs, this episode exposed the extent to which the vast majority of Somalis gauged the authenticity of their leaders in the light of approval or disapproval by external authority. After a short period of regrouping, the dervishes reactivated their anti-colonial military activities. However, the cohesion and moral superiority that had won them so many victories and followers continued to be undermined by the internal strife which nagged the movement. In fact, according to Samatar, the Sayyid increasingly relied on dictatorial and coercive powers to hold his followers together. Even so, by the end of 1914, the dervishes had established their rule almost throughout the hinterland, with devastating attacks even on Berbera. Their confidence soared, but again they committed another damaging mistake: they repeated the old error of establishing a series of permanent forts. Adding to their confidence was a change of leadership in Ethiopia, where the throne was assumed by a new emperor, Liyasu, with pro-Muslim and anti-European proclivities. With these developments, and the fact that Britain's attention was distracted by the events of the First World War, the movement felt sure of its chance to liberate the Somali territories. But the dervish victories did not last long. Towards the end of the First World War, the British, with tacit assistance from Ethiopia and Italy, mounted a counter-attack which, by the end of 1920, had land, sea, and aerial fronts. The dervishes, settled into the defense of permanent forts like Talax, were ill-equipped and in no position to engage in such a campaign. British planes made several bombing forays on the dervish fortifications. With many casualties sustained, the Sayyid and what was left of his troops left their forts and retreated to his old Ogaden territory. Although the British did not directly stalk him, the Sultan of the Habar Yunis lineage segment, a major colonial collaborator, took 3,000 men armed by the British to hunt down the movement and finish the job of pacification. He inflicted great destruction upon the dervish remnants but failed to capture the Sayyid, who had fled south to the Shabil River town of Limi. In December 1920, Sayyid Maximad Kabdil Hassan died of natural causes at the age of 64, and his death ended 20 years of armed struggle against colonialism. The price was high, more than one-third of the protectorate's population and countless numbers of livestock perished during the struggle. 34. The South and Shikoways. While the North and Central Plains were feeling British and Ethiopian colonial pressures, the Somalis of the South were also subject to Italian and Ethiopian domination. By the 1880s, the Ethiopians were habitually and mercilessly raiding the farming villages along the Upper Shabil and exacting tribute from nomads at their dry season watering sites. In view of this, and the continuing interclan warfare, Cass Annally suggests that, by 1900, southern Somalia was beset with political fragmentation and economic crises. In the face of these societal issues, religious revivals in the form of Sufi brotherhoods made their appearance. Happy Face, after the Bartir Wars of the 1840s, the major seat of authority in the southern hinterland was the Gelid lineage segment of the Raksanwain clan family. Sultan Yusuf, the Gelid leader, in the tradition of the lineage segment, based his seat of power in the town of Afgoy along the Shabil River. Here, the Sultan was able to collect fees from peasant cultivators along the river valley. This strategic position gave him military, religious, and economic preeminence until the early 1870s when one major DIR lineage segment, the Biamal, challenged his predominance and, in a number of battles, undermined the Sultan's prestige. To this, two other factors contributed to a sense of militarism and centralized authority. These were the near-total decline of northern pastoralist migration to the south, and the absence of any serious military danger. By the time the Italian colonial thrust began to be felt, therefore, southern Somalis had no one political center of authority to galvanize them against the foreign onslaught. From the 1880s, then, the political fragmentation and the pressure from the Ethiopian and Italian penetrations paved the way for the rise of religious brotherhoods. By far the most significant Sufi order on the Banadir coast and the south was the Qadiriya. We have already stated that this oldest of all orders was established in the area long before actual colonial moves. Moreover, it blended well with the metamorphic social processes occurring in the Somali territories, particularly long-distance trade and the making of commercial culture with its resultant class differentiations in the coastal towns. An important feature of the southern Qadiriya order, especially in the farming areas, was the creation of Jamakuan where religio-communal groups cultivated together under the direction of a sheikh. The most prominent of the orders in the area was the Owaisiya branch founded by Sheikh Owais ben Maximad al-Bara'u. Owais was born in the coastal town of Bara in 1847 to a poor family of the Tuni lineage segment of the Dijil clan family. Early in life one of his Quranic mentors introduced him to the fundamentals of the Qadiriya. After exhausting most of the available resources in Islamic studies, he traveled to Baghdad, the center of the Qadiriya, in around 1870. Close to a decade of study was spent there, and, after making the pilgrimage to Mecca, the sheikh returned home in 1881. He established himself in the Bara area where he preached and evangelized among the more sedentary clan families of Raksanwain and Dijil. By the 35. Mid-1880s, Sheikh Owais and his adepts had founded a number of farming settlements, but they paid little heed to the changing political climate. In fact, the Owaisiya's farming successes were darkened by the menacing cloud of theological acrimony between the Qadiriya and the relatively new Salihiyya order of Sayyid Maximad Kabdil Hassan. Soon this degenerated into personal hostility between the two and, as Martin documents, Sheikh Owais was assassinated, ostensibly by a Salihiyya follower. In Iqoq Sheikh Owais's contribution to the Somali response, the Owaisiya movement, was not very significant. We can suggest a few reasons for this. First, as shown earlier, the Qadariya, mother of the Owaisiya, had long coexisted with the various intruders into the Somali coast, including the colonialists. In other words, not only was the order theologically less resistant to change, it also subtly accommodated, by being apolitical, the demands of the imperialists and their collaborators. Second, and by extension of the preceding argument, the Owaisiya was not confronted with difficulties of recruitment to its ranks. This is especially germane when we recall the rudimentary nature of class differentiation and its inchoateness. Finally, Shikowais, despite his well-earned reputation as a formidable Islamic scholar, never had some of the Sayyid's qualities that were bound to make one stand out in a crowd, particularly a Somali one. Supreme poetic talent, high-minded, extraordinarily self-righteous, and with a powerful sense of calling. Although the Owaisiya did not become a resistance movement in the Somali territories, it does not follow that all the Somalis of the south did not partake in the struggle against colonialism. On the contrary, given the impending threat of land appropriation, their antipathy was manifested in sporadic rebellions. Moreover, the dervish reputation did spread into the Banadir area so that, by 1908, small groups under that banner were waging a guerrilla war against the Italians and their collaborators. According to Kassanali, the small contingents of southern dervishes were not alone in their opposition. Segments off Baiamal, for example, continued their own running battle, with the invaders, mounting large-scale assaults against them at Turunli, Jilib, and Shalambud. In the last two battles, it appears that some fought alongside those armed with traditional weapons. Only after 1908 did they form the majority of those who fought openly against the Italians. Even then, the number never exceeded 2,000. Their importance lay less in their numbers than in their links with wider movements of anti-colonial resistance in the Horn of Africa. In brief, anti-colonialism did surface here and there in the south, but never reached the level of mass involvement seen in the central and northern parts of the territory. The question is, why were the southern brotherhoods not robust enough to mobilize the Somalis of the area? We have already suggested how the institutional nature of the largest and oldest order, the Qadariya, was not 36. Conducive to anti-colonial mobilization. Moreover, Kassanali proposes that the southern spiritual leaders, including Shikowais, were handicapped by their social origins from client agricultural communities rather than powerful nomadic clans, the long periods of study abroad and absence from domestic developments, and their pedigree which was not as noble as the sheiks of the north. Kassanali's first point is well taken, but the others, intriguing and suggestive though they are, seem difficult to sustain. First, an equally plausible argument could be made that long study abroad was also a time of change and confrontation. As argued earlier, it was a period when Muslims felt the colonial assault, and, consequently, delved into the depths of their religious wisdom for explanations and guidance. In view of this, one wonders why these Somali theologians were not radicalized as was the Sayyid. Second, it is not at all clear to us what Kassanali means by noble. If the intention is to categorize southern spiritual leaders, such as Shikowais, as inferior in descent, the Dijil clan family claim, like the other major clan families, a genealogical link to the Prophet. This does not, of course, mean that Somali clan families did not propagate self-asserted individual superiority. What we are arguing is that Somalis could boast of such nobility too. In sum, we suggest a more satisfactory answer might be obtained if attention is focused on the Qadariya order and its susceptibility to accommodationist perspectives. Before concluding this section, however, one ironic facet of the Owaisiya contribution to those early anti-colonial forces needs to be recorded. It is that the sect's greatest impact took place outside Somalia, and flourished in places like Kenya, Comoro Islands, Zanzibar, Tanganyika, and parts of Mozambique. In these societies, Owaisiya, not outflanked by a more militant order, was appropriated and transformed by some of the local elites into an ideology of opposition. Conclusion. Having outlined the politicization of religion and the role played by the brotherhoods in the struggle against imperialism and colonialism in the Somali territory, two important questions remain. 1. How tight were the linkages between the brotherhood uprisings, especially the dervish movement under the Sayyid, and revolutionary politics, in the sense we articulated in the introduction? 2. What kind of historical legacy did these movements leave behind for latter-day nationalism? To answer the first, it is necessary to outline a theoretical conception of religion in radical politics. Religion, like other social variables, can function or be used by different social classes or categories for different ends, as is demonstrated by the two religious movements and their different reactions to the processes of external domination and internal consequences. In view of 37. This, we reject the Marxist view of religion as a tool of the status quo, and as a manifestation of false consciousness on the part of the masses. Rather, our interpretation of Marx's theorizing on this issue is that religion can, in certain situations, capture the broad nature of societal crises. As Marx, in the contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, tells us, religious distress is at the same time the expression of real distress. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of the heartless world, just as it is the spirit of a spiritless situation. It is the opium of the people. ***. This last sentence has often been used as the justification for construing religion as a total illusion that channels the search for liberation into the spiritual realm alone. We reject this interpretation, and concur with Richard Bernstein's view. Marx doesn't view religion as an accidental stupidity of men, a hoax perpetuated by a priestly class. Religion is an illusion, but one rooted in existing social reality, one which is a reflection of the real alienation that man suffers. It is also a protest against this condition. Non-Marxist scholarship also acknowledges the situational nature and different roles religion plays in the battle for social justice and emancipation. Berger argues that a survey of human history would indicate certain situations where there have been liberating movements that dovetailed to religious flags. Louis thinks that religion's transcendental moral standards encapsulate a model against which societal performance can be gauged. In that context, he continues, those who are dissatisfied politically, economically, socially, or spiritually, may find in religion strong support for their attack upon the status quo. In short, then, religion is a double-edged sword, and, as Mannheim writes, can be an instrument of critique, awareness-raising, and social revolt. Religion of the oppressed can spell out a judgment on the powerful in society, summon people to a realistic awareness of their misery and mobilize forces among people that lead to radical social change. Since Sayyid Ahmad's dervish movement was the cutting edge of the religious movements in the Somali territories, how far did it go to radicalize its members and deepen the sense of colonial antipathy? The answer is that, despite its militancy, it suffered from a number of weaknesses, some endemic to the movement itself, others systemic and, therefore, rooted in the subsoil below, the pastoral mode. Among the internal shortcomings of the Revo was a heavy emphasis on spiritual revitalization and the relegation of social, political, and economic issues to a secondary status. In other words, although the movement vociferously attacked colonial intrusion and the accommodationist subculture in the trading centers, it did not touch on issues such as patriarchy and 38. Discrimination against minority subclans that were a long part of the Somali heritage. Second, the dervishes hardly distinguished between their enemies and potential allies. Livestock raiding was the major source of sustenance and survival. Such acts did not endear them to some Somalis who poorly understood the struggle and saw the dervishes as a murderous band of looters. Furthermore, despite the movement's strong outcry against the unwanted changing pattern of Somali society, it was unable to articulate clearly a counter-vision. In fact, there is a good possibility of reading the movement's hazy alternative as atavistic and romantically desirous of a return to an idyllic past. It was also hobbled by factors that stemmed from the nature of the Somali society, such as the fragmentation and segmentation of the pastoral way of life, which made cooperation, solidarity, and discipline extraordinarily difficult. Clanist divisions, although successfully overcome in certain situations, were never quite put to rest by the brotherhood and, consequently, the true characteristics of an acephalous society, kinship loyalty, were always present. Alavi, recalling Evans Pritchard, explains. In acephalous or stateless societies, political power was organized. Or rather that political functions were discharged, within the framework of segmentary lineage systems, i.e. a plexus of relationships between corporate kin groups organized at various levels. In such societies, therefore, all roles, including political and economic roles, appeared in the form of kinship roles. Ultimately, despite all these weaknesses and pitfalls, we can, however, still argue that the dervish movement was an early resistance force that tried in 20 years of unrelenting struggle to counter colonialism, and re-anchor the Somali territories in a purified Islamic culture constructed according to the Quran and the Salihiyya order. In general historical perspective, then, the Sayyid and his movement do not seem very dissimilar to another warrior of an earlier time of renewed millennial hope, Thomas Muntzer. His letter to supporters of his League of the Elect in 1529 contains a chiliastic call markedly similar to Sayyid's later exhortations. Do not despair, be not hesitant, and stop trucking to the godless villains. Begin to fight the battle for the Lord. Now is the time. Encourage your brethren not to offend God's testimony, because, if they do, they will ruin everything. Everywhere in Germany, France, and neighboring foreign lands there is a great awakening. The Lord wants to start the game, and for the godless the time is up. Even if there were only 3 of you, you would be able to fight 100,000 if you seek the honor of God in His name. Therefore, strike, strike, strike. This is the moment. These villains come like dogs. Do not show them any mercy. Have no fear, God is on your side. 39. As to the second question regarding the legacy of the Sayyid and the Dervish movement, we must first survey the theoretical literature on the relationship between proto-nationalist rebellions, such as the Somali dervishes, and the latter-day nationalist movements. Generally, most literature on this topic distinguishes 2 major schools of thought. 1 argues that, while independence-seeking nationalist movements are basically modernist in their approach and worldview, early resistance forces were essentially throwbacks espousing the most reactionary aspects of communal life. For example, Robinson and Gallagher portray early resistance activities as romantic, reactionary struggles against the facts, the passionate protest of societies which were shocked by a new age of change and would not be comforted. Happy face, in other words, collaboration and accommodation paid dividends in terms of educational and commercial opportunities. These chances, the argument continues, bestowed skills upon the acquiescent which later opened doors that were closed to the resistors and rebels. If African leaders were less far-sighted, less fortunate, or less well-advised, they would see their traditional enemies siding with the invaders and would themselves assume an attitude of resistance, which could all too often end in military defeat, the deposition of chiefs, the loss of land to the native allies of the occupying power, possibly even to the political fragmentation of the society and state. Happy face, the second school opposes that perspective. It disputes the ostensible break and silence between these 2 facets of African history. It suggests that 1. Early resistors defined an alternative prestigious leadership that was available as a beacon for mass anger. 2. That leadership established how much public anger could be directed by the new generations of rebels against the accommodationists and collaborators. 3. Some of the early resistors, such as the Islamic movements, left behind structural alliances and systems that could be used as the launching pads for the mass movements of more contemporary times. For the early resistors bequeathed powerful mythologies that became sources of inspiration and hope during later periods of befogging cynicism or defeatist withdrawals. While acknowledging Fage and Oliver's insights about the rewards of collaboration, we would suggest that even the offspring of those collaborators tutored by the colonial regime, who later became some of the most important modern leaders, resuscitated not their forebears' ideas of collaboration, but the spirit of fallen rebels. In the case of the dervishes, our analysis is consistent with that of the nationalist and anti-colonial historiography. Nonetheless, this does not mean that the effect was all positive. Indeed, the picture that emerges has critical shortcomings. First, despite the importance of attempts to build a semblance of local 40 governmental structures, the Sayyids' legacy in that direction was crippled by the absence of any real autonomy for the Council of Elders. Its form was such that most members were appointed by the spiritual leader. This devalued the democratic process and diminished the differences between his exercise of authority and that of the colonials. Moreover, both the bodyguards and the regular army were tightly under his control. This was particularly true of the bodyguards, who were the Sayyid's personal entourage and who addressed him as father, and depended entirely on him for their position in life. Thus, despite the Sayyid's courageous opposition to imperialism and colonialism, many ominous precedents were set. One was the neglect of democratic and participatory procedures, fundamental factors in any stage of struggle against underdevelopment. The Sayyid ran the dervishes with autocratic powers of a sheikh, imposing rigid discipline on the day-to-day conduct of his followers. In short, while transforming the Salihiyya Brotherhood into a highly militaristic state, the Sayyid introduced a new order which was alien to the pastoral Somalis. Besides these features of the Sayyid's rule, some that would become attractive to future leaders, it seems that the dervish movement's greatest impact on the struggle against alien rule and oppression was the psychological imprint and the myths it left behind. Despite its tragic end, the movement brought into sharp relief the fact that the Somalis of the Horn were now part of that vast humanity being victimized by the expanding and enveloping imperialist systems. In a nutshell, as Hess proposes, the Sayyid became symbol of revolt, the embodiment of the nomadic concept of freedom and liberty, and of their dislike of the non-Somali. Degree 3. Nationalism, the rise of the petite bourgeoisie. After the final defeat of the dervish movement in 1920, developments over the following 2 decades were mediated by the different colonial experiences in the 2 Somali territories most central to this study, the British Protectorate, and the Italian colony. This chapter surveys the major changes that took place in each, the emergence of new social forces, and the subsequent road to political sovereignty. The Protectorate. The 1920s began in northern Somalia with aggravated economic, political, and social underdevelopment. 20 years of struggle had exacted their toll. It was now time for the Somalis to pick up the pieces. The colonial government was in no mood to embark on an expensive agenda for reconstruction and development in the territory it knew as Somaliland. Instead, the local administration began a very modest program of fundraising for a rudimentary school system. This was met with riots, and it was not until 1935 that a second equally futile attempt was made. To Somalis, the whole project sounded like a surreptitious scheme for eventual Christianization, but the British soon abandoned their half-hearted efforts. This climate of neglect persisted until the momentous events of the Second World War, and the entire period was marked by a precarious relationship between the colonial state and even those groups that were close to it. Though the dervishes had been vanquished, their suspicion of colonial intentions had not died with them. In the 1920s, the other main colonial project was the recruitment of paid officials to assist the district commissioners in running the territory's 6 districts. Further, as Lewis suggests, the British were now determined to achieve direct rule with the assistance of locally raised troops and the compact and homogeneous nature of the area's 3 clan families. Among the Soma-HS, the life of pastoralism was gradually reknitted, and its trade revitalized. Tea, cloth, sugar, dates, and rice began once more to find their way into remote nomadic circuits within the protectorate and deep inside the Ogaden. The entrepreneurial Abans and Dalals were back in business, and basic services like retail stores and coffee shops revived. 44. Realigning the pastoral economy with outside market forces. Meanwhile, gradual but important developments took place in the Somali social structure. A new kind of a Somali emerged, hatched in the accommodationist culture but relatively more informed and mindful of the welfare of the community/people. Like this first showed up in overseas ports like Aden, where they or their parents had taken subordinate jobs as cooks, drivers, masons, interpreters, and junior office hands. Also, since this was the golden age of shipping, large numbers of Somalis, called Delmar or Takaber, took to the sea, working in the merchant ships of other nations. By the end of the 1920s, Somali families and small communities had sunk roots in international ports like Cardiff, Liverpool, London, and even New York. These Somalis, their clanist propensities and lack of education notwithstanding, discovered Pan-Somalism as a comforting concept in the midst of diaspora. In distant countries where nations and national heroes were part of the ideological currency, they began to appreciate the efficacy of trans-clan identity. In addition, their feelings were nourished by the ever-present memory and example of the dervish struggle. The first Somali organization, the Somali Islamic Association, was founded in the late 1920s to promote the discussion of issues affecting the Somalis of Aden and the larger question of British rule in Somaliland. No doubt the association's distinction lay in being the first of its kind rather than in its role as a resuscitator of Somali nationalism. Nonetheless, some of its ideas may have trickled home in the constant stream of travelers between Aden and Berbera. In the early 1930s, some members of the merchant and trading community, together with others who had some education, initiated meetings and clubs in Berbera and Hargeisa, the two major trading centers in Somaliland. More urgency was given to these meetings by the severe drought of 1933-34, which drove many nomads into the towns. According to Geshechter, two of the clubs were the Hadiyat al-Rahman in Berbera and Burko, and the Khairiyah in Hargeisa, where some of the members did not hesitate to attack the colonial attitude towards the drought-stricken and destitute nomads. This experience spurred discussion on cooperation, mutual support, and the need for pan-clan Islamic unity. The politicization of the two clubs resulted in the creation of the Somaliland National Society in 1935. Its aims and objectives were very explicit. First, to work towards the spreading of education among the Somali people. Second, the promotion of pan-clanism, and third, the unification of the Somali territories. 2 years later, the local employees of the colonial state, mostly lowly subordinates, formed a quasi-trade union, the Somali Officials Union, to air grievances such as the lack of promotion, and the colonial policy of hiring Indians and Arabs to fill the better paid, though still junior administrative positions. While these seeds were germinating in northern Somali soil, the Italians, under fascist rule, invaded Ethiopia in 1935. Having conquered that country, they later took over the protectorate in 1940-41, a development which will be assessed when we discuss southern Somalia. In 1941, a British military administration was imposed. Meanwhile, throughout these power changes, the nationalism, the rise of the petite bourgeoisie. 45. Integration of the pastoralist economy and its encapsulation within the capitalist world market accelerated, particularly after the end of the Depression. In 1937 the Protectorate exported 85,000 head of livestock and 1.5 million hides valued at £45,000 and £150,000 respectively. By 1942 the figures were even higher, 160,000 sheep and goats, and 1.8 million hides worth £130,000 and £122,500 respectively. Degree. It is clear that trading towns, especially Berbera, were witnessing a regeneration of business growth, urban life, and the relative prosperity of middlemen. The new trading impetus, though not resulting in investment for productive activity, was encouraging service-oriented enterprises such as retail stores, coffee shops and restaurants, real estate, trucking and transport facilities, and water reservoirs in the hinterland, where water would be sold to the nomads when the rains failed. Moreover, when some of the major non-Somali traders left hurriedly on the eve of the Italian invasion, they surrendered opportunities in the wholesale and especially in the retail trades to the incipient petite bourgeoisie. The other side of the coin, particularly as we move towards the 1950s, is the deterioration of the pastoralists' trading position vis-a-vis imported items of consumption. 46. Expression. While the petite bourgeoisie was growing in trading centers like Berbera and Hargeisa, and more significantly in Mogadishu, political consciousness lagged behind. In particular, the severe underdevelopment of formal education restricted the diffusion of ideas. Table 3.2 demonstrates the paucity of colonial efforts in that direction. Colonial neglect of the development needs of the territory was so conspicuous that, as Geshechter relates, the educated wing of the petite bourgeoisie called the British authorities the deaf government, whose sole intention was to have no ideas and spend no money. Towards the end of the 1940s, a number of internal and external factors coalesced to move politics in the protectorate in a new direction. First, the end of the Second World War brought four of the divided Somali territories under temporary British rule, though some will argue that the Northern Frontier District was run from Nairobi, bringing home to Somalis the possibility of permanent reunification. Second, in order to address that issue and certain economic questions, the old Somaliland National Society was transformed into the Somali National League in 1947. Third, trading towns like Berbera, Hargeisa and Burko had grown, and the penetration of peripheral capitalism had installed carriers, hired livestock drovers, brokers and mobile retailers, in the interstices of nomadic life. The impact of market forces on nomadic mobility had grave ecological effects, moving agricultural experts in the territory to declare that, it cannot be stressed too strongly or repeated too often that pastures in the widest sense form the crux of these problems in a country whose soil and vegetation are on the brink of irretrievable ruin. Fourth, as a result of both colonial needs and the wishes of the more successful traders, relatively educated young Somalis began to appear inside the territory, even if not in significant numbers. Among external factors, perhaps the most important was the establishment by 1945 of another, more politically oriented organization in the south, the Somali Youth League. The second external factor was the new British Foreign Secretary's suggestion, made in 1946 to the four powers deciding the fate of ex-Italian colonies, to continue the union of British, Ethiopian, and former Italian Somaliland under British trusteeship. This humane gesture injected new energy into the demand for reunification. Inevitably, it also drew virulent opposition from the rehabilitated Ethiopian ruling class. Third, the Ogaden, which was first seated in 1897 but had come under British jurisdiction in 1942, was handed back to Ethiopia in 1948. The 1950s in the Protectorate ushered in a period of limited political awakening in light of the above developments. 6 years after the reincorporation of the Ogaden, the Hadid, a 25-mile-wide grazing and pasture area coterminous with the Protectorate's boundaries, was added to the Ethiopian Empire in fulfillment of the spirit and letter of the 1897 treaty between the imperialists. Agitation among the Somalis became more visible and new parties, such as the National United Front, were born. In 1957, the Protectorate's first Legislative Council was convened. Most of the members were nominated, with the result that the traditional clanist cleavages, encouraged by the colonial administration, still heavily outweighed the influence of political parties. Indeed, even the SNL, the NUF, and the newest party, the United Somali Party, all drew their main strength from particular clan families and lineage segments. In 1959 the Colonial Office introduced a new constitution, and in February of the following year elections were held in which the SNL won the majority of the seats. The leader of the party, and the most notable public figure in the new state, was Maximad Ibrahim Segal. Educated in England, he was the son of one of the most prominent trading families in Berbera and a member of the dominant northern Isaaq clan family. Between this election and Independence Day on June 26, 1960, delegates engaged in a furious debate over the future direction of the territory. At the top of the list were such issues as future relations with southern Somalia and the other Somali territories, post-independence relations with Britain, and the problem of poverty. Although finally consensus was reached on the desirability of immediate union with the South and non-membership of the Commonwealth, no definitive socio-economic plan of action was agreed. Thus the former British Somaliland entered the post-independence era on a wave of anti-colonialism, but with no discernible agenda for confronting the silent scourges of underdevelopment, ecological destruction, infrastructural backwardness, and a dearth of capital accumulation. How does one explain such blind faith in the promise of post-colonial Somalia? An answer must include the following interrelated aspects: the enduring pastoralist way of life based on a kinship ideology which obfuscated changing social relations, the euphoria of nationalism and anti-colonialism, and the resultant independence which came to the area rather easily, the success of unification with the South, and the belief that the interests of the elite and those of the masses of Somalia were identical. How does one characterize the social group formed by the new leaders of the territory? Broadly speaking, they were loose congeries of heterogeneous persons and interests, united by their common dislike for colonialism. Perhaps Professor Geschecter answers this question well when he writes, "Relatively speaking, they were the Somalis with higher incomes, status occupations, a better education, and wider ranges of experience. They were a diverse occupational set, neither bourgeoisie, proletarian, nor nomadic, with petty productive property which they worked alone or with minimal assistance from family members or hired laborers. Their concern over the future status of the Somalilands led them to the widespread belief that colonialism itself was unacceptable, unjust, and perpetuated through duplicitous means." In a nutshell, after the usual constitutional conference, the Somaliland Protectorate became independent in June 1960. 6 days later, it joined the South to become the Somali Republic. It is to this other half, and its road to independence, that we now turn. Nationalism, the rise of the petite bourgeoisie. 49. Italian Somalia. The fascist era. As the resistance of the dervishes faded, southern Somalia, particularly the north and central areas, began, once more, to slide back into clan disputes over water rights and pasture. This process was soon overtaken by the inception of fascist rule in 1923. Locally, the motto was a policy of forceful integration of the territory into the new order. To make this good, the new fascist governor, De Vecchia, embarked on strengthening and expanding the armed forces of the colonial state. This was pursued through the purging of old members of the police corps, soon replaced by young Somali, Arab, and Eritrean recruits. Barracks were built, and tactical schools and Italian language programs were established, all this for the purpose of subduing those restless Somalis who might stand in the way of fascist expansion in the Horn. Outright military action was complemented by an old imperialist tactic, divide and rule, with the enlistment of Somali collaborationists. The first test of this strategy came in confrontations with Hobia and Eel in 1926, in which the Somali heads of these sultanates were beaten into submission and fascist rule over southern Somalia was entrenched. Meanwhile, the European victors of the First World War were distributing amongst themselves Germany's colonial territories and redrawing the maps of many areas. The Italian share of this bonanza was the incorporation of Jubaland, a reasonably large piece of land lying to the south of the colony. The fascist colonial state now aimed to turn clan leaders into creatures of colonialism, to expropriate land and distribute it among colonials, in the process forcing Somali peasants to become cheap labor, and to deface and devalue Somali culture so as to undermine the self-confidence of the people. With regard to the first of these aims, Hess explains how the clan leaders were stripped of any sense of autonomy and dignity. The most effective method of dealing with the dissident chief, other than military force, was the suspension of his stipend. New colonial officials, in fact, were reminded of the scale of punishment they were entitled to use to coerce the chiefs: verbal reproof in public, suspension of the chief's authority, and ultimately, removal of the uncooperative chief degree. With the traditional source of local leadership and guidance destroyed, the twin tactics of land dispossession and labor enforcement could be employed. Land concessions rose from 4 in 1920 to over 115 in 1933, a total of nearly 70,000 hectares of choice land. Table 3.3 shows the distribution of these concessions. The underutilization of arable land, the most precious Somali resource because of its scarcity, was the hallmark of Italian rule. On plantations such as that of the Società Agricola Italo-Somala, export crops of cotton, bananas, sugar cane, and castor beans were introduced. Some infrastructural construction was undertaken. The relationship between the new owners of the plantations and the Somalis who ended up working for them was, at best, a very exploitative and crude sharecropping. In the cotton fields north of the capital, for example, a peasant was given 1 irrigated hectare. He used 1/2 to raise food crops for the reproduction of the family, and in the other half cultivated cotton as a cash crop rent to the company. The proletarianization of the Somali peasants sometimes took more cruel forms. According to Pankhurst, in the banana plantations, men, women, and children had been taken by force from remote places and condemned to an indefinite period of servitude on Italian farms. Happy Face, further, Pankhurst, quoting from an official report, brings out the dismal level of sustenance for forced workers, and the bestiality of fascist labor policies. Rations were grossly inadequate both in quality and quantity, and pay varied from 1 to 3 lire a day. Bachelors were forced to marry women who had been born and lived on the estate. Punishment, inflicted by the resident on the ex parte representation of the employed, was brutal and excessive. For a first offense of disobedience and indiscipline, 50 lashes with a hippopotamus hide whip was a common award, and for a second offense, the victim was strung up for several hours on the gallows, with his toes just clear of the ground, suspended by chains attached to wooden billets under his armpits, and with his hands handcuffed behind his back. While such savagery was in progress, the overall integration of the southern economy with that of the metropolitan power was accelerated. As the Italian fascists dug into Somalia, new taxes were levied on the population, in particular an annual hut tax varying from 8 to 24 lires. These revenues were used not only as part of the colonial expenditures, but also as a contribution to the upcoming fascist military campaign in Ethiopia, and the rate of other taxes, particularly income taxes, which hit the trading and commercial classes hard, was also hiked for that specific purpose. Happy Face, Nationalism, the rise of the petite bourgeoisie. 1. Meanwhile social development, especially education, was totally neglected. Table 3.4 shows the absolute and relative paucity of educational expenditures. Table 3.4. Colonial state expenditure in Southern Somalia, 1931-36. Item amount % of total. Military 144,639,039. Administration 48,629,013. Social services 21,367,206. Economic development 11,391,403. Education 3,336,801. Grants 2,230,000.5. Other ordinary items 75,275,820. Extraordinary items 60,827,317.5. Total 367,696.500. Source, E. Sylvia Pankhurst, p. 196. To sustain and normalize the required fascist ideology, the Somalis and their culture, where penetrated, were reduced to a source of not only cheap labor, but, more degradingly, perverse sexual pleasure. When the Italians came to the Horn, they established the habit of taking an African woman of the land to act as wife and servant, an arrangement termed the Madam System. Happy Face, Pankhurst relates how one American journalist, Herbert Matthews, who came to the Horn to cover and celebrate the Italian conquest of Ethiopia, described the actual workings of the Madam System. Coffee, which tasted like nectar, was served by the Italian, who ran the store with the aid of a pleasant little native girl, whom he had brought up from the age of 9, and who now being 13, had been his mistress for some time. His system was more or less to rob the cradle, teach the infant habits of cleanliness, devotion, and respect, and when the proper time came he had a mistress made to order. At what period he considered their usefulness ended he did not say. After the Second World War, Italy, which had always viewed Ethiopia as the jewel of the Horn, invaded that country in 1935, conquered it in 1936, and took over the British Protectorate in 1940. This meant the establishment of Italian rule over the Horn except for French Somaliland. With fascist cruelties vivid in their minds, many Somalis, though one should 52. Not forget the many other thousands of Somali recruits to the Italian side joined the Ethiopian resistance. Pankhurst not only tells us that ordinary Ogaden Somalis showed solidarity with the Ethiopians, but also documents a partial list of the names of more than 2,000 notables who crossed the border in a Pan-Africanist spirit. This unique episode in the history of the Horn did not, however, sensitize the Ethiopian rulers, after the defeat of the Italians, to the causes and needs of the Somalis in the Ogaden, nor did it mollify their ancient Amharic imperialist tendencies and attitudes to other peoples of the region. The Italian Empire did not last long. Its demise in the early 1940s, and the resultant transfer of its colonial possession to Britain, gave the Somalis the opportunity to speak out against Italian rule. Pan-Africanist solidarity, as much as the inhumanity of fascism, had stirred their consciousness. Under the more liberal British administration, fascist controls were loosened, progressive ideas tolerated, and secular education encouraged. The propitiousness of such changes, in an international atmosphere reverberating with the rhetoric of freedom and liberty, should not be underestimated. While they did not catapult the Somalis into revolutionary politics, they did demonstrate the efficacy of opposition to Italian rule, and sharpen awareness of poverty and other oppressive conditions in the country. As de Tocqueville wrote about another time of social upheavals, the mere fact that certain abuses have been remedied draws more galling. People may suffer far less, but their sensibility is exacerbated. It was in such circumstances that the first Somali national political organization, the Somali Youth League, was founded. The SIL became a bona fide political organization in 1945, after 2 years as a youth club. Presumably, the stress on liberation, democracy, and progress in Allied propaganda, together with the clamor for independence raised by other colonized peoples, must have struck a chord among the Somalis. The SIL, whose founding fathers were mostly employees of the British administration and some notable religious leaders, set itself a number of goals. 1. To unite all Somalis in the eradication of harmful prejudices contributing to communal friction and Dainism. 2. To educate the youth in modern ideas and civilization by schooling and cultural development. 3. To eliminate, by constitutional methods, any condition antithetical to Somali interests. 4. To adopt the Osmania script as the official orthography for the Somali language, one which so far had been oral. The SIL opened its doors to all Somalis who were older than 15 and not more than 60 years of age. It created an elaborate constitution and other specifics for membership dues, disciplinary action, the election of governing bodies, and other needs of the organization. The main structural features included a General Assembly, which consisted of all members from Mogadishu and representatives of more remote local committees. These local committees were: Nationalism, the rise of the petite bourgeoisie 53. Elected for 6-month periods by local members. The General Assembly elected, from its members, a central committee of 13, who in turn elected a president, vice president, secretary general, general treasurer, 2 financial controllers, and 2 paid inspectors. A committee of appeal of 7 members was elected by the Central Committee as part of the executive branch of the organization. By 1947, the CIL's programs and trans-clan style were attracting so many members that it was employing 100 full-time staff. Its success in mobilizing Somalis became more visible when the organization decried the transfer of the Ogaden and began to campaign vociferously against persistent harsh working conditions in the plantations. The latter campaign won some amelioration, including the permission to unionize. The CIL also established 2 agricultural and commercial companies to encourage local initiative in both spheres. The leadership claimed that these ventures were so successful that, within a year, the area under Somali cultivation had doubled. In addition, the CIL inaugurated a campaign against tuberculosis, a major killer among the population, to raise money for treatment, and created and maintained its own literacy projects in urban centers. By January 1948, active membership had soared to 93,000, with 300,000 supporters and 79 branches outside the capital city. The CIL, despite its success, did run into some opposition. This first manifested itself in clanist parties like the Hizbiya Digal Mirafl. The HDM, a consistent opponent of the CIL until independence in 1960, perceived the CIL as promoting the domination of the Somal over the Saab clan families, a position which speaks of the durability of kinship politics. Another source of opposition were the Italian settlers and their Somali appendages, who feared the CIL's relative radicalism, especially its contribution to the ongoing debate about the fate of the colony after the withdrawal of the British military administration scheduled for 1950. In 1948, when a 4-power commission was sent to the territory to gauge the wishes of the population, the HDM and a few smaller clanist parties led by traditional chiefs, with the support of the Italian community, came together under the rubric of the Somali Conference. Happy face, these settler-backed groups argued for a return to Italian administration and, in the process, the dismantling of the CIL's growing power. The CIL, led by their able and promising leader Abdillah Hisis, argued for 3 key positions: opposition to reimposition of Italian rule, working for the unification of Somali territories, and the march towards independence under the trusteeship of the 4 powers. A few days before the convening of the hearings, the CIL organized, with permission, a large mass demonstration to impress upon the Commission the support the CIL enjoyed. On that memorable day of 1 January 1, 1948, there took place one of the key events on the Somali road to independence. As the CIL supporters began to gather on the rally grounds, they were attacked by pro-Italian reactionaries. As Lewis describes it, 54. On the morning of the same day, without prior notification or authorization, members of the Italian community and their supporters and henchmen, many of whom had been hired for the occasion, thronged into town. Many of the Idahan party were armed with bows and arrows as well as other weapons, and proceeded to apply these in a determined effort to break up the CIL demonstration. Tension rapidly mounted, and both sides were soon engaged in a full-scale battle in the course of which Italians shot at CIL supporters and threw hand grenades into the crowd. Happy face, the result was bloody. 52 Italians and 14 Somalis lost their lives, with 51 and 48 injured, respectively. With tension mounting, the final word on the future came after a 1949 United Nations General Assembly decision. Southern Somalia was placed under UN trusteeship to be administered by Italy, and to become independent in 1960. Needless to say, this was a devastating disappointment for the CIL, and riots broke out in many towns. But the UN did not give the Italians a free hand. On the contrary, it created stringent rules and appointed committees, stationed in Mogadishu, to supervise the progress of the territory. 1950 opened a new period in Somali history. With fascism defeated in Rome, and the UN keeping a watchful eye, the Italians began to administer the territory in a more judicious manner. The first 3 years were difficult as the SIL and its supporters remained suspicious and hostile. In this period, the Italians, rather circumspectly, tried to favor their allies. Gradually, however, a rapprochement was worked out. This came about as the Italian authorities began to give attention to the needs, particularly in education, of the urban groups and the new elite. The SIL leaders, not being committed radicals, saw the benefits of cooperation. In 1954, for example, the first municipal elections were held, and the Higher Institute of Law and Economics was opened in Mogadishu. By 1956, Somalization was proceeding at full speed and almost all the provinces and districts were being run by Somali officials. In that year a legislative assembly, in which the SIL won 43 of the 60 seats allotted to Somalis, was convened, and Cies became the first Somali prime minister. The years between 1956 and 1960 were given over to internal struggles between various petite bourgeois leaders and factions, based mainly in Mogadishu. In anticipation of independence, the contradictions among the Somalis gradually overtook the anti-colonial struggle against the Italians. The SIL, despite its factional propensities, established itself as the dominant and moderate party. The HDM, though in most points agreeing with the SIL, became the opposition from the right, and the newly founded Great Somali League, led by one of the early members of the SIL, became the left group. The GSL's positions, though not clearly formulated, advocated stronger measures for the achievement of a greater Somalia, and condemned the SIL for turning too comfortably pro-Italian, and seeking to hand over the country to the Italian and American imperialists. While these developments commanded the political stage, the territories' nationalism, the RISE of the petite bourgeoisie 5-5 economy exhibited growing dependency and fiscal crises deepened. As Karp shows in a study of the trusteeship era, there were several problems. First, dualism, the articulation of a large subsistence sector with a small market sector. Second, very few economic factors had migrated from the indigenous sector to the capitalist sector. Third, the productivity of local farmers was hindered by the usurious credit policies of the middlemen. Fourth, an exceedingly poor transportation system made imports costly and retarded the growth of internal markets. Fifth, the economy was already dependent on foreign aid to assuage the burden of annual deficits. Finally, there was the development of chronic balance of payments crises. Table 3.5 illustrates the deficits problem, Table 3.6 the condition of the balance of payments. Their positions through decolonization, the accomplishment of that very desire depended on the mobilization of urbanized groups. As a consequence, the Somali parties were typical of the amorphous organizations Hodgkin describes, which drew their identity and strength from explicitly asserting the rights, claims, and aspirations of a given African society in opposition to European authority, whatever its institutional form and objectives. Degree But the relationship between the centers of the independence parties and the rest of Somali society was hardly close-knit. Almost all the parties, and especially the dominant 3 or 4, were primarily urban-bound, with a negligible female membership. These two deficiencies alone go a long way to demonstrate their exclusivity. The majority of Somalis were in the remote hinterland, though attached to the market economy through trade, busily eking out a living. In these areas, old patriarchal, kinship, and clanist relations were deeply rooted, and most aspects of modernism which spread from the cities barely touched the surface of people's lives. Female enfranchisement was not enacted until the elections preceding independence. This does not mean, however, that the rural population was left untouched by the intrusion of capitalism. Indeed, we have argued otherwise. Another reason for the gulf between political parties and the masses was that, despite the fascist experience, colonial economic, political, and social alienation was not as severe as in other parts of Africa. In part this was because the barren Somali terrain gave rise to a sparse population with highly fragmented grassroots relations. Yet, despite their weaknesses, the parties of independence, like the dervishes, did make significant contributions. They attempted to counter, not always successfully, traditional centrifugal tendencies, petty cabals, and colonially induced resignation to servitude. They offered to the Somali people relatively stable and tangible organizations driven by a more affirmative and hopeful vision of the future. Perhaps the most convincing manifestations of this new spirit were the moments when all immunities suddenly cancelled, old patterns of passivity and acquiescence overthrown, happy face, resulting in the unification of two of the 5 Somali territories, no small gain in the struggle for self-reliance. Brimming with zeal and a sense of victory, but burdened by an unyielding environment, by economic, political, and social liabilities and deformities, the people of Somalia stepped out to do battle with the basic problems of underdevelopment, a contest which forms the subject matter of the ensuing pages. For post-independence, frustration and anger. The dawn of independence, the Somalization of the highest echelons of state apparatuses, and the unification of 2 of the 5 territories certainly marked a high point in Somali history. For a society like many in Africa still caught in the webs of indigenous pastoralism and the intruding capitalist and imperialist structures, the winning of political independence was no minor feat. The country's stark environmental deterioration, impoverished agricultural, industrial, and educational conditions, and meager income base did not escape the attention of watching analysts. Independent Somalia presents a distressing picture. Its economic and commercial potential is bound to remain low because none of the known resources can be developed quickly and easily. Despite discouraging prognoses like this one, the new era opened to the tongue petite bourgeoisie some opportunities and options, limited as they were, to address the acute vulnerabilities of the Somali political economy. This chapter will examine to what extent the civilian regimes that ran the Somali state from 1960 to 1969 took advantage of that much of history which was within their reach. Towards the end of the chapter an attempt will be made to answer 2 further questions. First, why did democracy, ostensibly so much a part of the Somali culture, collapse without a murmur? And second, why were the armed forces able to take over power so easily? The Shermarki period. After the official unification of the 2 Somali territories on July 1, 1960, Somalia became a republic. The new state's constitution provided for a head of state to be elected by the 123 members of parliament every 6 years, the presidential nomination of an executive prime minister, who appoints the cabinet, from the leading parliamentary party, subject to the majority vote approval of the National Assembly, and the election of deputies every 4 years. The constitution also empowered the president to appoint the 5 justices of the Supreme Court. As for the rest of the country, 8 administrative regions, run by governors, and 36 districts were created. Both regional governors and district commissioners were to be appointed by the central government's interior ministry. However, all municipalities were to be governed by an elected mayor. On the broad front of citizens' rights, the Constitution provided for universal suffrage beyond the age of 18, the right to obtain a writ of habeas corpus for protection against illegal imprisonment, and the right to free speech and association. These institutional characteristics underline the magnitude of change taking place in Somalia. Too much of the otherwise excellent and critical literature on Africa dismisses these changes as vacuous and thus pernicious or, at best, little more than cosmetic. Our point of departure is rather different. We feel that all these civil rights, superstructural as they may be, are important ingredients in a successful struggle against underdevelopment. If this premise is acceptable, then the focus of the discussion shifts to what use is made, by various classes, of these newly won spaces of freedom. Aden C. Usman, an old SIL figure and the interim president of the National Assembly, was elected by a very slim margin to the presidency of the Republic. He duly invited Abdul Rashid C. Sharmarki, another senior SIL member, to form the first full-fledged government. The cabinet, when it was appointed, was a coalition of the SIL and the dominant two parties of the North, the SNL and the USP. From the beginning, the new government was faced with a number of critical issues pertaining to unification and socio-economic development. Issues of unification. Nothing was as important to the stability of the new regime as the need to legitimize itself and the union in the eyes of most Somalis. No methodical preparation to facilitate the amalgamation had been undertaken, and matters were further complicated by the dominance of the politicians from the south in the new government. In addition to the imbalance in the distribution of cabinet posts and appointments in the new republic, there were many issues, some left over from colonialism, which demanded immediate attention. Among these were the fate of the Somali language, still unwritten and in search of an official script, a definition of the future status of the two colonial languages, English in the north and Italian in the south, the alignment and standardization of the British and Italian systems of remuneration for state officials, methods of taxation, custom duties, fiscal and accounting, legal and judicial codes, and local government structures. In addition, divisive points of a local nature began to emerge. For instance, the non-Herne petite bourgeoisie complained about the relegation of their capital, Hargeisa, to the status of provincial city, and the elevation of Mogadishu, the southern capital, to the strategic position of national capital. Northerners felt, with some prescience, that in time Mogadishu would monopolize most state activities, and that given the distance, over 1,500 kilometers of dirt road, between the two cities, their region would be disadvantaged. The first test of the Sharmarki government's popularity came on June 20, 1961, with the referendum on the new constitution of the country. The North, particularly the SNL strongholds, campaigned against it, in defiance of their 62 J. leaders in Mogadishu. To safeguard the northern interests. After the count was made, the government suffered defeat in the SNL areas. Although overall the constitution was approved, this hardly cooled northern tempers. A few months later, in December 1961, a small group of Sandhurst-trained junior officers took over the major towns of the north. This revolt was quickly put down by loyal troops, but it indicated mounting pressures in the new state. Lewis suggests that, though no direct causal connection exists, the abortive coup must be explained primarily in terms of a clanist contention in which the ISOC, who dominated the government of the North, felt willfully mistreated. Although Lewis's position cannot be totally disregarded, we suggest that these early signs of disunity were the manifestation of a forming intra-class antagonism, the Somali petite bourgeoisie competing among themselves for strategic positions in the newly created niches of state structures. One reason why this hypothesis seems more credible is that some of the attempted coup's leading officers were not from the ISOC. Further, the leaders of the SNL in the National Assembly were at this stage members of the government and, in fact, were later sent to the north to dispel such clanist interpretations. Indubitably, the Northern Territory was sending disturbing signals to the central government in Mogadishu, and the cohesion of the national government was threatened. Early in 1963 the coalition collapsed and the SNL leader, M. Sigal, resigned from his post as defense minister. With the cooperation of dissident SIL elements led by the defeated presidential candidate A. Gamal, a new party, the Somali National Congress, was formed. Ideologically and programmatically, the SNC was very similar to the ruling SIL. Perhaps the only reason for its birth was the need to create an alternative vehicle to replace the leadership, or at least establish a stronger bargaining position for the dissident group. By this time, too, the GSL, the most radical of the pre-independence parties in the south, had reorganized itself to become the Somali Democratic Union. In contrast to the other parties, the new SDU espoused ideologically distinct positions with recognized socialist principles. These included 1. Immediate confiscation of all fertile agricultural lands, particularly those conceded to and still owned by Italians. 2. The distribution of part of that land to the poor Somali peasants. 3. Establishment of people's collective farms. 4. Nationalization of the major branches of the economy. 5. State responsibility for the provision of social services, example unemployment, compensation, housing, and burial sites and expenses. 6. Elimination of Dainism. The preceding discussion has outlined some of the technical and political complications that confronted the first government. Of course, the state made attempts, with some success, to ameliorate tensions accruing from the Act of Unification, thus the creation, in October 1960, of the Committee on Integration to tackle legal streamlining, and the establishment Commission of Post-Independence, Frustration and Anger 63. 1962 to devise a scheme for civil service integration and standardization. In order to complete the profile of the Shermarki regime, however, we need to turn to developments in the socio-economic sphere, economy and society. We have already drawn attention to the severe limitations imposed on the Somali economic base by acute climatic constraints, a dearth of surplus generation endemic to the country's mode of production, and the vulnerability of that surplus given the nature of local social forces and their insertion into the larger global system. The economic posture of the new Somali government, dominated by the bureaucratic and commercial petite bourgeoisie, was one of unquestioning acceptance of the structures of the Somali colonial economy. With little or no pre-independence analysis of the nature and direction of the economy to guide them, the new rulers focused their attention on fierce competition over the distribution of the potentially lucrative vacancies to be filled. The Shermarki regime moved into the economic sphere with no coherent program and sustained by very meager sources of revenue, such as taxes from privately owned and traded livestock and bananas. Happy face, the industrial sector made up no more than 1% of the gross domestic product and was dominated by Italian concerns. In the face of these realities, the regime was compelled to turn to the outside world for aid. By the end of 1963, Somalia was able to join not only the Organization for African Unity, but, more importantly, the International Monetary Fund and the European Economic Community, the latter as an associate. Moreover, the regime secured grants and loans amounting to about $69.5 million and $65 million respectively. These funds came from states as diverse as Egypt, West Germany, the Soviet Union, and Czechoslovakia. Smaller grants were also contributed by Italy, Britain, and the United States. Finally, Britain and Italy made further contributions to ease the burden of budgetary deficits. Table 4. 1 shows the breakdown of free financial aid, while Table 4.2 shows both the long and short-term loans for the first 3 years of Shermarki's 4-year term in office. Besides grants and loans, the Shermarki regime adopted liberal policies to attract foreign private investment. More specifically, the Foreign Investment Law of 1961 had provisions which allowed private investors to remit abroad annual profits of up to 15% of the total investment. Further, the law permitted the accumulation of this amount for 3 years and remittal at the end of that period. In addition, it allowed free transfer of the original value after 5 years, imposed no restrictions on the employment of foreign technical personnel, granted tax exemption for 10 years, and permitted foreign personnel to transfer up to 50% of their income abroad. The 2 major local products, bananas and livestock, remained in the private domain. Italians monopolized the banana industry, and the primary production of livestock was still mainly in the hands of pastoral families. Export transactions were increasingly falling into the hands of a number of urban traders. In the puny industrial sector, the government bought 50%. Italy. Post-independence, frustration and anger 65. Undertaken at Tugwajal in the northwest agricultural region, began in 1960 with credit from the Soviet Union. A bank law aimed at expanding the state sector was enacted in 1963, placing all government banking operations under the National Bank. Among the major responsibilities of the new financial institution, and its 8 branches, were currency stability and credit control. This did not mean a state takeover of other foreign banks in the country. All 4 foreign banks, subsidiaries of major European banking institutions, went about their business as they did before independence. There is little doubt that the Shirmarki regime's economic programs and policies were unintegrated, spasmodic, and highly dependent on foreign ownership or resources. When the chaos surrounding economic management and development became too obvious to overlook, a 5-year development plan was initiated in 1963 which allocated $200 million to investment in transport and communication, agriculture, and industrial development, to be financed through foreign sources. Degree in terms of social development, the first 4 years of independence in Somalia were not impressive. To be sure, a few items were added to the austere social facilities in the country. A huge all-purpose hospital was built in Mogadishu with a grant from the EEC, a teachers' training college was created in Afgoy with aid from the United States, a technical institute and a high school were built with Soviet aid, and a 25-kilometer asphalt road linking Mogadishu to Afgoy was constructed. Finally, the confusion over the fate of the 2 inherited colonial languages was settled by making English the medium of instruction in post-elementary schooling. These achievements, such as they were, mainly benefited the urban population. The central government in Mogadishu and its representatives in the regional and district centers made no tangible efforts to establish dialogue with the majority of Somali citizens, the rural population. Instead, like the colonial government before it, the new state attempted to intensify the taxing of the nomads. Specifically, new and direct poll and stock taxes were introduced, provoking the wrath and resistance of nomadic primary producers. The largest items of government expenditure, meanwhile, were civil administration and defense. Foreign relations. A review of the Shirmarki period would not be complete without an account of the regime's foreign policy, in particular, the question of the missing territories. Predictably, the salient issue of Somali foreign policy, besides economic aid, was the designing of strategies for the retrieval of the 3 other Somalilands. From the beginning, the Shirmarki government declared that the unification of Somali areas would not be sought through violent means, nor was the search to impede the making of African unity. President Usman, welcoming a delegation led by Jomo Kenyatta shortly before Kenyan independence, explained how the Somali government saw the congruence between pan-Somalism and a united Africa. 66. We have learned of a cardinal principle underlying the effectiveness or otherwise of a political union between independent states. It is this: the ordinary person must be able to identify himself and his interests with the new order, on economic, ethnic, and cultural grounds. It is this lesson that is perhaps the hardest to learn, but if we Africans are proud to take our place as a democratic people in a comity of nations, we must do more than pay lip service to the feelings of the ordinary men and women in our society. Unfortunately, President Usman's democratic aspirations were not shared by the elites in Kenya or Ethiopia. This was proven a few months before the independence of Kenya when the British decided, at the behest of many, including the government of Somalia, to ask the people of the Northern Frontier District about their future through a referendum. A commission headed by a Canadian general and a Nigerian lawyer administered the referendum in October 1, 962, and the vast majority of the inhabitants of the area, including the Muslim Galas, voted for a union with Somalia. Needless to say, there were furious objections by the Kenyans. To cut a long and treacherous story short, the British, conscious of their more vital imperialist interests in Kenya, reneged on the outcome of the referendum and sealed the fate of nearly 250,000 Somalis living in the area. The NFD became a province of the new Kenya. Regarding the Ogaden, we have already seen that the Ethiopian ruling aristocracy was bent on laying claim to the whole Horn, negating any possibility of the acceptance of autonomy or self-determination for the Ogaden Somalis. In the middle of 1963 the Sharmarki regime approached the West, especially the United States, for military aid in building its defense forces. American reluctance to comply was partly in deference to their Ethiopian clients, it also reflected their growing Kenyan stake. Left with few other choices, the Somali government started negotiations with the Soviet Union, who not only approved the request, but made a better offer. Happy face, in short, facing disappointments in negotiations with the West and Ethiopian imperial claims, the regime's leadership decided to parley from strength and not from weakness. Happy face, this particular development had an impact on the area in two ways. It set the stage for a close relationship between the embryonic Somali military forces and the Soviet Union, and it inaugurated an ominous arms race, replete with economic and social ramifications, in the region. A few weeks later, though acknowledging the working parliamentary democracy in Somalia, the United States reacted coldly to the Somali-Soviet agreement. Somali diplomatic activity was seen as a Soviet penetration of Africa and a loss for the West, underscoring the arrival of Cold War politics in the remote Horn. The United States government took the view that Soviet aid to Africans was a method of undermining their newly won freedom, and, consequently, that one underestimate the current threat and thrust of Soviet efforts in Africa. 32 Despite the many foreign and domestic policy issues confronting Somalia. Post-independence, frustration and anger. 67. The municipal elections of November 1963 focused national attention on renewed, more spirited intra-class competition over the general elections to be held on March 30, 1964, made no less intense by the recording of 97,064 votes ostensibly cast in the remote village of Aden Yabal, to the north of Mogadishu. This preoccupation with electioneering ushered in a long period of government paralysis. When election day arrived, 18 political parties took part, with only 3 of them having any national significance. The HDM, although challenged in certain areas by the SIL, remained very much a party of the river regions. A few days before polling day, a fierce border war erupted between Somalia and Ethiopia, which continued throughout the general elections. ** To the credit of the Somali petite bourgeoisie, that did not push them into postponing the election. On the contrary, the whole episode temporarily revitalized atrophying Somali nationalist sentiments to the extent that the slogan of "one hand with the gun, the other with the vote" became the motto of the authorities. The election went reasonably smoothly, and when the votes were counted, the SIL emerged as the majority party with 69 seats. The SNC had 22, the SDU had 15, HDM had 9, and the remaining 7 went to other smaller parties. The fact that the elections went off peacefully, in the midst of heavy border skirmishes with Ethiopia, led many observers to applaud the Somalis for keeping the show on the road under the circumstances. That euphoria did not last long. Soon after the National Assembly convened, the composition of its parties changed. 21 of the deputies from the opposition parties crossed the floor and joined the ruling SIL. These included 5 SNC members and 1 from SDU. The obvious if unpalatable explanation for this sudden shift was OFA seeking to recover the expenses of campaigning. From then on, the mushrooming of esoteric parties before elections and the strengthening of the ruling party after elections became hallmarks of Somali democracy. Exercising his constitutional prerogative, President Usman, perhaps to distance himself from the record of the Sharmarki regime, called on the outgoing Minister of Interior, Abdul Razak X Hussain, to form a new government. This was not an easy task, and the country literally stood still for 4 months while the politicians in Mogadishu wrangled over the composition of the new regime, to which, and the Sigil government that followed it, we now turn. The Hussain and Sigil administrations. Hussain's regime. One of the constitutional requirements for forming a new government was a vote of confidence by the majority of the deputies in the National Assembly. Hussain's new cabinet, after 6 weeks of intense negotiations and lobbying in what one observer called an atmosphere boiling with personal antagonisms, was finally announced. Rather than go along with President 68 Usman's choice, the SIL***'s Central Committee and Parliamentary Group recommended the reappointment of Sharmarki. The president, however, stuck to his guns. He argued that the society needed change, and that CX Hussain fitted such a bill. Among the qualities the president attributed to his choice were firmness, fairness, devotion to work, and a charisma that excited and inspired intellectuals and the younger generation. Hussain, particularly in his second attempt to put together a government, took initiatives which were out of step with the previous regime. His proposed cabinet was, proportionately, dominated by the North, which had 5 ministers as against 2 in the Sharmarki regime. More specifically, such crucial portfolios as foreign affairs, education, and information became northern preserves. Most of the ministers were young technocrats, ostensibly appointed according to merit. Hussain also ordered all his cabinet members to declare publicly their personal property and business interests. In his budget presentation, he proposed to trim defense expenditure. Lewis, departing from his usual line of analysis, argues that Hussain's gestures to the North were less the result of a deliberate integration policy than part of the general trend towards a happier accommodation between Northerners and Southerners in the central life of the Republic. Happy face, yet it does not explain why the Prime Minister brought in less senior Northerners, and pushed aside the established politicians from that part of the country. Hussain's policies, including the intention to tighten civil service discipline and the curbing of some of the abuses of power, also seem to point towards a different style of petit bourgeois politics, making necessary a theoretical differentiation among the various personalities vying for power. Partly to counter these corrective policies, old potentates of the SIL, like Sharmarki, formed a loose trans-party faction of opposition. The SNC and the SDU joined this coalition, though the price paid by the SDU seems to have been high, the SDU nationalization program. Hussain was accused of being lukewarm in his pursuit of Somali unification. The proposed cut in defense expenditures was used as evidence for this accusation. In addition, Hussain was branded as pro-Western. In that atmosphere, the new government faced the National Assembly for a vote of confidence. On July 14, 1964, Hussain was again unsuccessful. Table 4.3 underscores the division within the ruling SIL party, and shows the pattern of voting. These results demonstrate the precarious nature of petit bourgeois politics in Somalia. The acuteness of the factionalism came into the open more sharply when the Secretary-General, Y.N. Zassin, and 3 other executives were expelled by the SIL Central Committee for violating party discipline. More weeks of governmental paralysis followed, during which no legislation was enacted to deal with pressing economic, political, or social problems. On the diplomatic front, Somalia missed the opportunity to participate in the 1964 OAU summit held in Cairo. Public displeasure with the state of affairs now began to surface, and anonymous leaflets were ubiquitous in Mogadishu attacking all parties. On August 6, the National Assembly reconvened. President Usman, adamant for Hussain as Prime Minister, reappointed him. The Central Committee of the SIL and its 86 deputies caucused for 2 weeks in order to reach a compromise: no cuts in military expenditure in return for their support of the regime. Finally, on August 31, a new Hussain cabinet was formed with a program unchanged except for the concession on defense spending. When the parliamentary votes were counted, President Usman and Prime Minister Hussain had won the needed approval. Table 4.4 illustrates the distribution of votes. More than 10 months had elapsed since the fever of the campaign for municipality elections descended on the country. In those 10 months, matters of national importance had been sidelined, especially in the ever-ailing economy. It was not surprising, therefore, that by mid-1965 food imports had climbed to more than 25% of all imports. Despite the fact that most cereals, cereal products, and fruits could be grown locally. By 1967 only 10% of the 8 million hectares suitable for cultivation were being plowed. The agricultural sector was also starved of extension services, credit, water supplies, marketing facilities, and capital equipment. In short, Hussein's regime could be remembered for attempting to bring some morality into Somali politics, introducing discipline and a touch of professionalism into the lethargic civil service, and trying to develop a more independent foreign 70 policy. He was also one of the very few members of parliament who had some credible progressive tendencies. However, on the negative side, almost a year of his administration's life was wasted by the factional struggle in the Sil, which offers a telling glimpse of the Somali petite bourgeoisie in action. President Usman's first term of office came to an end in the summer of 1967. When the National Assembly met for this crucial event, the broad lines of confrontation were already drawn. Shermarki, now contesting the presidency itself, led that faction of the Sil which since 1964 had plotted to unseat Hussein's government. More significantly, Sigel, the Secretary General of the SNC, had crossed over and joined the Sil, establishing a close alliance with the Shermarki bloc. After a long and close vote in the National Assembly, President Usman lost in the third and final ballot, and Hussein's government came down in the wake of the president's defeat. The new head of state, C. Shermarki, called upon his new ally, M.L. Sigel, to form a government. For many observers, these were positive tidings from Somalia, particularly in view of the growing crisis of orderly succession in the continent. President Usman won a special place in the annals of contemporary Somali and African history by quietly stepping down. However, whether this episode was truly a reflection of the robustness of Somali democracy remained to be seen. Sigel and the end of liberal democracy. After winning the confidence vote relatively easily, Sigel's new government began to consolidate its base within I/Q petite bourgeoisie. As no fundamental change in the economy was envisaged, the regime focused its attention on superstructural issues. Among these were the dislodging of non-supporters of the new axis of power from the Sil party structures, and the gradual staffing of the bureaucracy with loyalists. Despite this, it is probably for foreign policy initiatives that Sigel's first term of office is remembered. The regime restored full diplomatic relations with Britain and, more significantly, established a rapprochement in October 1967 with neighboring Kenya over the issue of the Northern Frontier District. Sigel, articulating the logic behind the dialogue, and defending his regime against the charge of sellout, argued that the initiatives were geared towards an accommodation for a détente with our neighbors as a preliminary to creating a suitable atmosphere without abandoning the context of our political aspirations and objectives. He claimed that the move had produced a resumption of diplomatic relations with Kenya, relaxation of emergency rule in the Northern Frontier District, and cooperation along the border. A similar conciliatory position adopted towards Ethiopia led to the creation of a joint ministerial consultative committee, the renewal of overflying rights for Somali Airlines on flights to the north, and the return of civilian rule to the Ogaden in place of the harsh military administration. Sigel's approach to the central issue of missing territories was a departure from the established pattern. That he explored other alternatives for dealing with such a difficult issue was to his credit, especially given the history of militant postures. His unorthodox solutions gained credibility partly because post-independence, frustration and anger 7.1. Previous approaches had failed to achieve positive results and led to the diplomatic isolation of Somalia. If Sigel's proposals to neighboring states were a dominant subject of political discussion among Somalis at the end of 1967 and the early part of 1968, the items on the agenda on the eve of the March 1969 election were more myopic, with a return to extreme particularism. Indeed, more than 60 parties, with over 1,000 candidates, registered for an election in which they were vying for a total of 123 parliamentary seats. The Sigel regime, to ensure its victory, literally reorganized the SIL and made Sigel the leader of the party, in addition to his position as head of government, a significant encroachment on the separation of powers previously practiced by the party. Through the Minister of the Interior, Y.N. Zassin, the regime also pressured the police chief, General M.A. Musa, to put his troops and their vehicles at the disposal of the SIL in critical polling areas of the country. Finally, a new rule which changed the method of apportioning votes to the party lists was introduced. In the past, it had been important for a candidate to be placed at the top, or close to the top, of his party's list in the final tally of votes. If a given party was strong in an area, only the top candidates would win, and the other parties running close behind would seat their top names in proportion. Under the new method, if a contestant received a majority of the vote in his area, all names on his slate would win, leaving no representation to lesser parties, clearly an arrangement agreeable to the ruling SIL, the strongest party of them all. But these changes were not the only ones impacting on the election. It had become obvious to many members of the bureaucratic petite bourgeoisie that the state, particularly its upper levels, was the quickest and perhaps the easiest road to personal accumulation. A large number of civil servants thus resigned and sought their fortunes in the political arena. As Lewis writes, with such intense competition involving an unprecedentedly large number of senior civil servants who had their posts to enter the lists, electoral expenses had been unusually heavy, and those who had succeeded in gaining a seat in the National Assembly were naturally anxious to recover their costs at the earliest possible opportunity. In a country where the annual budget was running at approximately, some candidates are estimated to have spent as much as Sigel and his bloc in the SIL were not, of course, outspent. There is some evidence that the coffers of the state were looted to equip the party's nominees for a successful campaign. When the elections were over, the SIL had won 73 seats, the SNC had 11 seats, the HDM had 3, and the rest of the seats were sprinkled over some of the smaller parties. Besides the already noted peculiarities of this election, two post-election factors seem important. First, the SDU, the most progressive of the various blocs of the petite bourgeoisie, had almost disappeared. Second, with the loss of around 40 lives, this had been the bloodiest election since independence. 72. As expected, President Chermarki reappointed Sigel to form the government. When the new National Assembly met for the first time, all but one of the new deputies who were not members of the SIL crossed the floor to join the ruling party. Consequently, the sole opposition member was the ex-Prime Minister, C.X. Hussain, who came back to the National Assembly by way of a new opposition party, the Popular Movement for Democratic Action. Sigel, to reward these newly wooed members, expanded the number of cabinet positions from 12 to 21, and created 10 vice-ministers. While the representatives of this Somali state class were haggling over the distribution of portfolios, some veteran students of Somali society were offering their opinions on the state of democracy. Professor Lewis, despite his earlier observations on the role of money in the election, could still point to the conditions which permit the hee-hee competition of rival interests and allow a degree of internal freedom which the more fragile structures of other African states cannot yet afford. Happy Face, Drysdale was even more sanguine. He suggested that, Eagle and Somalia's parliamentary democracy luminous in the qualities of freedom and tolerance in comparison with many other countries. Drysdale's comment hardly anticipated the political and economic degeneration which set in under Sigel's second regime. The first institution to show signs of the atrophy which had already afflicted the political parties was the Supreme Court. In the days following the election, about 47 petitions, all challenging election results, were refused hearing by the court on the technical grounds that it lacked authority to intervene in such matters. Whatever the merits of the cases, the court's action smacked of interference by the government, and caused a corresponding amount of bitterness and disrespect for national institutions. Moreover, to quote one of Lewis's more correct insights, the National Assembly had been transformed into a sordid marketplace where deputies traded their votes for personal rewards with scant regard for the interests of their constituents. The civil service, which hitherto had displayed a certain amount of professionalism, was undermined by chaos and nepotism, carried to extraordinary lengths, with the result that ministries were overstaffed. The country's economic performance did not bode well either. To begin with, though by 1968-69 banana exports, livestock, and sugar-cane production were up relative to previous years, the figures for external trade were less encouraging, as Table 4.5 shows. The direction of trade also gave a hint of Somalia's economic vulnerability. Although in 1967 Italy had been replaced by Saudi Arabia as Somalia's #1 export customer, it was still Somalia's main source of imports. Further, in spite of the fact that Susain's government had proposed to trim defense expenditures, and Segal had initiated policies aimed at reducing the risk of war, government allocations under both regimes show a preponderance of defense outlays. Table 4.7 illustrates the expenditure priorities of Somalia during the last 6 years of civilian regimes. The figures also throw some light on the neglect of the agricultural sector, part of the reason for the increasing dependence on foreign imports and aid. Results: rumors started to circulate in Mogadishu that 2 of the major reasons behind the stalling were that Segal wanted to find a candidate who would have assured the continuation in power of government, and that it was an opportune moment for deputies to bid high and make a killing. 6 days after the assassination, in the midst of this crisis, the armed forces staged a bloodless coup, bringing to a close Somalia's experience of electoral politics. Conclusion: it is time to answer the 2 questions posed at the outset of this chapter. As to the easy and unmourned demise of democracy, we have already alluded to the peculiar nature of the Somali social formation and the preponderance of the rural, pastoral life. In such a milieu of relatively unformed and scattered social classes, consciousness of a common interest, especially one which would centralize the traders linking the pastoral producers to the international market or the indigenous petit bourgeois politicians, had not come to pass. These 2 factors, the nature of the pastoral economy, and the absence of significant popular consciousness, go a long way towards explaining why pressures from below were not visible in the Somali political terrain of late 1969. The political machinations and bargaining taking place in Mogadishu and other urban centers may also have convinced the pastoralists that traditional democratic practices had either fallen by the wayside or, where they survived, been grotesquely distorted. The commercialization of debate and discussion may well have been an affront to rural sensibilities and a source of profound disenchantment. As to why the armed forces captured state power so easily, how well is this explained by the conventional literature on military intervention in African politics? As typologized by Eliezer, orthodox theories fall into 2 categories. Happy face. The first school proposes that in a society riddled with archaic traditional structures and practices, such as particularism, officers constitute the only group imbued with a sense of professionalism, discipline, and centripetal values, all planted by the colonial administration. Moreover, supplied with and trained in the deployment of sophisticated weaponry, the military elite becomes a fountainhead of modernity. In the midst of inefficiency and corruption, it is the only competently organized group able to intervene. The other cluster of arguments focus on the political institutions of the given nation. Their basic thrust is that most institutions in African countries, especially those grafted by decolonization, are so fragile that they cannot mediate and domesticate conflict within the society. The military is the only viable institution capable of holding the society together in the pursuit of modernization. In the words of Lefevre, as long as the central political symbols and institutions are weak and national cohesiveness is elusive, a condition that may persist for generations in most African countries, the politics of force will frequently supersede the politics of persuasion. Happy face. 76. These organizational and institutional theorizations correspond to the modernization and political development approaches we touched on when introducing this book. Their merits, particularly the institutional school's realization of the impotence of colonially transmitted institutions and symbols, are acknowledged. Nonetheless, both arguments gloss over the social roots of the military and their ideological linkages with other social forces, and this oversight blunts their bite. Further, this literature does not help us to conceptualize the workings of imperialism. A more fruitful way to address this question is to recognize that the African military, particularly the higher echelons, is part of the new petite bourgeoisie who found themselves in a strategic position on the eve of decolonization and the Africanization of the state structures. Given the military's closeness to the centers of state power, and the civilian ruling straita's abuses and corruption, the possibility existed for sections of the armed forces to either join in the looting or establish alliances aimed at displacing comprador politics with a more progressive orientation. Some critical scholars have written off the military as, invariably, part of the tributary class. While a large body of evidence from the continent seems to support this, the facts also suggest rare moments when military structures produce officers unsympathetic to the politics of acquiescence, venality, and social irresponsibility. This, of course, does not mean that such knights in armor should naively be trusted to carry through reforms. Indeed, the Somalia case will demonstrate the pitfalls intrinsic to the institutional and psychological nature of the military, not least its rigidly hierarchical structure and command culture. Nonetheless, if the military is by definition a tributary stratum, then one has to explain the admittedly limited, sometimes contradictory, but socially significant role played by military regimes in Nasser's Egypt, Peru in 1968, Algeria, Libya since 1969, and even Ethiopia since 1974. To come back to the Somalia case, after independence the military seems to have stayed out of the contest for state power for a number of reasons. First, like most Somalis, they were swept along by the national exhilaration that accompanied the dawn of independence. Second, given the centrality of disputes between the Somali people and their neighbors, the attention of the armed forces was focused on these external issues. This was especially true of the period after the border clashes with Ethiopia in 1964. By 1969, however, the heady feelings surrounding decolonization had evaporated as political and economic conditions deteriorated. Perhaps the most grave sign of decline in the economic sphere, in addition to the failure of agriculture, was the spiraling of the external debt, which stood at over $48 million by the beginning of 1968, and a shrinking of the sources of revenue. Moreover, the military interpreted Segal's policy of détente as a denigration of their importance and value. With almost half of them stationed around the capital and comparatively little to do, the armed forces found plenty of time to watch the politicians in action. As the ruling civilian bloc of the petite bourgeoisie continued to demonstrate its incompetence and indecisiveness in running the state, the military, together with a fraction of the civilian wing, found an opportune moment to strike. This post-independence, frustration and anger 11. Disaffected civilian group, most of them members of the intelligentsia who were not conspicuous, later appeared as technocratic supporters of the new regime. The intervention of the military and their cohorts presented a historic moment to embark on one of the following paths: to establish their own parochial interests, and, in the process, exacerbate the social, economic, and political conditions, or to challenge the neocolonial mold, and redefine the state as an instrument to recapture the pre-independence momentum. In the long run, the latter would mean committing class suicide, but only to reincarnate themselves as genuine partners in the struggle against underdevelopment. As Roger Murray writes, the essence of the matter is that the post-colonial state has simultaneously to be perceived as the actual instrument of mediation and negotiation with external capitalism, and as the possible instrument of a continuing anti-imperialist and socialist revolution. In this setting, the relative autonomy of the ruling petty bourgeoisie stratum becomes a critical issue, whose import has to be examined in its modus operandi of state power. This chapter has demonstrated the decay of the post-colonial parliamentary politics and economic liberalism. Has the new military cum intelligentsia fraction done any better? To answer that question satisfactorily, we must examine their modus operandi of state power. Part 2. The Revolution, Rhetoric and Reahty. President Anwar Sadat sought an audience with Allah in the mosque. "O Allah," he implored, *, when will Egypt redeem itself and the Arab world? "Not in your lifetime, Anwar," replied the Almighty sadly. And Sadat came out of the mosque weeping. Next was Sudan's al-Numiri. "O Allah," he begged, "tell me that Sudan will recover." "Not in your life," said the Almighty disappointedly. Then it was time for Siad Bar to prostrate. "Allah," said Siad, "when will Somalia make it?" And Allah ran out of the mosque weeping. A Somali joke. Every revolution has been preceded by an intense labor of criticism, by the diffusion of culture and the spread of ideas amongst masses of men who are first resistant, and think only of solving their own immediate economic and political problems for themselves. A Gramsci. 5. Internal reconstruction. The takeover of the state by the armed forces in the pre-dawn hours of October 21, 1969 began swiftly, proceeded with the minimum of hitches, and ended with total success. In that significant sweep of events, members of Prime Minister Sigal's government, and most of the senior politicians of earlier regimes, including President Usman and ex-police chief General Musa, were either taken to a detention center in Afgoy, about 25 kilometers west of Mogadishu, or asked to stay in their homes until further notice. As the new regime consolidated its position in the next 48 hours, its composition and preliminary goals began to surface. This chapter will establish the programmatic intentions of the new government, and examine its internal record. Inception and legitimation. How did the new military regime assert its legitimacy and begin to routinize the new order? Naturally, it litanized the crimes against Somali stability allegedly perpetrated by the civilian governments of yesteryear. While that particular line made for positive public relations, the real business of the day was the suspension of the Constitution and the Supreme Court, the closure of the National Assembly, and the barring of all political activity. On the second day of its life, the regime unveiled its first concrete declaration of future policies. In what subsequently came to be known as the First Charter of the Revolution, the following prospectus was released. Internal policy. 1. To constitute a society based on the right to work and the principle of social justice, considering the environment and social life of the Somali people. 2. To prepare and orientate the development of economic, social, and cultural programs to bring rapid progress to the country. 3. Liquidation of illiteracy and the development of an enlightened, patrimonial and cultural heritage of the Somali people. 4. To institute with appropriate and adequate measures the basic 84. Development of the writing of the Somali language. 5. Liquidation of all kinds of corruption, all forms of anarchy, the malicious system of tribalism in every form, and all other bad customs in state activities. 6. To abolish all political parties, and 7. To conduct at an appropriate time free and impartial elections. External policy. 1. Support for and international solidarity with national liberation movements. 2. To oppose and fight all forms of colonialism and neocolonialism. 3. To struggle to maintain Somali national security. 4. To observe the principle of peaceful coexistence between all peoples. 5. To continue and preserve the policy of positive neutrality, and 6. To respect and recognize all legal international commitments undertaken by the Somali Republic. The above declaration, which would be refined and elaborated in the future, served as the point of reference and programmatic girdle for the new rulers. On October 24 the Somali people were addressed by General Siad Bar who, while acknowledging a collective leadership, spoke as the primus inter pares. Offering his justification for the coup, the 53-year-old army commander promised to make Somalia a respected country in its internal and external policies. "We want the Somali people to use the wealth and prosperity hidden in their land and avoid begging other nations." With initial doubts about the regime's intentions taken care of, the next thing Somalis wanted to know was the identity of the individuals behind the coup. On November 1, the membership of the Supreme Revolutionary Council was announced. 24 officers whose commissions ranged from Major General to Captain soon. Siad Barre emerged officially as the strongmen, and observers who thought they knew their Africa beat were quick to declare that Siad is certainly not a political self-seeker and probably acted because he knew that if he did not, the younger army and police officers would have gone without him. That remained to be seen. Meanwhile, the first legislative act of the Supreme Revolutionary Council vested in itself the earlier functions of the President, Council of Ministers, National Assembly, and Supreme Court. During the early weeks there were related changes in the spheres of law, administration of justice, and civil rights. In place of the Supreme Court, a National Security Court, directly controlled by the SRC, was created. Besides its role as final arbiter, this new court was designed as the political instrument responsible for the security of the state and charged with curbing offenses against the public order, misappropriation of national resources, the nebulous problem of tribalism, and other unwarranted political activities. In the sphere of civil liberties, the rights of assembly and expression were curtailed, and the publication of all 9 privately owned newspapers was prohibited. 2. 86. Complete the command structure of the new regime. A subordinate 14-member civilian council of secretaries was established to administer the day-to-day bureaucratic and technical responsibilities of government. As Lewis notes, however, General J.C. Korshal, the commander of the Somali police and a member of the SRC, was also appointed as Secretary of Interior. At the regional and local levels, civilian administrators were replaced with military and police governors, and district commissioners. Very much in line with the SRC at the national level, these local commanders were also appointed as chairmen of local revolutionary councils, responsible for ordinary bureaucratic functions, the adjudication of justice, and the maintenance of security. As for diplomacy, the SRC posted military officers to various Somali missions and embassies around the world. Finally, to complete its grip on power in Somalia, the new system laid the foundations of an omnipresent and omnipotent national security service. Despite the above changes, the early part of 1970 was a period of debate and discussion among the members of the SRC. Within such a group, brought together by circumstances and amorphous nationalist and progressive feelings, the exchange of ideas sharpened as the necessity for outlining concrete policies and operationalizing the charter became more pressing. This was also a time when civil servants reported to have become negligent and corrupt came under strong attack. Finally, it was a time when a reawakening and edification of Somali nationalism was proposed. In the debates within the SRC and the Council of Secretaries, perhaps the most immediate topics were the nature of authority and distribution of power within the SRC, and the host of broad economic, social, political, and foreign policy difficulties facing the country. The question of who would get what position in the new structure was bound to preoccupy the armed forces, for whom the chain of command is a core value. As far as policies were concerned, Pestalozzi suggests that from the beginning there was an ideological division within the SRC. His analysis identifies a left contingent working for a more radical shift who had socialist proclivities, a strong nationalist center, and a right-wing group that preferred to maintain a colonial setup. Pestalozzi does not distinguish who, among the SRC, belonged to what category. However, he places General Siad Barre as one who solidly identified with the first group. Further, he argues that a line can be drawn between the army and the police which helps in explaining these ideological divisions. It is well to remember, according to Pestalozzi, that after 1963 the Somali military developed a close relationship with the Soviet Union, who supplied their equipment, trained their officers in Soviet academies, and maintained a substantial Soviet advisory group in the republic itself. The result of this association was the gradual inculcation of Marxist ideas among the brass. On the other hand, the Somali police were nurtured by Western countries, with the consequent infiltration of capitalist ideas, methodology, and values. As for the nationalists, their inspiration came largely from traditional Islamic culture, laced with Nasserist tendencies. 87. Pestilitsa asserts that these differences, especially between the left and the right, came to the fore on April 29, 1970, when General Korschel, the ex-police chief, was arrested for harmful and counter-revolutionary behavior. The allegation stated that he had attempted to start a war with Ethiopia with Western connivance. While this isolation of the right was underway, General Siad Barre, gradually emerging as the dominant personality, was wooing the center group, the nationalists. Most of his speeches were generously sprinkled with chauvinistic slogans and exhortations. What we are striving to create is a nationalism of oneness. The Somali and the foreigner cannot be equated. Somalism is the inherent bond that ties the Somalis together and puts their common interest in a nutshell. While these struggles were taking place within the inner circle of power, the new judicial and security organs embarked on a crusade against corruption in government. Soon the various revolutionary councils were busy conducting trials which came to be known as Zasabi's Male. Ironically, one of the earliest casualties was a member of the SRC, General Ahmed Maxamoud Kate, who earlier had been appointed as the new mayor of Mogadishu. The reactivation of Somali nationalism was a means of inspiring and mobilizing the general population. Energized by the speeches of the regime, this period saw the launching of a spirited community participation approach to the execution of development projects. In essence, the state supplied food and other materials while labor and time were donated by the community. In every part of the republic, there was a fresh willingness to contribute one's sweat and skills to community programs as Somalis were swept up in a euphoria not seen since the days of the struggle for independence. The pedigree of the attitude Somalis called /ro Waxugabzo went back to that earlier period of national ebullience and efflorescence, when the motto itself was coined to capture the prevailing atmosphere of collective response to local problems, erosion, denudation, and road construction. Policies and programs. The economy. On May 8, 1970, the following edicts were announced as concrete guidelines for government actions carried. 1. Outright ownership of SNAI, the Italian Somali sugar industry, which previously had been owned jointly by Italian private concessionaires and the Somali government. 2. The nationalization of the Italo-Somali Electric Society. This was a private concern which owned and controlled the generation and supply of electricity, particularly in Mogadishu and the south. 88. 3. The nationalization of oil distributing companies. 4. The nationalization of all foreign banks. These comprised four major branches of international banks: Banco di Roma, Banco di Napoli, National and Grindlays of Britain, and the Egyptian Bank. The primary reason for their takeover, as the regime explained, was to create public savings and make credits available for the non-trade and productive sectors of the economy. 5. The creation of a national insurance company in place of the more than 5 foreign companies in the country, which were accused of exploitative practices. These clear signals of a move to the left did not preclude, however, the continuing significance of the private sector. In fact, General Siad Barre was careful to confirm the role of private initiative and foreign investment, and to guarantee compensation for those affected by nationalization. A few weeks later, more decisions were announced giving priority to the reduction of imports and the promotion of food production for local consumption, livestock, and industry, and imposing a freeze on the price of basic staples. The trick of controlling prices without blunting the initiative of small farmers was to be accomplished by eliminating the middlemen and by the establishment of the Agricultural Development Agency to organize the distribution of commodities at regulated prices. Towards the end of the summer more than 34 wholesalers were arrested for disregarding the new ordinances. Other government initiatives worthy of mention during these early months were salary reductions of up to 40% for senior bureaucrats, 20% cuts in rent, and an increase in taxation on buildings and luxury items. We should note that two of the major subsectors of the economy, livestock and banana production, were left alone. In the case of livestock, the rationale put forward was that there was very little to nationalize as pastoral families were mostly subsistence producers. In the case of bananas, a number of liabilities seem to have discouraged the extension of state ownership. These included the shrinking of market outlets, especially after the closure of the Suez Canal, a shortage of technical cotters, the archaic nature of production and outmoded methods of economic organization, and, perhaps most threatening, the tough and intimidating competition from other banana producers and multinationals such as the United Fruit Company. In view of these drawbacks, the SRC opted for the establishment of a national banana agency to control exports and search for other buyers besides the dominant Italian market whose privileges were withdrawn in early 1972. It was not until October 21, 1970 that General Siad Barre divulged the new ideology and methodology of the regime, scientific socialism. Lewis suggests that the choice of direction reflected the army's growing dependence on Russian equipment and advisors and was a manifestation of Soviet involvement in Somalia. We disagree with Lewis and will argue that 89. Though the reliance on the Soviets cannot be denied, General Siad Barre and his supporters in the council felt, as the Somali situation unfolded, that a more comprehensive theoretical guideline was necessary. A verbal embracing of socialism did not automatically mean Soviet manipulation or, indeed, a clear and full recognition of what socialism truly implied. For Siad Barre and the SRC, socialism was defined as a method of organizing the Somali society to 1. Nationalize the commanding heights of the economy. 2. Develop and improve the capacity of local resources, especially the agricultural sector, to produce enough food for local needs. 3. To create an egalitarian order by reducing income differentials. 4. To democratize the workplace and political institutions. 5. To establish an official orthography for the Somali language. 6. To promote exports and reduce imports, hence to balance payments. 7. To move away from foreign dependence, particularly on the traditional Somali sources of foreign support, and therefore to diversify relations with other countries, and 8. To reaffirm positive non-alignment. These goals were not very different from the earlier declarations. The last three items will be dealt with in Chapter 6. Discussion of the other 5 points must focus on activities in the various economic sectors to decide how far intentions have become achievements. A good way of doing this is by examining development programs, since they are the mechanism for prioritization and planning. The first development program 1971-73. The rural sector is the largest in the Somali economy, accounting for 2/3 of the gross national product, 4/5 of the labor force, and about 98% of the exports. What becomes of this sector obviously determines the economic development of Somalia. Recognizing this, the SRC launched its first development program, 1971-73. This program was proposed to achieve a number of objectives: the control of animal disease, the extension of agricultural crash programs, food grain production and marketing, and the creation of employment opportunities especially at the local level. The plan indicated that pastoralists would be offered vaccination services and dips against diseases that had traditionally bedeviled their flocks, water holes, and other necessities for better grazing. In agriculture, the emphasis was placed on iskawaksugiso projects with the aim of engaging as many people as possible in productive labor. These intentions notwithstanding, the final report of the plan was at odds with the declarations. Comparatively, though, spending on the rural sector was greater than urban sector spending during the 90s. Last 5 years of civilian governments. Table 5. 1 shows the actual allocations to the rural sector, as well as the relative paucity of allocations to the pastoral sector in particular. The figures depict a conspicuous ballooning of the service subsector. Another point worth mentioning is that more than 80% of these development expenditures were funded by foreign donations. If the state's development allocations to the rural sector were disappointing, the state-owned commercial bank's credit extension was not much better and showed that the regime's declared intention to refocus attention on economic self-reliance was not carried through. The information obtainable from the other sectors of the economy, especially industry, during this early period is extremely inconsistent. The available data points towards some revitalization of the newly acquired sugar complexes in Jauhar, the largest industrial plant in the country, and the textile mill at Balkad. The public sector also grew from 14 establishments in 1970 to 46 in 1974. According to a United Nations Industrial Development Organization report, though expansion had raised the share of industry in the 1973 GNP estimates to 15%, with 9% in modern manufacturing, that subsector remains small and handicapped by a limited domestic market, lack of technical manpower, shortage of funds, dearth of infrastructural facilities, and, despite attempts at restructuring, a high degree of capital intensity. To sum up this brief period, then, the evidence is very mixed at best. Pestilitsa, whose study of Somali development stops at the end of 1972, lists a whole series of economic accomplishments. These included the Nationalization Acts of 1970, and their subsequent extension to cover commerce all the way down to the retail sale of important commodities of nationwide consumption, eliminating mercantile speculation by the dominant Italian firms, direct state supply of retailers and the establishment of state and municipal shops, cooperativization of the transport system under the guidance of the Ministry of Transport, and the emergence of the countryside from its traditional isolation as a result of special measures taken by the authorities. In short, he argues that conditions in 1972 were much better than under Segal's rule, and that a sense of economic independence had been implanted. Most of the items on Pestilitsa's list are legitimate, at least in terms of the ordinances issued by the regime. Certainly some benefits did result from the earlier mobilizations which focused on education and other issues of that nature, an area we shall say more about when we come to the social domain. Nevertheless, a review based on the national program for those first 3 years suggests that the productive sectors of the economy were not transformed in line with the regime's promised reorganization of priorities to reduce stagnation and dependence, especially in food production. If the results in this period are inconclusive, a longer view of the economic situation can be gained by examining the years 1974 to 78. The 1974 to 78 Development Plan. This 5-year development plan, more than 80% financed from external sources, was drawn up to pursue further the policies outlined in the 2 charters as subsequently elaborated by the SRC and its chairman. Among the new additions were a further nationalization of sectoral and internal trade, and the rerouting of trade to those socialist countries with whom we have economic cooperation. Let us examine the plan sectorally. The rural sector. Within the rural sector, regime Rhetoric laid the emphasis on food self-sufficiency and agricultural production, a stress which relied on the widely held belief that many nomads would become cultivators. In addition, given the Gulf demand for Somali livestock, substantial amounts of money were entering the state coffers from this source, which discouraged any tampering with its productive structure and logic. As pastoralism continued to shed its yearly increase in population, agriculture seemed to be the one subsector capable of underwriting such changes in the source of population livelihood. The SRC had already noted the danger of young people moving into the urban centers where there were already tremendous strains on social amenities and few prospects of employment. Within this approach, the agricultural crash program was isolated for special treatment, and out of it cooperatives and settlements were created through the enactment of the Law of Cooperative Development of 1974. The promulgation of this law was the first serious attempt to galvanize the fragmented and unproductive agricultural subsector. Three main types of cooperative were proposed. 92. 1. Multi-purpose, a cooperative farming society designed so as to share marketing, supplies, and self-help projects, while property remained private. 2. Group farm, more associative, in which land was to be communally owned and cultivated, with 4/5 of the income from production to be distributed on the basis of the amount of work contributed. 3. Full communal, the final stage in the socialization of cooperative farming, in which the use and ownership of land, equipment, and labor was to be completely on a communal basis. Another important instrument of agricultural policy was a land tenure law enacted in late 1975. It called for the nationalization of all holdings and the establishment of legal limits on their size and transfer. Under this law, individual families were to hold land only under a concession, renewable in 50 years. Land was to be excluded from sole transactions, which should cover only improvements and use value, and plantation owners were to register in compliance with the concession requirements. 1 year later, the National Range Agency was created, with responsibility for the establishment of grazing areas and control of the devastation being caused by overgrazing. An assessment of these agricultural policies can only be attempted when allowance has been made for the impact of the Great Somali Drought of 1974-75. Coming after a number of rainless seasons, the drought brought ruin to more than 2/3 of the country. In fact, in an interview with this writer, General Siad Barre argued that it was the worst drought in Somalia's modern history, adding that it was no wonder we have called it Dabadir, a reference to its protracted and punitive aftermath. Nomads were the hardest hit, with many tens of thousands dead and hundreds of thousands left destitute. Further, the drought compounded the imported inflation, which reached 19% per annum in 1975. This figure would have been much worse if the Soviet Union was not supplying Somali oil needs. In the section on the social milieu, we shall discuss in more detail the regime's handling of this severe test. Here, it is important simply to recognize the constraints the drought added to an already difficult situation. By 1978, the record of the cooperatives was disappointing. In the multipurpose cooperatives, almost no use was made of common marketing procedures. In fact, although there is some evidence of general support for self-help projects like building a school or constructing small dams to control flooding, for the most part members pursued their individually perceived interests. Thus, while 67 multi-purpose cooperatives existed in 1978, the results achieved were mostly unsatisfactory. Group farms, more numerous at 224, did not fare any better when it came to performance. Members of these societies did not add their traditionally or privately owned plots to the group farm, rather, a new area adjacent to the settlement became the communal property. Most of the members gave priority to their individual holdings and only attended to the group farm in leisure time, a rare occurrence in communities living so close to subsistence. The basic 93 tasks of cultivation, such as sowing, weeding, and harvesting, took the same time on communal as on individual farms. Since labor was usually short and according to the law could not be hired, communal holdings were short of hands when seasonal chores needed to be performed. There is very little to report on the full communal farms. By 1978, none had been established yet. In short, productivity was very low, and projects intended to achieve self-sufficiency ended up receiving subsidies from the central government or international aid agencies. Overall, then, agricultural production, despite the preeminence assigned to it by the SRC, was lamentably low. Neither is this conclusion to be confined to the newly formed cooperatives. The same dismal picture holds true for both the state farms and privately cultivated plots, as Table 5.2 shows. Average crop production declined over 5% in each year between 1972 and 1980, during which time the growth of population was 2.5% each year. Not only was food production stagnant, but the sharp fall in banana production affected exports, while the decline of industrial crops had an adverse impact on rudimentary industrial production. The reasons for this negative performance are numerous. Ecological and natural catastrophes have been part of the landscape of Somali history. Farmers must contend with limited and erratic rainfall, and an increasing frequency of droughts. The Ministry of Agriculture's preliminary research shows that, on average, only 2 out of every 5 years produce normal precipitation, while 2 are usually well below average, and the 5th year goes either way. This inhospitable pattern is particularly menacing when the general form of cultivation is rain-fed farming. There are also, however, policy-based factors that played a significant role in agricultural decline. In grain production, lack of economic incentives and state control of producer prices have been listed as the main obstacles to a better performance. According to this explanation, the state, in order to keep consumer prices down, put controls on producer prices, which consequently fell behind inflationary increases, hence the disincentives for private farmers, who had been carrying out most of the cultivation. Degree For example, if 1972 is taken as the benchmark year for real prices, then the 1978 price for sorghum and maize was 84 and the sesame price was 73. As far as bananas were concerned, with 90% of production still in the hands of private Italian and Arab producers, the first noticeable problem was the shrinking of overall areas of cultivation from 8,300 hectares in 1975 to less than 6,000 hectares in 1978. The explanation for this, besides rising salinity, has been given as inadequate investment in the modernization of the infrastructure and inputs, which resulted from private owners' uncertainties regarding nationalization policies. Further, the National Banana Agency was inefficient and short of managerial personnel. Despite the fact that Somali banana workers' wages were lower than those paid in any other banana exporting country, Somali bananas were not competitive in outside markets. Finally, as if all the preceding were not enough, the price of bananas in the international market had fallen by more than half since 1960. Happy face. To complete the survey of the non-industrial sectors, a few observations on 94. Happy face, 01 equals SOO. 000 MC 95. The nomadic and fisheries subsectors are in order. As we noted earlier, pastoralism, with the exception of disease control projects and the sinking of some water holes, was left to its own devices. We have already pointed to the relative pittance apportioned to it in the 1971-73 development plan. Since then, this subsector has not fared much better. In the words of one sympathetic report, despite the fact that nearly 2/3 of the population of Somalia are nomadic pastoralists, that livestock and livestock products exports are responsible for almost 2/3 of foreign exchange earnings, and that taxes and levies on livestock exports are a major source of government income, its relative share of development funds was reduced to 5.3% in the 1974-78 plan. Although state expenditure was meager, there was one bright spot in the gloom of that subsector. The terms of trade for pastoral products were positive after the early 1970s because of accelerated demand from the oil-rich Gulf countries, especially Saudi Arabia. Table 5.3 demonstrates both the stagnation of export production and the sharp increases of prices for Somali livestock. Taking 1970 as a benchmark of 100, by 1978 livestock prices had skyrocketed to 220. This is particularly significant when juxtaposed to the general 1978 Consumer Price Index of 205. These favorable characteristics notwithstanding, productivity in the pastoral sector did not improve drastically, and barely kept pace with population growth. Moreover, the windfall of these high prices did not, by and large, accrue to the nomadic producers, but to the state, and, more importantly, to between 100 and 200 major livestock dealers in Burko and Hargeisa, of whom perhaps 50 the real kingpins of the trade. Happy face, these powerful dealers were linked to the producers by the infamous local buyer. Each exporter was supported by a host of dallals who brought in many individual herds to Berbera for final shipment to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, the dominant contemporary market. Usually, producers were paid for their livestock only after the exporter had made the sale in Arabia, which put the burden of most costs of credit on the nomads. Moreover, the state ended up taking 1/10 of the value of the transaction in taxes, while the Dalal schemed another 10% to 15% in commission even when prices were up, as they had been ever since the early 1970s. Most of the evidence available suggests that a very negligible share passed to the producers. But the story does not end there. Aronson argues that despite the socialist declarations and the creation of the Livestock Development Agency to control exports and protect nomadic producers, the state maintained its original relationship with the livestock traders. This arrangement not only guaranteed export earnings, but also facilitated what one writer has called the hidden economy. Briefly, this describes a mechanism whereby livestock exporters, at the opening of letters of credit in Somalia, met the minimum price for animal. 96. MAK NOR VQ NO nor RR with 10 Soviet trawlers, was created. A year later, a survey was taken of potential annual catches in 4 types of fishing. More than 800,000 tons of anchovies, sardines, herring, and tuna in the open seas, 40,000 tons of flounder, snappers, and porgies in the bottom dwelling, 30,000 tons of sharks and rays, and close to 3,000 tons of lobster and shrimp. The 1974-78 plan allocated about 78 million shillings, or 2%, of development funds to fishing, a rise of nearly 200% from 1972-73. Happy face, by 1979, 18 cooperatives had been established, in which marketing, purchase of boats, gear, and other fishing needs were shared. There had been little systematic research into this segment of the economy. However, preliminary reports indicate that while Somalifish had been making progress, with the 1976-77 catches estimated at 9,670 tons of fish and 3,800 tons of lobster, the cooperatives had run into serious difficulties. Their problems included untrained local management, the deterioration of motorboats because of lack of maintenance, and the absence of individual accountability. All this was compounded by the failure of the state to help. 98. Establish backup units for repairs. All in all, figures for national fish production in 1974-77 showed a steady upward trend. However, with the departure of the Soviets in 1978, and despite the arrival of Italian vessels, the decline from 11,390 tons in 1976 to 3,803 tons in 1978 was precipitous. So much for the rural sector. We turn now to the modern sector, industry and service. The modern sector. The 1974-78 plan underlined a number of objectives for industry: the consolidation and maximization of efficiency and productivity, the creation of new industrial units in fields vital to the national economy, the enhancement of the profitability of existing large enterprises, and the encouragement of the private sector to play a secondary role in industrial growth. By 1978, a number of significant projects had been established. Among these were a cigarette and match factory, a packaging plant for cardboard boxes and polyethylene bags, fruit and vegetable canning plants, a wheat flour and pasta factory, several grain mills, an iron foundry, and a petroleum refinery. Towards the end of the plan, there were 53 state-owned manufacturing enterprises as against 14 in 1970. After the nationalization measures, large amounts of investment were targeted for the new public units which, temporarily, improved the role of that subsector in a number of ways. Happy face, the share of industry rose from 9% of GDP to over 15%, and employment in the subsector was up by 21%. Although some important steps were taken towards expansion, by the end of the plan period most objectives were unattained. Table 5.4 shows the stagnation or downward trend in key industrial products after the initial spurts in 1971 to 72. The problems of the industrial sector were not limited to the fall of productivity. On the contrary, the period also witnessed, especially from the mid-1970s, the decline of added value and profitability, especially per employment. Consequently, these crises in industry, coupled with the rise in the number of employees, resulted in the siphoning off of resources, in the form of subsidies, from the already emaciated non-industrial sectors of the economy. Among the most serious problems were degree 1. Underutilization of industrial capacity, mostly because of insufficient domestic inputs, or scarcities of imported supplies, such as processing material for the cigarette and matches factory. 2. Inadequate financial incentives for employees. This problem became critical for the credibility of the new order, as the average wage and salary earnings per employee declined 50%, in real terms, in 1970-78. 3. Lack of managerial staff and skilled workers. This was a very crucial issue for the whole of the modern sector, as more than 150,000 professional, skilled, and semi-skilled workers had left for more alluring salaries in the neighboring oil states of the Gulf. I-99. T300. C/RIC/O equals RQ. C. 6500. O 2, 3S. 3NACNNNR asterisk she 3. VO dash asterisk B500 O. CD03U3. ORR. O SOGIO. 20 New Jersey. Q00C. 3. 05. 5 to 13 C5. F 2 3. CL. Co. Co-Cro. C/5. AS33R OA C. 3. O2. OC equals CCA23. C/3O. O HJL OO on J-JL OO. YN, OVOK, asterisk N, O. Dash Bovio, happy face, OO. TRTVO KJVOQO. U, O. VOO. JK, asterisk. Obo HITI. THOU. VOBVOJ. OOU, OOO. G. OOU. O. VOO4 N. OO. 3. 100. 4. High taxes, interest burden, and non-payment by the state for goods and services performed by the public enterprises. Finally, social services, though comparatively better off than the investment-starved productive sectors, did not get as much attention as defense and what is nebulously called general public services asterisk, the two areas in the economy with the largest allocations. These facts speak volumes on the discrepancies between the regime's declarations and the real material conditions of the society. In the final analysis, development plans and national budgets are the reflection of a state's or an economic system's aspirations and intentions. The evidence thus far holds out little hope of fulfillment for President Barr's predictions, such as this one made during the summer of 1976. The initiation of food-producing projects aimed to uplift the standard of living of the masses, creating self-sufficiency in food to do away with the dependence on outside countries, creating employment for the people, replacing of the budget to end the chronic deficits in the balance of payment and to boost the country's monetary revenues, the organization, overhauling, and improving of the administrative machinery of the country. Happy face, the social political record. Social. One of the prime reasons for the SRC takeover, as mentioned in the first charter of revolution, was to arrest the inequities that had been developing in the country, with the aim of creating a more egalitarian community. We shall review the regime's record in the following spheres: education and literacy, health, transportation and energy, employment, women's rights, and the administrative response to natural calamities. Education. On the eve of the revolution, Somalia had no indigenous written language, and a debilitating 93% illiteracy rate. Further, as shown by Layadin's perceptive study, the fact that Somali remained an oral language put a great premium on the acquisition of the two colonial languages, Italian and, especially, English *** for the new regime. The introduction of an official alphabet followed by an intensive and extensive literacy program had a number of attractions. First, the alphabet project was comparatively easy to accomplish, and would be a very visible symbol of its intentions, putting some distance between it and the governments of the past. Second, the inauguration of both projects would not only undercut the monopoly of foreign languages and curtail their cultural significance, but would also open up new spaces for political participation and the pursuit of national unity. In the words of the president, the key is to give everybody the opportunity to learn reading and 102. Writing. It is imperative that we give our people modern revolutionary education to restructure their social existence. It will be the weapon to eradicate social balkanization and fragmentation. And there will be no room for any negative foreign cultural influences carried. It was in this mood that the SRC issued, in October 1971, an edict which nationalized all schools, expropriated teaching materials, and, most importantly, proclaimed Latin as the new orthodox orthography for what was soon to be the official administrative and national language, Somali. Happy face, as the announcement was made, preparations for standardization and a massive urban and rural literacy campaign were underway. By 1972, the new alphabet was in place and urban communities, especially civil servants and students, were being ordered to study and qualify in the language in 6 months. With that segment of the population literate in Somalia, the most ambitious part of the education project was started, the rural campaign. As Lewis tells us, more than 30,000 students and their teachers, with a budget of nearly $14 million, were sent into the vast countryside to bring the alphabet to the elusive nomads. Of course, the campaign also had supplementary objectives such as the delivery of some basic awareness of health and veterinary services, and the reacquainting of young urbanites with their nomadic compatriots. Early on, the project ran into a number of snags. For a start, it was hard to predict the movements of nomadic families. Then, as always, pastoral life was by definition not conducive to hours of leisure and spare time, while nomadic children, unlike their counterparts in the cities, had to attend to the herds. As Kaya Irby, against a similar background in East Africa, observes, in contrast to other of societies where the labor power of school-aged children is more marginal and temporary to activities, children in pastoral societies are heavily engaged in herding, day in and day out, and this explains the reluctance of pastoralists to send their children to school. It thus has to be made clear that this reluctance is not due to conservatism or ignorance as maintained by some, but due to the problem of having to carry out a lot of labor tasks. In any case, with a great deal of enthusiasm and perseverance, the students and nomads seemed to bridge the urban-rural divide. Happy face, unfortunately, that great national project was halted midway when the harrowing drought discussed earlier descended on rural Somalia. In the face of such a disaster, the literacy campaign was automatically turned into a life-saving emergency effort and, for the next few years, nomadic families who had been impoverished were settled around the coastal areas as new fishing communities, or near the river belts as collective farmers. While most of the world applauded the regime's approach to the crisis, Some observers have doubted the success of those settlements, especially as about one-third of the 90,000 relocated nomads had left by early 1979 to resurrect their old lifestyle, while those who stayed behind survived on 103. Local and foreign subsidies. Happy face, but if the valiant effort to reach the nomadic population was torpedoed by the unpredictable climate, the expansion of education in urban areas went ahead. Of particular significance in the early years was the establishment of revolutionary youth camps, where abandoned children of 14 years or younger were housed, fed, taught, and clothed. In 1973, facilities for rudimentary technical and vocational education were established in 10 such camps, with nearly 4,000 children. By 1978, substantial increases in student enrollment were evident. Compared to the figures for 1968, primary schools had increased by 265% and secondary schools by 50%, while the student population more than tripled as more faculties, including medicine, agriculture, and engineering, were added to the local university. We have alluded to the difficulties faced in spreading educational facilities to the nomadic population. However, there are other observations that need to be made about educational development in Somalia during this period. First, most schools were in urban areas. Second, although the number of female students in the primary and secondary levels had increased by 1978, the vast majority of young Somali females were not in school. Third, by late 1978, only 7% of the total students in primary school were going on to the secondary level. The major reason given for this was lack of space, teachers, and materials, and all of these were in shorter supply after the introduction of the official orthography of the Somali language in the mid-1970s. Fourth, the university system in Somalia, despite the expansion, was bedeviled by a high dropout rate, the departure of senior faculty as part of the exodus to the Gulf, very poor libraries and teaching and research facilities, and a perplexing competition among Italian, English, and Arabic as to which would be the language of instruction. An unmistakable consequence was the dire shortage of foreign language speakers in all branches of the bureaucracy. In retrospect, this seems to have been a byproduct of the unbridled nationalist and xenophobic policies which partly guided the expansion of education. Despite these negative ramifications, however, there is no question that the establishment of an orthography for the Somali language was a historic event. Happy face. In addition, in 1975, national attention was extended to adult education outreach programs, which were directed at those outside the schooling system. By the late 1970s, Somalia had succeeded in raising its adult literacy rate from an abysmal 7 to 10% in 1969 to nearly 60% of the population. Happy face. Public health, transport, and energy. Attempts to control disease and provide health facilities began with the nationalization of healthcare in 1972. Since that time, however, Somalia has experienced droughts, floods, and war, and these calamities have played havoc with various projects. Nonetheless, some headway has been made against malaria and tuberculosis through a national vaccination effort and an increase, very modest though it was, in healthcare personnel. In 1973, there were 96 doctors of whom 37 were Somali. That figure was up to 200, of whom 118 were 104 Somali practitioners. 6 years later, the medical college was expected to train more nurses and paramedics in the future. Notwithstanding these accomplishments, health expenditures remained meager, as will be shown later, and the distribution of available personnel and facilities was concentrated in the urban areas, as shown by the fact that the Banaadir region, particularly Mogadishu, was the site of nearly 61% of all the available hospital beds. Since expanding the infrastructure of Somalia was vital for national development, especially in the remoter parts of the country, the regime's performance in the area of transportation and energy was relatively impressive. In 1969, there were less than 100 km of hard surface roads in the whole country. 2 years later that figure had jumped to 1000 kms, and by 1978 all-weather roads in Somalia totaled over 2147 kms. Moreover, for the first time, the north and south were linked by a tarmac road, built with the assistance of the People's Republic of China. As for other methods of transportation, Somalair, the national airline, now totally state-owned, was expanded from a primarily local service to a regional and international carrier, with 2 Boeing 720BS, 2 Boeing 707s, 2 DC-3s, 2 Fokker F-27s, and 4 Cessnas. The ports at Berbera and Mogadishu were expanded, and by 1978 3 deep-water berths had been completed in Mogadishu, giving it the capability to service tankers of about 50,000 tons. In Berbera, 3 new general cargo berths were added. Finally, in 1974, the Somali National Shipping Company, a joint venture with Libya, was inaugurated. In energy supply and development, the country's total 1979 output was 34,480 kilowatts, with 50 districts having access to electricity at least part of the day. In addition, with the help of Iraq, an oil refinery was designed with a capacity of 10,000 barrels a day. On paper, these are all laudable achievements. However, a closer look is less convincing. The biggest problem facing all these facilities was maintenance and repair, as very little money had been plowed back for that purpose. For instance, during fieldwork I was told that large segments of the tarmac roads had broken up, making local travel very difficult. 2/3 of Somalair's fleet was grounded, rusting away at various airports, 50% of Somali ships were stranded in the ports of other countries, and the refinery was only at 40% capacity, before the Iran-Iraq War. Both Somalair and the Somali National Shipping Company were losing money and were kept in service by government subsidies. Employment and women's rights. On a number of occasions the study has bemoaned the dearth of statistics in Somalia. On employment and income they are harder than ever to come by. Bluntly, there are no records, especially not in the rural sector. In the urban area there are only isolated pieces of data that, at best, give a very rough and incomplete picture. On coming to power, the regime made it a point of national policy to provide employment for everyone, particularly for all graduates. However, in a 1975 preliminary survey in non-agricultural public sectors, absolute employment had increased by only about 8,000 or around 1.5% per annum, a figure that is slightly more than half of the natural population increase in the non-agricultural labor force. Degree with investments and profitability very low or non-existent. Even employment in these sectors was unsatisfactory as the real worth of wages and salaries was about 50% of their 1970 value. Furthermore, in those industrial establishments where some information was available for the mid-1970s there was a marked tendency towards high capital/labor ratios. Table 5.6. Somalia, capital/labor ratios for selected units, 1976. Planned investment estimated labor cap/lab. Establishment. 106. Table 5.7. Somalia, earning differentials in SNAI, 1977-107. Of the dia practice, a traditional source of inequality between the genders. The passage, in 1975, of a new family law giving men and women equal rights in divorce and equal shares in inheritance was another important progressive step. Polygamy, however, remained within the law. Further, as the educational statistics have shown, despite the absolute increase of female enrollment there is no evidence of any special effort to hasten the achievement of parity between the sexes in professional development, and access to economic and political power. Finally, the regime's approach to the drought of 1974-75 deserves some comment. In an area of the world so fragile and susceptible to crippling shortages of water even in the best of times, the failure of the rains for a series of seasons culminated in a devastating year of misery and death. By the end of it, close to 700,000 people were affected. The regime, however, unlike its Ethiopian neighbors who tried to cover up the destruction of their 1972-73 drought, quickly engaged most government departments in relief efforts and, in the process, alerted the international community of the catastrophe. With indispensable help from the Soviet Union, especially in logistics, more than 90,000 nomads were resettled in camps located in the coastal areas of the north and the farming belts of the south. Happy Face, significantly, one of the national campaigns that became a relief program was the Rural Literacy Campaign. Students, teachers, and other volunteers found that their responsibilities extended to more than the dissemination of the alphabet, and included participation in a salvage mission of Herculean proportions. In the end, the death toll and destitution notwithstanding, the regime's responsibility in facing up to that terrible predicament was praiseworthy. The crisis was testing the very survival of the nation. Indeed, this same disaster led to the downfall of the Ethiopian rulers next door. Politics and Human Rights. In the opening paragraphs of this chapter, we outline the steps taken by the SRC to legitimate its inception, the twists and turns that followed, most importantly the Korshal incident, and the declaration of socialism. It is now appropriate to examine the political record of the regime, including the human rights aspect, as it set about the task of internal reconstruction. Politics. The issues of Dainism, religion, and political participation all had to be dealt with in the context of the Declaration for Socialism. Klainism was the first to be confronted. The issue weighed so heavily on the minds of the new leadership that no speech of President Barr or his associates failed to underline the evils of tribalism and the punishment that would befall those who still clung to it. A general campaign against tribalism was launched from February to March of 1971. The campaign, officially dubbed Olali, was designed both to exorcise corruption and to resuscitate pan-Somalism and national unity. While the campaign was well orchestrated and generated a great deal of enthusiasm, the message was as old as Somali nationalism. As Lewis observes. 108. Earlier Somali nationalists, both religious and secular, had appealed to the transcendental brotherhood of Somalia, uniting those of different clan and lineage. The new stress on friendship appealed for cooperation and unity on the basis of an undifferentiated, nationalistic Somali identity, in which traditional divisions were totally annulled. The spirit of the campaign was commendable, but subduing the centrifugal tendencies of Dainism depended on diminishing the institutions and practices that had sustained it. As we have seen, the SRC abolished the traditional Dia while assuming its social responsibility. Moreover, the Akils were renamed Nabaduns, and if Mincharism was outlawed. Furthermore, weddings and burials which took place under Klainist auspices were now given a different meaning. Weddings were to be held in the newly created orientation centers, and burials became the responsibility of neighborhoods. The logic behind these steps was to undercut lineage loyalties and to give the primordial heterogeneity of neighborhoods a new and special function. If this was a novel approach to the containment of Klainist divisiveness at the lower levels of society, what about the leadership itself? Lewis argues that the composition of the two new structures of leadership was still in terms of the principle of clan representativeness. Once again, one can go some of the way with Lewis while rejecting his main emphasis. The balancing of clans was a minor consideration rather than a guiding principle in this process. If one assumes, FL/7R/or/, that Dainism is always the salient factor, as Lewis is prone to do, then other factors which may be ascendant at certain historical moments such as this one, cannot be given their due. In fact, as Lewis himself noted in the earlier quotation, it is precisely the tuning up of Somalism and the playing down, perhaps temporarily, of Dainism that could be the prime factor. After justifying their seizure of power by exposing the Klainist record of the civilian authorities, it would have been suicidal for the new regime to flaunt the same tribalist propensities. Given the largely spontaneous enthusiasm, acknowledged by Lewis, with which the vast majority of the population greeted the regime's nationalist stance, the early years should be seen as one of those moments when Somalism played a progressive role in strengthening trans-clan relations. Another major source of difficulty for the new order was Islam, the national religion. In a speech in 1972, thought to be an attempt to preempt the oft-articulated contradiction between Islam, or any religion for that matter, and godless socialism, Siad Barre declared that ours is the religion of common man. It stands for equality and justice. Consequently, socialism as applied to our particular condition cannot identify religion as the obstacle to the progress of the working class and therefore cannot negate it. This statement was part of a general, largely successful attempt to link some internal reconstruction 109 of the fundamentals of Islam to policies espoused by the regime. There were, however, social issues so sacrosanct and central to the practices of Islam in Somalia that when their time came to be confronted, the lines were quickly drawn between patriarchal, rightist readings of the Quran and the state. One of the most explosive confrontations was that over the 1974 Family Act. As soon as the news of this ordinance hit the streets of Mogadishu, the religious leadership took to the mosques to denounce and decry the permissiveness of the law. The ideological and philosophical battle was on. The regime fielded fierce arguments on two fronts. On one, the traditional abuse and exploitation of women, condoned by religion, was contrasted with the emancipatory powers of the act. On the other, the general convergence of Islam and socialism in the battle against underdevelopment was stressed. The Wahdids countered by vehemently accusing the regime of interfering in spiritually and theologically governed spaces of Somali life. This, they declared, was not only disrespectful to the ageless tradition enshrined in Islam, but also symptomatic of a creeping secularism and bureaucratic invasion. In the end, the regime brought the full weight of the state to bear on the intransigent mullahs. Many were arrested and, in January 1975, 10 theologians were executed for seditious and counter-revolutionary activities. The president, in closing this episode, reiterated the regime's conception of the relations between socialism and Islam. If both Islam and socialism advocate justice, equality, and improvement of people's lives, who can tell me where they differ? Where do they contradict one another? What harm is there in having the faith of Islam, and at the same time applying socialism as an economic and political system through which our country can make progress? I would say there is none. While the regime's initial responses to divisive Dainism and reactionary interpretations of Islam were temporarily successful, the question of political participation proved more stubborn. One of the justifications for the military takeover had been the abuse of democratic government in Somalia, and the regime had promised to revitalize participation in the affairs of the communities and the nation. Signs began to appear within the SRC itself, however, of serious disagreement over leadership accountability, individual democratic rights, diffusion of power, and other issues pertaining to open and participatory politics. Debates over these questions were very intense during the first few years. However, with the demise of Korshal, a major watershed was crossed and, in May 1971, two other very senior members of the SRC, General M. Kainan Shi and General S. Gabir, were accused of counter-revolutionary ideas, while 200 other people were arrested in a gigantic security sweep. It is very difficult to determine exactly what counter-revolutionary ideas the two generals and those detained with them professed. I tried, in many ways and with no success, to acquire the minutes of the debate within the SRC at the time of the trials. Either these documents are highly classified or, as many people 1. believe, no written records were kept. If the latter is true, it should not create astonishment. Somalia, using an oral language, has a long tradition of unwritten records. Generals Kainan Shi and Gabir were convicted and shot publicly in July 1972. Pestilitsa argues that their crime was their ideological position, Islamic nationalism and a non-capitalist perspective. This judgment is difficult to substantiate or sustain, especially in hindsight. Despite the total absence of records, I have reason to believe that an equally credible explanation would be located in the struggle for power within the Supreme Council. During my fieldwork interviews, some prominent members of the original SRC and the Civilian Council of Secretaries spoke of General Barr's insatiable drive for power and dominance. Neither Kainan Shi nor Gabir were easy to intimidate and, having an old-fashioned sense of fairness and democracy, felt uncomfortable with the encomiums being heaped upon Siad Barre and the drift towards a concentration of authority in his hands. Their recalcitrance was increasingly at issue as the younger members of the SRC, quite unsure of themselves, looked with awe to their commander-in-chief for direction and competed for his attention. This hypothesis gains in credibility when we realize that few members of the military council had pretensions to deep ideological sophistication or commitment. Finally, if the two generals were, as Pestalozzi suggested, Islamic nationalists and non-capitalist, it is odd that the regime's record, from the perspective of the 1980s, does not appear as all that different. With the elimination of some of the possible sources of a counter-elite, Siad's personality was elevated to unprecedented heights of veneration. The coercive and ideological apparatuses of the state were mobilized to build what Lewis has called a Maoist cult. For example, in 1972 jobless youths in the cities and towns were organized into quasi-military formations. To be the eyes and ears of the revolution and to guard against counter-revolutionaries. These functions were to be executed within the more specific assignments of peacekeeping and administering orientation centers. Moreover, the two radio stations, owned by the state, and the whole machinery of the Ministry of Information were programmed to canonize the leader. In that context, quotations from Siad Barre's numerous rantings became the most prominent items in the local media, and soon there was a national stampede to deify the father of the nation. The SRC steadily contracted until it was a rigid, closed structure, with Barre assuming more and more autocratic postures. Nonetheless, to mollify increasing concern about the arbitrariness and undemocratic approach of the regime, a national political office was created within the President's office in 1974. The main objective of this office was the establishment of branches in all districts to induct cadres. These cadres, who would work from the orientation centers of the newly expanded 78 districts, would become the nucleus of the future party. In the workplace, the regime ordered the formation of workers' committees as early as 1972, but their meaning and authenticity as structures of workers 1. Power was undercut by an earlier edict, part of the law of 26 articles, which enacted the death penalty for strikes. In brief, by 1975, the spirit of mobilization and national enthusiasm had petered out and most Somalis began to grumble about the conspicuous absence of participation in decision-making at all levels. There were, at the same time, many rumors that the Soviet Union, which had signed a treaty of friendship with Somalia in 1974, was pressing the regime to loosen its grip and institutionalize the revolution by creating a political organization. Certainly the omnipresence of the infamous National Security Service and the concentration of power in Siad Barre's hands made a mockery of socialist declarations such as this in 1975. Under socialism, issues are discussed in a democratic manner, and people can express their ideas in an open manner. They can also impregnate their expressions with zeal, but in the end a vote has to be taken. The divide between such statements and the palpable authoritarianism of Somali politics was becoming difficult to conceal. The trickle of Somali migration to the Gulf and further afield was turning into an exodus, and the Soma passport became one of the most sought-after items in the country. Probably under Soviet prompting, the politically expedient option of establishing a political party was taken. The SRC was dismissed and, early in 1976, word went out from the President's office that the process of party creation should proceed. Workers' committees in factories, farms, cooperatives, government ministries, and the armed forces were advised to select delegates to village councils which, in turn, elected representatives to districts and regions. At that stage, 3,000 regional delegates were sent to the National Congress in Mogadishu in June 1976. The Congress elected a 73-member Central Committee which, in turn, elected a 4-member Politburo. The division of labor between these units was hierarchical, with the Congress assigned to meet every 5 years and the Central Committee every 3 months. Further, 11 bureaus were created to take on the administrative responsibilities of the party, the Somali Revolutionary Socialist Party. Figure 5. 1 shows the structure of authority in Somalia in 1976. If the creation of the SRSP was part of an endeavor to decentralize the Somali polity, the final outline and actual workings of the party structure were far from such an ideal. It was no secret that, despite the appearance, regional delegates were nominated and approved by the central authorities' representatives in the provinces, the military governors. The same could be said of members of the district and village councils. During these charades, local autonomy, ostensibly the main objective, was almost absent, as the sole criterion for successful nomination and election was the delegate's reliability as a regime supporter. In the election of the Central Committee, not only were all SRC members automatically appointed, but all candidates were first approved, and later confirmed if they became members, by the Secretary General of the SRSP. Moreover, the heads of administrative bureaus, like members of the Council of Secretaries, were appointed by the President cum Secretary General. Finally, since the SRSP was created as the Supreme National, then 24% of expected revenues from exports according to the Somali Planning Commission, of the grand total of nearly $250 million in debt service dues falling between 1981 and 1985, 55.6% was owed to oil-rich Arab states and agencies, 38.1% to socialist countries, 3.4% to non-Arab multilateral institutions, and only 2.9% to traditional Western nations. With regard to outstanding external public debt, Table 6.5 identifies the type of creditor, debt outstanding, and amount of arrearage. One notable feature is that up to the outbreak of the Ogaden War, Somali debts were mostly with Arab states and organizations, and non-capitalist nations. Foreign relations. The West. The earliest years of the regime's life were mainly spent dealing with local problems and strengthening the basis of its support. Nevertheless, as implied in the first charter of the revolution, the centerpiece of the SRC's foreign relations policy was the concept of positive non-alignment. This principle was given 4 characteristics. 1. Positive non-alignment means a clear differentiation between what is just and what is unjust. 2. Policy positions on international issues should be anchored in the legitimacy they merit and not by partiality and self-interest. 3. To undertake a perpetual promotion of world peace and to condemn actions that endanger such a policy. 4. Members who espouse the policy must work for a strong alliance to defend their collective interest. Strictly interpreted, these foreign policy guidelines differed from the old interpretation of non-alignment. In order to mark the distance between the old civilian government's policy and the military leadership's positive posture, President Barr summarized the principle of positive non-alignment as one that clearly discriminated between the forces of justice and those of injustice, the forces of oppression and those of peace-guarding, the forces of imperialism and those of liberation. As might be expected, these statements did not endear the regime to the Western core countries. Between 1969 and 1978, Somali-American relations became frigid and highly antagonistic. This was partly due to American anger over Somali permission for the use of its flag by ships delivering cargo to North Vietnamese ports. When the Somali regime not only refused to withdraw its flag, but also extended diplomatic recognition to the German Democratic Republic, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, North Korea, and the Vietnamese National Liberation Front, all part of the socialist world, the West became furious. In June 1970, the United States and West Germany cut off their aid programs to Somalia. The Italians, closest of Western countries to Somalia, also cut back their contribution. Of course, in 1974, when Somalia 126 signed a friendship treaty with the Soviet Union, Western attitudes hardened even more. The literature on this period in Somalia's foreign relations can be classified into three general groups. First, there are the geostrategic analysts who argue that the Soviets, as well as being instrumental in the actual coup, were also in the process of establishing their first satellite in Black Africa. For these globalists, the shrill and strident proclamations by President Barre and his supporters were little more than a facade for Soviet and communist intervention in the Horn of Africa, to be tabulated as part of ongoing change in the global balance of power, an analysis not too dissimilar to the one applied when the Somalis first established favorable contact with the Soviets in 1963. In short, for these observers, the dynamics of local conditions which we have labored to establish during the course of this work were of no great significance. The second perspective is one which explains the coup, and to a lesser extent the regime's subsequent policies, as a coincidence of interest. Between the aspirations of an African nationalist leader and the strategic objectives of the USSR. This line of argument, while it attempts to distance itself from the preceding school by acknowledging Somali autonomy, nonetheless ends up seeing Soviet global designs everywhere. For example, Payton argues that the Soviets destabilized the Sigil government by refusing to reschedule some of the outstanding debts, something which did happen, but only after the March election of 1969. Payton does not consider whether, after the chaos of the election and the subsequent politics of open corruption and waste, the Soviets might not have felt, like most Somalis, disenchanted and disgusted. The third approach is the one which, in its broad outline, seems most acceptable. It argues that the collapse of the civilian order, and the resultant policy changes, were the logical progression of the struggle among social forces in the Somali milieu over the direction of development. In any event, by the early 1970s, Somali relations with Western core countries were at an all-time low. One of the basic reasons for this was the adoption, by the *core, of the analytical and ideological wisdom of that first school which we have just sketched. In brief, it would take the war of 1977 to 78 to create conditions for a thaw. The socialist world. Relations with the Soviet Union and China were warm at the time of the coup and grew warmer. In the case of the Soviet Union, the earliest step towards a closer relationship was the acceptance, after the first few months, of a Somali request for rescheduling their debts. Further, a new line of credit was extended, and the Soviet Defense Minister Marshal Andrei Grechko paid a visit to Mogadishu in 1972. From there on, the Soviets assumed, in earnest, responsibility for expanding and modernizing the Somali army. By the mid-1970s, Somalia had signed a treaty of friendship and cooperation with the Soviet Union, hosted thousands of advisors, and sent Somali officers for training in the Soviet Union. Although precise data is not available, the Soviets also became heavily involved in the management and planning of the state sectors of the economy. Further, the Soviet Union opened up its internal market to some Somali products, and became the largest single source of loans, as shown in Table 6.5. Of course, the regime expressed its gratitude, despite the denials, by extending military facilities at the port of Berbera, which the Soviets later turned into a huge oil storage depot, a missile loading base, a large airfield, and a communications center. In contrast to the Soviet Accord, Somali-Chinese relations, though largely unsung, have always been cordial. They have not included military connections. In the late 1970s, the second largest Chinese aid project to Black Africa, the Somali North-South Road, was completed. In addition, the Chinese were involved in the construction of hospitals, factories, and a giant sports complex in Mogadishu. As shown by Table 6.5, the PRC was the second largest of Somalia's donors. The countries of Eastern Europe, particularly the German Democratic Republic, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania, entered the Somali scene with the rise of the new military government. These contacts, while they illustrate the extension of Somali international relations to the non-capitalist states, exacted a certain cost. For example, the GDR helped create the National Security Service, which became in time a ruthless abuser of human rights. Collective self-reliance. In the early 1970s, in the spirit of anti-imperialism and collective self-reliance, Somalia extended the hand of friendship to North Korea, Cuba, national liberation movements, and newly independent states in southern Africa. In return, North Korea helped build an iron foundry, cement and vegetable oil factories, and a large technical college, while the Cubans sent small but effective teams of doctors and health personnel, and offered training programs to Somali youth in Cuba. In this period, the Somali contribution to collective self-reliance was demonstrated by the hosting, for the first time, of the East and Central African Summit Conference in 197, by the mediation between Uganda and Tanzania, participation, with Cuba, in the training of cadres to help in the reconstruction of Guinea-Bissau, and, to top it all, the hosting of the 1974 OAU Summit with the assumption of the chairmanship by President Siad Barre. In addition, although most observers believe that it was done primarily for economic reasons, Somalia also joined the Arab League in 1974. In all, Somalia's external relations underwent a distinct realignment with a 30% increase in new diplomatic contacts, mostly with other third world countries. Despite these activities, perhaps the most rigorous test of Somalia's self-reliance in foreign policy was its handling of the perennial question of the missing territories. Since Somali-Western relations 128 declined precipitously in the wake of the SRC's rise to power, the Soviet Union dominated the arena of Somali foreign relations, as was demonstrated in 1974 when Somalia became the first black African nation to sign a treaty of friendship and cooperation with the Soviet Union. The cutting edge of this pact, though significant economic and social components were included, was the security and defense interests of both parties. As stated earlier, the Soviets were able to secure limitless access to Somali military installations, acquiring the port of Berbera as a prime Soviet base. For the Somalis, this close embrace resulted in the growth and dominance of a military culture in the political economy, with a doubling of the number of military personnel to 23,000 by 1977. Furthermore, Somalia began to import large quantities of Soviet-made military hardware, which became a drain on the productive sector. To maintain and keep these new and sophisticated weapons, reputed to be the largest air and tank force in Black Africa, a large contingent of Soviet military advisors became part of the Somali landscape. Of course, I am not offering the facile argument that the Soviets, the incarnation of militarism from the globalists' perspective, coerced or manipulated the Somalis into such an arrangement. On the contrary, I am suggesting that it was more the Somali regime's conception of security and, perhaps, strong subterranean nationalist currents, which fixed the leadership's attention on the building of a large and lethal military machine. It was this state of affairs which brought dependency in through the back door, and substantially undercut the prospect of self-reliance. This happened in two ways. First, as noted above, the Soviet-Somali military connection became the nodal point in the whole relationship, skewing the balance so necessary in a successful strategy for tackling underdevelopment. Second, the Somalis were thrown into the vortex of superpower strategic competition and the global security network, a situation not only conducive to external subversion and intervention, but also fraught with the danger of allowing the country to become a battleground for the giants. If the revolutionary regime was unable to extricate itself from external entanglements, its approach to the issue of the missing territories was no more skillful. Initially, the signals from Mogadishu were most conciliatory and less strident than in the past, although nationalist movements in the area were supported in their opposition to French colonialism and their case was championed in various regional and international conferences. Since a reintegration of French Somaliland into Somalia looked rather remote, Partly due to the internal complexities of the territory, the regime's policy was designed to prevent the possibility of Ethiopian envelopment of the tiny country, a long-standing aim of Imperial Ethiopia. The case of the Northern Frontier District, despite occasional incidents and adverse comments, was put on hold. It was the fate of the Ogaden, the crux of Somali-Ethiopian enmity, which presented the sharpest test of the regime's conception of collective self-reliance. In an attempt to clarify Somali thinking on this thorny issue, President Barre, a few days before the second anniversary of the revolution, made the following statements. It is our belief that we should not antagonize and hate each other and resort to arms because of the human and territorial problems created for us by colonialism. We call upon our neighboring brothers to come to the negotiations table in order to iron out disputes and differences comprehensively, realistically, responsibly, and in the spirit of African brotherhood. For a while, Siad Barre's sentiments seemed to have re-energized the creative and daring policies of Prime Minister Segal. Indeed, during the summit meeting of East and Central African leaders held in Mogadishu in 1971, Emperor Haile Selassie, at the head of a strong Ethiopian delegation, visited Somalia. It was a very special day in both countries, and most observers thought that the Somalis and Ethiopians were finally on their way towards diffusing hostilities and laying the basis for a lasting peace. Nothing very concrete and binding came of that visit. 2 years later, Ethiopia was crippled by a merciless drought, which was compounded by staggering energy prices. Partly because of its supine reaction to this national catastrophe, the aristocratic ruling structure of Ethiopia collapsed under its own dead weight, opening the way for a great deal of confusion regarding the identity of the new order of Ethiopia. A military-dominated, but shaky, regime was installed. Happy face, as the internecine struggles among the Ethiopian petite bourgeoisie intensified, the new Ethiopian government began to define itself as socialist. In fact, in contrast to the Somali experience, fundamental transformations of land tenure, a major source of power for the ancien regime, was initiated. With the birth of another progressive regime in the Horn, and one espousing the same principles, expectations were raised that the two countries would capitalize on their ideological affinities and come to grips not only with the Ogaden issue, but also with the larger problems of regional underdevelopment. In short, here was an opportunity for collective self-reliance. Disappointingly, it soon became clear that the Derg, despite some revolutionary actions, was basically a military junta, with little appreciation of genuine emancipation. This point was highlighted particularly by the repressive stances taken against other progressive forces, including students and trade unions, who had a history of agitation against the feudal regime. But the Derg was not, at least in the beginning, totally rigid in all areas. One issue which seriously tested the revolutionary credentials of the Ethiopian leadership was the explosive question of the nationalities long subjugated by the Ethiopian feudal ruling class. Happy face, for the first time in modern Ethiopian history, the Derg allowed an open discussion and debate on the problem. Later, the military regime's position was articulated as one that would allow regional autonomy for nationalities, but would not tolerate a choice that included the breakup and disintegration of Ethiopia. As Major Asseged has noted, the leadership of the liberation fronts, though pleased that the problem was being publicly discussed for the first time, rejected the regional autonomy solution. Further, Asseged 130 argued, correctly in our opinion, that the leadership of these movements, primarily /7/N7 bourgeois nationalists, could not grasp the wisdom of joining hands with other more genuinely revolutionary forces, such as the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party. The EPRP, which was trying to dislodge the Derg, was fighting to rescue the revolution from the clutches of the military and to entrust it to the popular masses. Happy face, unfortunately, that noble aim was not achieved. The Derg not only plunged the country into a gruesome power struggle, but also unleashed a reign of terror against the EPRP and other oppositional national movements. The Ogaden Somalis, organized through the Western Somali Liberation Front, was one such group. While all these activities were going on inside Ethiopia, the Somali regime, in reality the principal supporter of the WSLF, encouraged the WSLF and others to hope that the obsolete empire would decompose and allow the Ogaden Somalis finally to come home. By early 1977, the Derg felt besieged and stretched to the limit as more than 5 nationalist fronts closed in on the central government. Faced with such heavy odds and helpless to quell the blazing fires of nationalism, the Ethiopian military government took the risky step of appealing to Somalia's socialist principles by suggesting direct negotiations and the establishment of some kind of federation of socialist states in that part of the Horn. No less a figure than Fidel Castro, in March 1977, took the responsibility of bringing together the leaders of Ethiopia, Somalia, and South Yemen to discuss and work out strategies for such a goal. No records of these meetings are available. Many observers, and some high-ranking Somali officials, told me that the Ethiopians were willing to discuss anything except the secession of the Ogaden or any other part of Ethiopia. On the other hand, for the Somalis who suspected that history was finally about to hand its bill to Ethiopian imperialism and colonialism, the discussions of regional integration, even of a progressive type, would have to wait until the right of self-determination was extended to the subjugated in Ethiopia. Only when that line was justly crossed, so argued the Somali leaders, would the question of a federation become imperative. With such a rare opportunity missed, the stage was set for a showdown in the Horn, one that would engulf the whole area in an annihilating conflagration, derail development programs, and usher in superpower involvement. In 1977 the ruling petite bourgeoisie of Somalia and Ethiopia plunged their respective societies into what one scholar called, the most ferocious in Africa since World War I. This chapter has two purposes: first, to provide an overview of the war, and, second, to discuss the effect of the war on the Somali political economy and the search for self-reliance. The war. We have remarked on the failure of both regimes, especially the Somali one, to take advantage of new possibilities to unhook their societies from endemic conflict rooted in traditional animosities, a condition that invites external intervention, and to reorient the region in a collective self-reliant direction. Beneath the common socialist outlook, an adherence to an atavistic sense of national identity characterized the leadership of the two states. Thus the Somalis, notwithstanding 8 years of socialist posturing, seemed bent on actualizing the unification of the long-lost Somali territories. When situations conducive to solutions of a different kind came along, as in the fleeting moments of Castro's visit, the pull of nationalism proved more powerful. In the opinion of one astute Somali scholar, nationalism of the Somalis transcends all the other considerations, and that is their ideology. If Somalia's espousal of progressive ideology was eclipsed by the exclusivity of nationalism, the Ethiopians were equally trapped by their determination to preserve the integrity of a discredited empire. Against that unbridgeable background, the conflict between the two countries was bred. Scholars have presented differing analyses of the developments that catapulted the region into the war. For example, Gorman puts forward 4 short-term factors and 3 precipitating events. The first cluster includes the arch-radicalization of Ethiopian domestic politics, which gradually reduced American dominance and brought the Soviets closer. For Somalis, this was a source of concern and anxiety. Secondly, as American-Ethiopian relations went sour, the same was happening between the Somalis and the Soviet Union, hence the possibility of a Somali-American alignment. The third factor was the mounting internal crisis in Ethiopia and, finally, there was the rise of the WSLF as a serious movement in the Ogaden. The 3 precipitating events, according to Gorman, were the Somali perception of their military superiority, the belief that the United States was ready to deliver military and economic support, and the Somali failure to recognize both American reluctance and Soviet readiness to get involved. The International Institute for Strategic Studies presents factors that include internal fragmentation of Ethiopia, the coming of independence to Djibouti, the disapproval of the Derg style of governance by countries in the area, and the Somali perception of military superiority and the auspiciousness of the moment. Our perspective does not contradict these factors. What we want to accentuate, however, is the failure of the Somali leadership to stick to the logic of self-reliant development as a strategy to overcome the danger of enthrallment to chauvinism. The story of the Somali-Ethiopian War began with the fall of Haile Selassie's regime in 1974. Although a state of simmering hostility with occasional skirmishes had existed between the two countries since Somalia's independence, it was really the internal Ethiopian chaos, together with revolutionary sentiment radiating from the center, that fortified nationalist movements like the WSLF, and opened possibilities for actualizing their long-deferred aspirations. These movements, however, channeled their efforts in separatist directions rather than developing a vision of the new Ethiopia. Such tendencies, coupled with the inherently militaristic propensities of the new rulers in Addis Ababa, contributed to the making of the internal wars that have become so much a part of the Ethiopian landscape after the demise of the feudal aristocracy. In brief, by late 1976, the WSLF had undertaken sufficient offensive action in the Ogaden to make the movement a credible force. The Derg, feeling those pressures, and sensing American disapproval of the radicalization of Ethiopian politics, unveiled its Marxist-Leninist ideology. This was followed by a $380 million arms supply deal with the Soviet Union. And, in February 1977, a termination of United States aid. Obviously, the Somali regime was unhappy with the budding Soviet-Ethiopian relations, and, as a result, the Somalis began to pressure the Soviets to cut these ties, respect Somali-Soviet friendship, and show sympathy for those struggling for self-determination. The Soviets, for their part, attempted to use their influence not only to discourage the Somalis from involvement in the Ogaden, but to make them accept the arrival of an equally revolutionary regime in Addis Ababa. It was during this time, March 1977, that President Castro visited the Horn to mediate the crisis. More intriguingly, while the Somali-Soviet friendship was coming under considerable strain, the United States, building on the TAI's meeting of a year earlier, began sending signals to the Somalis. Those messages, according to the Somalis, included an offer of U.S. weapons as a contribution to Somali defense. The war began to escalate. By the end of July 1977, the Ethiopians had conceded control of the Ogaden, with the exception of the three major cities of Jigjiga, Harar, and Dire Daba, to the WSLF, Degree and 134. Accused Somalia of invasion. That compelled the U.S. to withdraw its earlier offer of arms. By then it was clear that the Ogaden issue, Somali denials notwithstanding, had turned into a full-scale war between the two countries. Jigjiga was soon taken, and the guns of the WSLF Somali regulars were trained on the ancient city of Harar. In a speech made on the Sid el-Fitri celebration, President Siad Barre, implicitly affirming the military engagements that were taking place in the foothills of Harar, said, "We have hoped for a progressive and genuine revolution conscious of the sufferings experienced by the colonized peoples. However, we have come to realize that contrary to our expectation, the Mengistu regime has only turned to mass massacres and suppression." In September, General Barre traveled to Moscow to persuade the Soviets of the justice of the Somali cause, but the trip ended in disappointment, and Somalia turned to the Arab world for support. The Saudis promised $400 million for military aid if Barre expelled the Soviets. On the regional front, the Ethiopians broke diplomatic relations with Somalia, and issued a joint statement with Kenya emphasizing their mutuality in containing Somali aggression. Unusual October rains arrived in Harar during 1977 and the advancing Somalis were bogged down, with their supply lines stretched. In the meantime, more Soviet and Cuban weapons arrived to strengthen the central government of Ethiopia, and stiffen its resistance to the Somalis. In retrospect, November was the decisive month. In its early part, the Somalis and Ethiopians engaged in a series of battles over Harar and Dire Daba, where Somali progress was almost halted. Unable to convince the Soviets to supply them with more weapons and curtail Soviet shipments to Ethiopia, the Somali regime, on November 13, 1977, openly accused the Soviet Union of wrongly painting Somalia as an aggressor, conducting an international campaign to that effect, supplying offensive weapons to Ethiopia, introducing Cuban involvement, pressuring other socialist states to follow suit, and unilaterally terminating defensive arms supplies to Somalia, thereby violating the provisions of the Treaty of Friendship. On that same day, at a huge rally in Mogadishu, General Siad Barre announced the SRSP Central Committee's reaction to such Soviet policies. 1. The termination of the 1974 Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation. 2. The withdrawal of any Somali sea or land facilities previously available for Soviet use. 3. The request to all Soviet personnel to leave Somalia within a week. 4. The cutting down of the staff of the Soviet embassy to the size of the Somali mission in Moscow. 5. The severance of diplomatic relations with Cuba. The immediate effects of these dramatic developments were twofold. 1. 135. Somali nationalism was given a new impetus, as the population was impressed by the historical significance of the hour, and the damaging betrayal by ideological comrades, an atmosphere that temporarily revived the declining popularity of the regime. And 2. The Soviets and their allies felt that they could now embark upon all-out support for the central government in Addis Ababa. By 1978, the Somalis found themselves not only stalemated in Harar, but also alone in the African and international systems, with virtually no sources of new military supplies. African states, with the exception of Egypt, which passed down some old Soviet parts, accused Somalia of infringing the inviolability of the Borders Clause of the OAU's charter. Meanwhile, the United States, which for a time was anxious to court Somalia, retreated, as already mentioned, from that position until Somalia withdrew from the Ogaden. With the realignment now official in the Horn, the Soviet Union undertook the largest airlift of armor and men ever in the area or, for that matter, anywhere in Africa. The initial operations, excluding later deliveries by sea, involved 225 planes, about 12% of the entire Soviet fleet. With 1,500 Soviet advisors and 10,000 Cubans. General Ethiopian mobilization, buttressed by such a formidable assortment of weapons, expert personnel, and fighting troops, including General Grigory Benislov, who commanded the Soviet military assistance program to Somalia, and an unknown number of South Yemeni troops, began to affect the scale of the war. The last Somali assault on Harar was launched on January 22, 1978. After that, the Ethiopian counter-offensive got underway. Acting as if the world did not already know of the Somali government's involvement, the regime announced its entry into the conflict. Happy face. It took less than a month for the massive Ethiopian, Soviet, Cuban, and Yemeni military ensemble to contain the Somali combatants, and, in due course, beat them back and decimate their ranks. In the last battles over Jigjiga alone, more than 6,000 Somali troops were killed. By the first week of March, the return of the Ethiopians was complete, and General Siad Barre was compelled to announce the withdrawal of Somali forces from the Ogaden. Before considering the consequences of the war and its impact on the politics of Somalia, a comment on superpower involvement in the conflict is in order. Most of the literature on this question falls into three general camps. First, there are the globalists, whose interpretation always sees the hand of Soviet mischief and manipulation behind every internal war, coup, revolution, or general crisis in the Third World. We have already discussed and located a sample of that literature when we dealt with the October 21, 1969 events in Somalia. Here, all we need to note is the importance attached to Soviet strategic ambitions in northeastern Africa and the Persian Gulf, and the desire to maintain sea routes linking Soviet coastal points to vital Asian positions, all pursued, so it was argued, by way of opportunistic adventurism. The second group of analysts grant a degree of autonomy and prominence to the configuration of local forces, conditions, and contradictions. In that context, the strategic interest of the superpowers is admitted, but whatever the RI 136 involvement of foreign powers in acting out the conflicts themselves belong to the Horn and must find their solutions there. The third perspective is almost the reverse of the first. A position is staked out which starts with the assumption that the Soviets and their allies were the keepers, conveyors, and soldiers of socialist internationalism. Hence, their involvement in situations like the Horn is a demonstration of their unflinching commitment to progressive social forces and governments endangered by the onslaught of imperialistic reactions and chauvinistic trends. Happy face, my theoretical thrust is a combination and blending of the second and third positions. The primary locus of the war is seen as being in the states of the Horn itself. Divergent nationalist interests, and the mutation of local social forces competing for dominance in a chronically underdeveloped area, set up, sometimes inadvertently, opportunities for external intervention. But all these intrusions are not, by any means, qualitatively the same. On the contrary, my reading of contemporary African history, from the crisis of the Congo in the early 1960s to the war in the Horn, and the continuing struggles in southern Africa, suggests that there is a difference between Soviet and American involvement. Certainly a degree of Soviet national security interest must be included in any final calculus, an inherent aspect of its superpower status, but the evidence from the continent convincingly points to active Soviet support for movements and regimes who have challenged the African and international status quo. Naturally, I am mindful of situations where Soviet contributions were either tardy, misplaced, or inappropriate, as in the case of post-independence Mozambique. However, measured against the Western record, there is support for the view that sees Soviet, East European, and Cuban actions as internationalist. Perhaps there are no clearer demonstrations of this case than the present struggles for liberation in southern Africa and, further afield, Central America. Yet the qualification is important too. It would be naive to rule out Soviet strategic interests, or the possible manipulation of vulnerable progressive social forces by the socialist superpower. To a great extent, the outcome depends on the commitment and astuteness of the leadership of the emergent forces. One of the major criticisms leveled against the Soviet Union is its propensity to help militarize the new states by supplying them with large amounts of arms. We think the record, especially in the Somali and Ethiopian cases, lends credibility to that. However, we hasten to add that underneath such a problem are two issues that have little to do with Soviet behavior and, perhaps more to do with regressive local ideologies and the stalking shadow of imperialism, the nature and texture of the rite of passage, and survival potential of self-reliant communities in the Third World. Thus there appears to be little basis for the Somali regime's post-war condemnations of the Soviet Union, beyond the bitterness of feeling let down. The credibility of these attacks became even more doubtful when the regime joined the chorus of reactionary African and Middle Eastern states who, in their attempts to paper over failed domestic policies, engaged in vituperative 137 denunciations of Soviet expansionism. The Somali Democratic Republic declined to cooperate with those parts of the Soviet master strategy to dominate the Horn of Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, the Red Sea, and the air and sea routes of the Indian Ocean and its adjacent gulfs. Happy face, whatever the case, in the final analysis there was no doubting the immense destruction visited upon the peoples of the Horn. It seems difficult to find any winners in the conflagration. Perhaps, in the words of Mayall, the locusts, freed from control by the political and military crisis, benefited most. Happy face, the aftermath. Immediate effects. The direct results and the long-term repercussions of the Ogaden debacle were forbidding. To start with, One scholar estimated that the death toll on the Somali side was around 25,000, an awesome figure for a country with a total population of approximately 5 million. Degree Moreover, the lion's share of the resources of the country were channeled into the effort, draining an already moribund society. Happy face, Layatin suggests three major results: the humiliation of President Siad Barre and Somalia by foreign powers, as the Soviets, Americans, and Arabs denied them support, a demonstration of the damaging incompetence of Siad Barre and his diplomats in their pursuit of Somali interests in an inhospitable regional and international terrain. An example of this, according to Layatin, was the inept handling of the issue of an American military team which Washington proposed to send to Somalia to assess the situation. During that incident, the President and government of Somalia, despite their urgent pleas for American military supplies, showed no knowledge of the exact nature of the Soviet presence in the port of Berbera. Third, the war exposed President Barre's inferior leadership, even in comparison to early Somali warriors. In Layatin's words, great words, whether by means of the poetic exhortations to his countrymen, or in the form of private consultations with potential allies, have been absent from Siad's political arsenal. Of course, given the devastating consequences of the war, it was no surprise that disennui and disappointment turned into vehement accusations and counter-accusations among the ruling petite bourgeoisie. The president's conduct of the war, his conspicuous diplomatic blunders and failures, the imminence of economic collapse, mainly due to the withdrawal of Soviet aid and technicians, and the acceleration of a budding pre-war disenchantment with the autocratic and repressive nature of the regime were seen as fuses that would soon spark internal explosions. The first signs of the post-war crisis were evident soon after the withdrawal of it. 138. Troops from the Ogaden. In Hargeisa, the provincial capital of the north, President Barre, perhaps in a ploy to identify disgruntled officers, conducted a post-mortem on the war. In the discussions that followed, a surprising number of senior commanders articulated cogent criticisms. These included the tactical incompetence of underestimating the Ethiopian strength after the early Somali successes, the ordering to battle of Somali forces without protective air cover, the execution of officers who evacuated Jigjiga after the weight of the Ethiopian counter-offensive was felt, and the diplomatic isolation of Somalia, with the cutting off of military supplies. In short, what began as an exercise in airing frustrations and staving off damaging incriminations turned into a blistering indictment of Barre's leadership and his regime. Unschooled in democratic practice and devoid of any genuine libertarian tradition, President Barre ordered the immediate arrest and execution of the most strident and critical of the officers. Happy face, but the Hargeisa episode did not bring calm to Somalia, nor did it win new respect for the president and his government. On the contrary, on April 9, 1978, only a few weeks after the executions, an attempted coup was foiled, with scores of troops killed. Happy face, most students of Somali affairs argue that the failed overthrow was a Majertine coup and not the manifestation of a national desire to be rid of the regime. This interpretation may not be complete, and a counter-argument is possible, one which, while not totally ruling out the clan dimension, suggests a new fissure and cleavage among the ruling petite bourgeoisie. It is true that prior to the revolution of 1969 the Majertine, as a clan, was preeminent among the ruling strata. It is also true that, even before the war, there was a suspicion that the regime was becoming increasingly paranoid about a Majertine underground movement set on its overthrow. This anxiety was said to be responsible for the demajertinization of various organs and institutions of government. Despite this, however, it is well to remember that some senior members of the SRC, the party's central committee, and the bureaucracy were still from that clan. Moreover, as we shall shortly note, the more recent pounding of the northern clans, and the internment of senior from the president's own clan, the Mariagzan, suggests the need for a theoretical framework that stretches beyond clanist exclusiveness. The open dissent and anger seem to have been products of a broader range of factors: the pre-war silent, but mounting concern over the monopolization of power by Siad Barre, the creation of hackneyed political organizations created, ostensibly, to democratize the revolution, the disastrous results of the war and the failure of the leadership to accept responsibility for it, and the cumulative revenge of economics over unwise and irresponsible politics. Given the predominant role of brute force in the preservation of the military order, and the lack of any kind of organization among the popular classes, who else, besides insurgent segments of the army, was capable of a direct challenge? While this view does not completely dismiss the role of primordial affinities in the emerging struggle over the state in Somalia, it is an attempt to go beyond any single determinism and consider the 139 interaction of various factors, Dainism and intra-class competition among them, as the Somali state class broke up, once more, into various antagonistic factions. As John Saul has noted, for tribalism does not spring primarily from the bare fact of the existence of cultural differences between peoples. Rather, it has been teased into life, first by the divide and rule tactics of colonialism and by the uneven development in the economic sphere which colonialism also facilitates, and secondly, by ruling /7/ bourgeoisie of the post-colonial period. Happy face, when the revolt was crushed, many people were rounded up. After swift military trials, 17 army officers were executed for treason. This stripped the last veils of populism from the government's stance and brought into sharp relief its militaristic essence, consequently sealing the fate of the original project of self-reliance. Ultimately, these developments led to a new stage of repression and terror, exclusionist bureaucratic behavior, overt Dainism, and the emergence of antithetical organizations. It is to this last phenomenon, the subsequent contest over the state, and the consequences for self-reliance, that we now turn. The long-term repercussions. Before discussing the challenges to President Barre's rule, we need to account for a number of long-term effects of the war. Perhaps no issue is still as burdensome to Somali society as the arrival of 700,000 destitute refugees into the country. Happy face, as soon as it became clear, by early 1978, that the WSLF and Somali regulars would be defeated, the exodus of civilians from the Ogaden began. By 1980, as the Ethiopians embarked upon a cruel policy of emptying the disputed area, the influx to Somalia had gained international attention. Though many states and non-governmental organizations undertook substantial relief operations, it was the already overburdened land and people of Somalia that bore the brunt. The economic, political, and ecological strains quickly became visible in Somalia's towns and countryside, where there were not only reports of brewing hostilities between the new arrivals and the old communities, but also of increased overgrazing, tree cutting, and overall environmental deterioration. Organized opposition to the military regime in Somalia emerged around 1976, when a group of Somali intellectuals and ex-bureaucrats met in Nairobi and founded the Somali Democratic Action Front. According to one of its founders, the group was appalled by the clear drift of Somalia into an oppressively autocratic and economically stagnant morass. Happy face, since no internal avenues existed for debate and critique, the dissidents issued their strictures and programs from exile. 4 points stood out in their position. First, the conviction that the regime had misruled and abused the support generated by the 1969 coup. Second, given its record, the regime could not claim the mantle of sincere leadership among Somali progressives. Third, that a government 140 responsible and accountable to the Somali people must be established, and, finally, the replacement of the ruling clique was to be achieved through a grassroots challenge rather than by way of conspiracy. However, for numerous reasons, including a lack of firm organizational structures and major differences over the implementation of policies, SODAF collapsed in July 1977. The next counter-elite organization, the Somali Salvation Front, emerged in 1979. The SSF was different from SODAF in important ways. It enjoyed greater support from Somali exiles, especially among commissioned and non-commissioned members of the Somali Defense Forces who fled after the war and attempted coup. It also had a disciplined organizational structure which took the bold step of citing its headquarters in Addis Ababa. This last point was crucial as most Somalis, despite their resentment of their own regime, have been historically prone to viewing Ethiopia as the eternal enemy. The SSF gave as the reason for the move to Addis Ababa the need for guerrilla bases from which to launch attacks on Somali government installations. Beyond the above, however, there was no evidence of any overall SSF program of action for either unseating the regime or developing an alternative social order in Somalia. By the end of 1979, the SSF had made modest guerrilla forays into Somalia, while Colonel Kabdullahi Yusuf, a senior participant in the failed post-war coup, had become the dominant figure in the front, a development that would test the democratic sentiments of the organization. While opposition to the regime was slowly fermenting, mostly from abroad, President Siad Barre, in a move to outflank his critics and legitimate his hold on power, unveiled a constitution in January 1979. The new document was elaborate. Formally, it entrusted legislative authority to a new People's Assembly, elected every 5 years, spoke of individual liberties and obligations, and exuded all the airy optimism of a society ridding itself of the capriciousness of personal rule in favor of rational and democratic politics. With much fanfare, the regime submitted the constitution to a referendum, which apparently over 99% of the voters approved. The president claimed one more victory over counter-revolutionaries. But, of course, the constitution and its badge of national approval, like so many of the public relations exercises devised by ruling elites of third world politics, was riddled with contradictions. First, despite the document's references to civil liberties, parts of it negated such guarantees. As Professor Sheikh Kabdi observed, Article 1, for example, undercuts citizens' rights as provisions of national security are assigned a central place. Under these stipulations, national security, as defined by the regime, would override any individual rights and, in the process, redeem the dictatorial underpinnings of the prevailing order. Moreover, with regard to such provisions as the separation of powers, no degree of autonomy was accorded to such critical institutions as the judiciary. On the contrary, Article 83 empowered the President to assume any necessary powers to deal with any issue, subject only to the scrutiny of the National Defense Council, a creature of the President. 1. And dominated by him. Second, even if persuaded of the benefits of the document, the atmosphere surrounding the referendum, and the actual vote count, were highly suspect. For many observers the entire exercise was a farce, a crude propaganda gimmick to support the pretense that democracy was at work in Somalia. More significantly, when the elections for the 177-member National Assembly and regional and district councils were held, the ruling party had already nominated the candidates. The only contribution voters could make to the process was to endorse that choice or face the consequences of endangering the revolution. I am not suggesting here the fallacious argument that single-party states are inherently undemocratic. Rather, I am suggesting that none of the interactions necessary to make a single-party participatory were visible in Somalia. In the end, the figure of over 4 million favorable votes and a handful of negative ones was a farce that flew in the face of reality during 1979. While this charade was unfolding, the regime was working hard to secure a new patron, now that the Soviets had moved across the border. To add to earlier inconsistencies and a consistent disregard for the principles of self-reliance and positive neutrality, negotiations were started with the aim of wooing the United States to adopt Somalia as its client in the Horn. At that time, new Cold War attitudes and a more aggressively imperialist elite were taking power in Washington, and the United States had begun a search for a number of Indian Ocean outposts to make up a string of bases for its rapid deployment force. The main objective of the U.S. plan was to have enough forces and facilities around the Arabian Peninsula, in case Iran-like revolutions erupted in the area. Wherever Third World despots were willing to accommodate the grand strategy, a contribution would be made to their local needs. Under such circumstances of mutual convenience, talks opened between Somalia and the U.S. with the military regime proposing a price of $2 billion for Somali facilities. Unskilled in hard bargaining, the regime saw its price reduced to a pitiful $64 million, more than two-thirds to be paid in arms shipments. Degree. An agreement was signed to that effect on August 22, 1980, marking Somalia's change of sides in the superpower military competition and stripping away the last remnants of the regime's progressive pretensions. More organized opposition to the regime developed in 1980 in London, with the birth of the Somali National Movement. This organization brought together Somalis in a diaspora that embraced particularly the Gulf states and Western Europe. Most of its founders were intellectuals, businessmen, and mullahs. Primarily a northern-dominated organization, it included individuals and groups with different ideologies, such as Islamic fundamentalists, social democrats, and regional separatists. However, in contrast to other opposition groups, the SNM published its directives and policies after its first year of operation, a document which did not, however, detail strategies for overthrowing military rule, nor elucidate the enormous tasks of reconstruction. In June 1981, the SNM produced a monthly journal Somali Uncensored to provide a forum for discussion and debate. Some general statements about the political, economic, and foreign policy perspectives of the 142 organization were also published. Politically, the SNM's position, while rather hazy, conveyed a desire to resuscitate some Somali traditions of social organization and mesh these with enacted laws. The document stated, "We propose a new political system built on Somali cultural values of cooperation rather than coercion, a system which elevates the Somali concept of zir or inter-family social contact in which no man exercised political power over another except according to established law and custom, to the national level." More specifically, the guidelines listed the following principles as central to the SNM's conception of future policy. 1. The structure of the central and regional governments will be as simple as possible. They will be designed to reduce hierarchy and bureaucracy to a minimum and enable the average man and woman to understand and relate to regional and national governments. 2. It will integrate effectively traditional Somali egalitarianism and the requirements of good central government. 3. It will maximize the effectiveness of the representative and democratic process at all levels. 4. It will ensure, through a system of checks and balances, the exercise of political power according to the Constitution and through the democratic process. 5. It will ensure collective leadership at regional and national levels, and will eliminate all forms of personality cult and clan rule. 6. It will ensure the full accountability of politicians and bureaucrats. 7. The citizens will have the right to full information on any aspect of regional and central government with the exception of clearly defined matters of national security. This will reduce corruption and nepotism to a minimum. 8. The civil service, courts, army, police, and other national and regional institutions of government will be reformed in order to operate as politically neutral bodies and in the national interest. 9. The freedom of the press in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of the country will be guaranteed by law. 10. The system of government will ensure stability without stifling innovation and national economic, social, and political progress. 11. Both regional and national governments will, at all times, work according to the twin priorities of maximizing democracy and economic development. In the realm of economic reorganization, basic objectives were listed as self-sufficiency in basic foodstuffs, commitment to a mixed economy, maximization of public welfare, priority of pastoral and agricultural sectors. In foreign policy, the SNM proposed a permanent rapprochement with other states in the Horn, a reaffirmation of Somalia as a constituent member of the 143 Arab nations, solidarity with third world countries in search of an equitable global order, and strict neutrality in dealing with superpowers. Meanwhile, on another opposition front, the fortunes of the SSF changed when two smaller, but less diluted, organizations, the Somali Workers' Party and the Somali Democratic Liberation Front, merged with the SSF to form the Somali Salvation Democratic Front. Nonetheless, most observers felt that the new organization had no ideological cohesion and that the union was primarily one of mutual expedience. The SSF needed to establish national credibility, while the other two were searching for a land base adjacent to Somalia for military actions. In the first issue of its journal, the SSDF outlined its program. It sought the elimination of the Bar dictatorship and creation of a democratic order, the safeguarding of the national economy from foreign domination and the building of a productive and planned national economy so as to raise living standards by way of increased productivity and improved technology, the eradication of tribalism and regionalism, corruption and nepotism, the introduction of sound national educational and health programs, the revival of national culture and freedom of religious practice. In foreign policy it sought policies of positive neutrality and non-alignment, of peace, stability, good neighborliness and cooperation among the nations of East Africa in general, and the Horn of Africa in particular, of support to the struggle of the Arab people against the Camp David Accord and for the independence of Palestine and return of Palestinians to their homeland under the leadership of the Palestine Liberation Organization. It expressed opposition to the establishment of foreign military bases in the Red Sea, Indian Ocean, and the Arabian Gulf, and support for turning these areas into nuclear-free zones of peace. It also expressed support for liberation movements against apartheid, racism, and colonialism in South Africa and Namibia, and pledged to participate in the work and activities of the United Nations, Organization of African Unity, Arab League, non-aligned movements, and the Organization of Islamic States, as well as to support other international movements for national independence, democracy, world peace, and understanding among nations. Happy Face. In chapters 5 to 7, I have attempted to describe the trail of Somali development activities in the 1970s. Now it is time to ask what judgments can be made about the relationship between the evidence and official socialist declarations. How different have the 1980s been? Have the opposition movements reached maturity, and stimulated popular involvement? Is self-reliance still a viable strategy? These questions are addressed in the final chapter. 8. Somalia in the 1980s and beyond. Verdict of the 1970s. There have been only limited analyses of the consequences of military rule in Somalia in the 1970s. In the first years most studies were positive and confirmatory. With a longer perspective, the literature falls into one of two categories, either a line which continues to affirm the righteousness of the endeavor, or a less enthusiastic, more critical trend. Charles Geschechter's brief study typifies the first school. He concludes that up to 1979 the Somali Revolution had chalked up the following achievements. 1. A diffusion of the cleavage between the countryside and the city. 2. An improvement in the relations between the bureaucracy and society. 3. A restoration of a sense of professionalism and responsibility to the civil service. 4. A significant extension of opportunities for women. 5. A rooting of socio-economic priorities and development strategies in local realities. Other analysts have not been as sanguine. Layadin employs 5 criteria for assessing the Somali experience: public control of the means of production, equity and promotion of egalitarianism, development of the productive forces, loosening of world capitalist linkages, and ideological refinement. He concludes that some progress had been made in forestalling oppressive social stratification, and in the promotion of sexual equality. Elsewhere he has acknowledged the establishment of an orthography for the Somali language, and the hesitant steps taken towards creating a social base for democracy. On the negative side, he observes that the regime's economic guidelines were neither anchored in scientific analysis, nor informed by socialist thinking, that the economy had stagnated, military dependence on the Soviet Union had been created, and persecution of critical socialist thinkers become a feature of the state's domestic policy. In short, he suggests that a non-socialist but vigorous, development-conscious military in control of the Somali government would have acted much the same way as the present socialist regime. Lewis is, at best, ambivalent about the outcome. He points to the success of the establishment of the Somali language, the subsequent literacy projects, the competent handling of the Great Drought, and the enhancement of Somalia's international and regional reputation. On the debit side, he lists the glorification of Siad Barre's personality, monolithic militarism, corruption, a continuation of Dainism, and economic stagnation. On this last point, Lewis suggests that it was only the privately owned livestock subsector that showed any growth. My reading of the regime's early performance corroborates the positive views expressed by these writers. But inevitably the more conclusive view depends on the larger picture. Domestically, impressive gains were made in the establishment of an official alphabet for Somali, the expansion of adult literacy, the growth of primary education with a fourfold increase in enrollment, the abolition of the Dia practice, the enactment of laws that advanced the equality of women, the holding down of income differentials, the expansion of roads and access to electricity, and, not least, the prompt and relatively compassionate handling of the drought. With regard to other, more fundamental criteria of internal reconstruction, however, the regime's record is very poor and falls short of the goals initially enunciated. On crucial issues related to economic transformation, the performance was disappointing. The rural sector, the largest part of the economy, was neglected utterly, with the pastoral subsector left to the whims of small but dominant trading families and the dalals who linked them to the pastoral producers. In an early assessment, Lewis suggested that it was only the segment of the economy which prospered, ostensibly because of the absence of state ownership. I disagree. First, the positive growth of livestock production hardly kept up with population growth. Second, Lewis ignores the fact that, despite the high return for pastoral products, the windfall was harvested primarily by the export traders and, secondarily, by the state. Finally, serious ecological deterioration was conspicuous, which underlined the neglect of the environment. Agriculture fared even worse, production of almost all major food crops declined, culminating in the nation having to beg for food aid and large loans to pay for food imports. In addition, state allocation or credit extension for both subsectors was meager. Finally, fisheries, the third component of the rural economy, remained peripheral to the Somali economy and state planning. In the modern sector there was a large increase in the number of state enterprises, but production was negative. While it is true that employment in those public establishments engaged in manufacturing increased from 4,482 to 9,735, growth, in terms of value added per employee, declined at an average of 12.5% per annum. Further, these industries were shackled by the lack of skilled personnel, a low capacity utilization, a high tax burden, and rising prices of imported inputs. In contrast to these areas of production, however, the government service sector grew by 8.5% per annum, an imbalance underlined by Table 8.1. Million. 1972. 149. I therefore disagree with Laodin***'s conclusion that a socialist base was created for democracy. The reality is that there were only superficial and discontinuous steps in the devolution of authority and the encouragement of local participation. There were no constitutional limitations on the powers of central government and the president. Even after the Somali Revolutionary Socialist Party was established in 1976, General Barre monopolized the 5 most powerful offices in the country: head of state, commander of the armed forces, and chair of the High Judicial Council and of the Council of Ministers, and Secretary General of the SRSP. General Barre's word was, in effect, the law of the country. Human rights in the 1970s, though not as brutally disregarded as in some other African countries, were subject to some violations. For example, there was virtually no evidence of basic civil individual rights. Furthermore, far from popularizing the revolution, the regime's style of government enveloped the institutions of Somalia in a dense fog of militarism. All of this underlined one fundamental point: the withering away of traditional democracy and the utter failure to create a viable alternative. To say the least, the ambience was detrimental to genuine self-reliance. In Montesquieu's instructive formulation, when the legislative and executive powers are united in the same person or body, there can be no liberty, because apprehensions may arise lest the same monarch or senate should act in a tyrannical manner. Where the power of judging is joined with the legislature, the life and liberty of the subject would be exposed to arbitrary control, for the judge would then be the legislator. Were it joined to the executive power, the judge might behave with all the violence of an oppressor. The regime's efforts to reduce the country's vulnerability to external pressures have been lamentable. Some movement away from the dominance of the capitalist West took place in the early 1970s, and new relations were forged with some socialist states and countries of the South. Support was extended to liberation movements, and progressive stances were adopted in the forums of some regional and international organizations. By the end of the decade, however, these initiatives had all been halted or reversed. The political economy in the 1980s. The economy. Perhaps the best way to enter a discussion of this topic, while maintaining the consistency of our approach, is to assess the main points of the National Five-Year Plan, 1982-86. 3 pivotal objectives can be discerned: to raise the wealth of Somalia and the standard of living of the general population, to create a society based on social justice, individual freedom, and popular participation in development, i.e., self-reliance, to protect the environment. In themselves, these general principles are both laudable and estimable. 150. Nonetheless, their actual import must be sought in the realities of Somali existence. To do so, then, let us briefly examine two of the main sectors of the economy, the rural and the modern. Most of the evidence of production in the pastoral subsector shows not only that the stagnation of the 1970s has continued, but also that the condition of the supporting rangeland has deteriorated. As already argued, the development of the productive forces, including livestock, depends, to a great extent, on what happens to the surplus generated. Given the domination of pastoralism by merchant capital, with the connivance of the state, very little of the wealth generated, whether in terms of fair prices to producers or windfalls for traders, had returned to the subsector. The consequences have been lower offtakes of livestock, with crippling repercussions for exports. For instance, total 1983 livestock exports declined by 30% from those of 1971 to 72. Moreover, there have been no improvements in the marketing of pastoral produce, while the danger of concentrating on a single market was rudely brought home when the Saudis, for health reasons, banned the import of Somali cattle in 1983. In short, in terms of both production and export, the most important subsector in the economy is still unable to make its proper contribution. A high priority of the development plan has been agriculture, the other subsector of the rural economy. The allocation of about 30% of total investments was tied to the long-standing objective of self-sufficiency in food grains and the secondary aim of increasing the production of export crops. With the exception of 1981-82, when agricultural production increased, partly as a result of more attractive prices for farmers and exceptional rains, the crop output of Somalia remains largely stagnant, with one of the lowest yields in Africa. While complete data is not available, a measure of this condition can be gleaned from the huge food imports and aid delivered to Somalia in 1984-85. In 1984, 70,000 tons of food were bought, and 230,000 tons were given as aid. In 1985, the import figure was 92,000 tons, with another 270,000 in aid. Degree Table 8.2 throws some light on both the languidness of domestic production, and the continuing dependence on imports for food grains, especially in the face of an alarming rate of population growth, nearly 3% per annum. How does one explain this almost chronic stagnation of Somali agriculture? The evidence from both micro and macro studies seems to point to two things: the absence of any meaningful peasant participation in rural development schemes, and an acute shortage of crucial technical ingredients, inputs, extension and support services, adaptive research, and irrigation and water management. Happy face, if rural production has remained far from hihi, Somali industrial performance in the mid-1980s was even more regrettable. For example, real output per capita, despite an investment allocation of about 15% in the 1982-86 plan, did not improve. Moreover, most industrial enterprises, close to 100% owned by the state, failed to cover depreciation costs, let alone generate healthy accumulation, illustrated by a deplorably low and deteriorating utilization capacity in most major plants. The contraction of production, excessive, sometimes extremely unwise, spending, and acute deficiencies in implementation and management have come together to create a harrowing economic bind on the Somali people. For instance, the Somali shilling, through IMF intervention, was devalued by more than 70% in 1984 alone. Inflation is hovering around 100%. In addition, as the cost of imports has reached many times the revenue from exports, Somalia's balance of payments has worsened. The chimerical status of the Somali Revolutionary Socialist Party was exposed. These tactics and the ailments of the political economy did not sit well with all in the ruling fraction of the of petite bourgeoisie. Old believers in the virtue and commitment of General Siad Barre's leadership and in the original direction of the development strategy began to ask uncomfortable and downright heretical questions. They sensed the widening gulf between the rhetoric of the regime and realities. The showdown soon came. In June 1982, 7 members of the Central Committee of the SRSP who had challenged the unbridled growth of personal rule and the drift towards socio-economic retrogression were arrested. The most prominent of this band of dissidents were General Ismail Sia Bakr, 3rd Vice President of the Republic and President of the National Assembly, Qamar Karte Kalib, a distinguished former foreign minister, Colonel Usman M. Jel, senior member of the original SRC, General Umar Zaji Ahmed, a relative of the President and one-time Minister of Defense, and Dr. Ahmed Aden, one of the 2 ideologues of the regime and Minister of Information and National Guidance and Higher Education. Happy face, all 7 were accused of treason, and, at the time of writing, are still in detention without ever being tried. President Siad Barre, to convince those still listening, put his show on the road. For the first time in years he traveled to Hargeisa and Boroma. Accompanied by 3 senior colonels from the north, where government forces were under serious attack by insurgents, the president tried to explain his case and, in the process, diffuse the growing hostility of northerners to his regime. According to most commentators and witnesses, few northerners were won over. Consequently, the visit was cut short. In the years since, the only development worthy of mention in Somali politics was a new election for the National Assembly in December 1984. As many expected, and in line with the perversion of democratic participation already discussed, candidates of the ruling SRSP received more than 99.8% of the vote. On the international front, hostilities in the Horn have worsened, while, at the same time, Somalia's status as an outpost of imperialism has grown. In mid-1982, the United States began airlifting military equipment and advisors, and since then has taken hold of the strategic port of Berbera. Radar systems and a new key have been installed along with a doubling of other facilities necessary for the roll-on, roll-off ships used by the U.S. Rapid Deployment Forces. Somali integration into the American global military network was consummated in the 1980s by joint military exercises. The rewards for collaboration with the U.S. and its allies, however, have not been all that remunerative, though sufficient to keep the regime agreeable. U.S. security assistance to Somalia was $50 million in 1985, and $75 million in 1986, mostly used to purchase US-made military equipment. These disbursements make Somalia a member of the small group of exclusively pro-American black states in Africa. Other core states have also contributed to the Western effort to secure Somali realignment. Italian support, for example, is estimated at around 500 million lira in economic aid, and Italy is contributing more than any other donor to the $600 million earmarked for the 154 Grand Bartir Dam on the Juba River, the biggest development scheme in Somali history. Even if all these foreign policy activities could be said to fall within the parameters of traditional diplomacy, the regime's alleged connection with South Africa disposes of any last claim to progressive ideology. Happy face, undoubtedly, mounting economic problems, a highly circumscribed and arid political life, and unsavory external relations are bound to deepen and entrench Somali underdevelopment, but, as Guy Arnold writes, no other region on the African continent has succumbed as totally to neocolonialism and big power competition as the Horn of Africa since 1977. Somalia in the 1980s seems far from the socialist and non-aligned society, still so dear to the rhetoric of President Siad Barre and his military cronies. Instead, it has become an economic basket case and a political autocracy, with debilitating social consequences. Dissidence and insurgency. Despite these crises and failures, there is no evidence of any active dissidence inside Somalia. The Barre regime has been swift to nip any political discontent in the bud. More importantly, revolutionary consciousness has been slow to develop among the broad spectrum of Somali working people. Opposition and resistance to the current order, then, has continued to come from externally based groups, the SSDF and the SNM. The first major military foray by the SSDF, with large Ethiopian support, was undertaken in early 1982. This particular operation resulted in the capture of Balambal and Goldogab, 18 miles inside Somalia proper. While the SSDF has claimed credit for liberating and occupying the area, the Somali government argued that this was an Ethiopian invasion, aided by a few Somali traders. More attacks by both SSDF and SNM forces, including joint operations, were mounted in 1983, some of them spectacular raids on government strongholds. Despite these sporadic actions, both movements have experienced serious internal squabbles and relapses, and are far from finding a formula for unity, let alone amalgamation. The SSDF is reported finally to have convened its long-awaited Congress in January 1983. However, two smaller partners in the coalition boycotted the meeting. They argued that there was a hidden agenda and that the chairman, Colonel Kabdillahi Yusuf, originally chief of the SSF, had stacked the deck against those who wanted to choose a new leadership. Colonel Yusuf, manifesting the same anti-democratic proclivities and poor stewardship as President Siad Barre, ordered the immediate arrest of 30 leading adversaries, including senior members of the executive. With most disagreeable elements out of the way, the Congress proceeded to reappoint Colonel Yusuf, and he, subsequently, filled the new executive with his loyal 155 clansmen, the Majarteen. Not surprisingly, frustration and fury ensued among the general membership and, soon after, as many as 200 members returned to Somalia to take advantage of a presidential amnesty. This did not end the SSDF's internal strife. In May 1984, new mutinies broke out and bloody fighting is said to have taken place in many camps, causing more guerrillas to cross into Somalia. Two prominent members of the Central Committee, representatives of the most progressive fraction, were assassinated at SSDF offices in Dire Dawa. In short, despite the later removal of Colonel Yusuf from the chairmanship, reorganization under a new leadership, and even some guerrilla activity in 1985, the SSDF is badly damaged and at the nadir of any popularity it enjoyed earlier. Its resurrection as a credible organization will be a long and hard task. The Somali national movement, too, experienced domestic discord. On November 10, 1983, in a crucial Central Committee meeting held in Jigjiga, the entire civilian component of the leadership was ousted, leaving the military in sole charge. The reasons offered to justify this coup were many and mixed: organizational weakness, leadership mostly from the Habar Awal clan, while the guerrillas were mostly from the Habar Yunus clan, civilian leadership resistant to unification with the SSDF, and too close a relationship with Saudi Arabia and the US. However, the dominance of the military faction did not endure and, without any great acrimony or bloodshed, SNM again changed its leadership. A new civilian group was installed at the 1984 Congress, carried under Chairman Ahmed Silano, a senior minister in the Bar government until his defection in 1982. In 1985, the SNM announced the opening of a second front of military activity in the Bikol and Hiran regions of southern Somalia. It also stated that representative offices had been opened in over 11 countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, and North America, evidence of its claim to the mantle of leadership in the developing struggle for change in Somalia. While the emergence of organized, vibrant, and forward-looking dissent is certainly very welcome as an alternative to acquiescence or apathy, both movements are burdened with handicaps that have, up to now, constrained their viability and impact. Foremost among these are widely differing and contradictory ideas among their respective memberships about the nature of both problems and strategies for transcendence. In both the SSDF and the SNM camps one finds a mixture of elements inclined to individualistic and capitalist ideology, Islamic fundamentalism, Dainism, and democratic socialism. Further, both movements have yet to pass any convincing test of credibility regarding their adherence to democratic practice and their competence to lead an effort of reconstruction. Finally, and most significantly, the SSDF and the SNM are still limited to urban petit bourgeois followers, and no discernible steps have been taken to involve the masses of the Somali people in the fight for a different agenda. These serious weaknesses are partly due to the naive belief that the demise of President Siad Barre's rule will automatically usher in a buoyant and productive economy, and democratic politics, and partly to an enduring inability to see beyond the most immediate. 156. Circumstances. In other words, both movements lack a coherent theory of liberation. Unquestionably, as the historical record amply demonstrates, a successful effort to secure the autonomy of the Somali people and their participation in their own history will demand more from those who have chosen to lead. According to Christopher Hampton, cannot hope to bring into being any of the unrealized conditions for a free and full life for unless first of all capable of imagining them, and communicating vision with sufficient intensity to prevail upon others to conceive them as potentialities and to believe that the prospects it offers will be worth the effort and determination and courage required to bring into existence. Somalia and other African progressives and potential leaders would do well to cogitate on such insights and admonitions. For the struggle, with the possible exception of South Africa and Namibia, is more complicated and elusive than before. While the contradiction between a less conspicuous world system and the working masses of Africa remains as deadly as it has ever been, the immediate danger to African self-reliance is from the regressive and delinquent petit bourgeois forces that have barricaded themselves within the nodal point of national power, the state. Happy face, does this mean that the state, /R/E, is inimical to development, and that the time for hollowing it out and returning to the free market has come? Of course not. For we now know that, contrary to the mythology of capitalist ideology, there never was such a thing as a totally free market. In fact, the opposite is more plausible, and the private and public sectors have always played their respective roles together. It is in the most die-hard of capitalist societies, where subaltern classes have either been temporarily hoodwinked or beaten into submission, that the state becomes an obvious facilitator of private accumulation and, at the same time, a part of the social cost of such a system. The central theoretical question, then, is not the absence or the presence of the state in development but, rather, the role of the state. As a historical rule, undeveloped societies have assigned the state a prominent place in the making of a modern political economy. The more backward a nation, the greater the role the state has had to play. In order to mobilize and make effective its human, technical, political, and diplomatic resources and potential. In the absence of active state initiatives and intervention, opportunities are preempted by nationals and agents of powers already more developed, or simply lie dormant. Caldwell's proposition becomes even more instructive in contemporary African societies in which undevelopment and underdevelopment are highly pronounced, and an effective shield against the worst abuses of imperialism and dependent on the quality of various state classes. The rest of this work will 157. Argue that self-reliance, as a broad and long-term strategy for development, is still a compelling, and perhaps the only, option, and further, that if such an agenda is to be rescued from present abuse and devaluation, the issue of leadership has to be addressed. Positive hegemony, the struggle for the future. Surely, one of the great political conundrums of contemporary Africa is the continuance of disabling conflict over the state-societal relationship. The role of the national state and the social forces which shape its behavior has everything to do with the vision of the future to be pursued, the prioritization of developmental needs and the choice of strategies. The centrality of the state and the leading social forces is inescapable because, in the case of the former, its institutions are the nerves and loci of collective power, as for the latter, the viability of the state aside, their very existence and reproduction as commanding classes bestows upon them responsibilities of leadership. As we have tried to show in this study, the ongoing contention over the state in Somalia has precipitated the rise of malignant autocracy. It is a major conclusion of this book, therefore, that only through the constitution of a more competent and progressive ideological bloc can Somalis ever hope to move beyond primitive rebellions based on generic dislike for the current order and the inhumanities of the age it presides over. The dialectics of dictatorship and hegemony. Antonio Gramsci's theoretical works and clairvoyant insights are enjoying a long overdue renaissance in critical thinking, for a number of historic reasons. Happy face, first, the expected revolutionary upsurge of the working class in industrial capitalist social formations, and the consequent collapse of that order, has not materialized. Second, earlier Marxist analyses that focused on the substructure, to the neglect of human subjectivity and the role of ideas, are now found to be incomplete and wanting. A third and perhaps less known reason is that struggles against underdevelopment in peripheral societies are increasingly demanding explorations that neither enshrine the historical mission of capitalist development nor, having repudiated this notion, fail to put forward actual strategies for an alternative. Our use of Gramsci's contributions derives particularly from this last motivation. Schematically, Gramsci suggests that ruling classes sustain their preponderance in one of two ways: by coercion, through the display of brute force, or by intellectual and moral leadership. Happy face, the first is the method of dictatorship, and manifests itself in those situations where the state and its managers have failed to maintain basic economic, political, and ideological viability. As a result, in such a scenario, so much like the Somalia we have discussed, the allegiance of the masses is lost and, in acute cases, insurgent political activity develops. But if a society is to go beyond a condition of perpetual chaos and disorder, held together by unmitigated force, state classes 158 must embark upon the creation of cognitive and affective structures that not only shape the external behavior of the majority, but, more crucially, fertilize internal affirmation of the direction of development. The launching of such a relationship can be accomplished by way of hegemony, that is, a positive or integral hegemony. Paraphrasing Gramsci, Femia proposes that the creation of a substructure of social agreements so powerful that it can counteract the division and disruptive forces arising from conflicting interests. And this agreement must be in relation to specific objects, persons, beliefs, values, institutions. Gramsci argues that the initial basis for the building of such an organic affiliation between the state class and the rest of the population, i.e., the composition of a community, must start with a clear demonstration of moral and intellectual commitment on the part of the leading classes. The litmus test for the authenticity of elite behavior includes, among other gauges, how power is exercised, and the nature and degree of participation, i.e., the ethics of politics. To be sure, positive integral hegemony cannot be sustained for long on performance within the arena of politics alone. Rather, especially given the glaring material needs of the vast majority, leading classes must give substance to participatory politics by equally efficacious actions in the economy. More specifically, political behavior of the state class must cause the entire society to move forward, not merely satisfying its own existential requirements but continuously enlarging its social framework for the conquest of ever new spheres of economic and productive activity. Happy face, if any hope of either rehabilitating or creating a self-reliant political economy in Somalia requires the achievement of positive hegemony, spearheaded by a legitimate state class, are there any specific correlative policies one can suggest? I think so, and the Somali experience, as told in this book, is pregnant with hard lessons. First, and immediately, the cultivation of national sensitivity and reverence towards the environment is a sine qua non for the containment of erosion and desertification, and the revival of agriculture and controlled grazing. Second, this study counsels the inseparability of genuine self-reliance and bona fide democratic procedures. No egalitarian, rational, and libertarian order can become a plausible and sustainable societal project if, from the start, civic freedoms, mass empowerment, and accountability of power are not made the basis of the new social relations. Happy face, the successful implantation of such a credo bodes well for popular confidence in the battles ahead, defining politics not primarily as a struggle for power, but as a mutual responsibility and common endeavor in the building of a better world. Third, situated at the outer rim of the world system, and not so deeply penetrated as to sustain rigid class divisions, the Somali case points to the possibility of a self-reliant political economy. Nevertheless, if African societies like Somalia are to take advantage of the opportunities resulting from such 159 global disparities of attention *, a conscientious, creative, and competent leading class is indispensable. Fourth, this examination of Somali development displays the pitfalls of unrealistic promises in the face of meager resources and capabilities. In plowing through President Siad Barre's public statements, proclamations, and published versions of development programs, one is often struck by the incredible gulf between these inflated pronouncements and the actual level of commitment to realizing them. Such an atmosphere not only cheapens the language of mobilization, but also creates explosive expectations and sows the seeds of despair. Fifth, the Somali case underscores the importance, and the difficulty, of balancing redistributive policies with growth and accumulation. In circumstances such as Somalia's, a regime of austerity is inescapable. Nonetheless, communal tolerance will largely depend on a demonstrably purposive, frugal, and rational design. Wasting precious resources on ill-conceived and unproductive projects not only bankrupts the economy, but also unleashes scarcities that eat away at the bonds of fellowship and communitarian politics. As Marx, with characteristic perspicacity, warned long ago, development of productive forces is an absolutely necessary practical premise because without it want is a general, and with destitution the struggle for necessities and all the old filthy business would necessarily be reproduced. Happy face. Sixth, this investigation suggests the urgent need to bring regional solidarity to the head of the agenda. No doubt, as argued in this work, nationalism has been a progressive force against colonialism, and an adhesive that bonded communities together in the face of powerful external forces. Nonetheless, As African societies come to confront the divisions left behind by colonialism and the development contradictions specific to each national environment, nationalist ideology and primordial affections become a hindrance to the emergence of a new Pan-Africanist consciousness. Such was the moral of the Somali-Ethiopian War. Seventh and finally, this study underlines the folly of involvement in superpower strategic competition, in which the consequence is usually to become a malnourished, but heavily armed satrap of imperialism. Positive hegemony will require a different, effective, and independent conception of security. Galtung has suggested 4 initial steps in that direction. A decoupling of vital interests from that of the superpowers, arming with defensive weapons only, the cultivation of productive relations with neighboring countries, and the building up of internal strength by creating a viable political economy. Gramsci simply, but cogently, sums up the bottom line of this inquiry and the strenuous efforts required to abate the present anguish. What is needed are men of sober mind, who don't cause an absence of bread in the bakeries, who make run, who provide the factories with raw materials and know how to 160. Turn the produce of the country into industrial produce, who ensure the safety and freedoms of the people, who enable the network of collective services to function and who do not reduce the people to a despair and to a horrible carnage. Over the centuries, the peoples of Africa have borne many a cross of humiliation, slavery and colonialism in the past, imperialist manipulation and compromised indigenous rule in the present. The consequences have been repression, hunger, and chaos. To regain any measure of dignity and virtue, Africans will have to learn not only how to keep imperialism at bay, but, more immediately, to understand that there will be no cataclysmic event or promised millennium that will deliver liberation. Rather, the long and tortuous march begins with giving our individual and collective best to the present. No doubt, the future is grim and somber, the task ahead Herculean. No doubt, African progressives of the coming generations have their work, and much more, cut out for them. The choice is ours, to continue the ugly present and the deepening Bantustanization of Africa, or to step into a new history, a history of covenantal and transformational political activity.